Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Wait, let's make this bigger. That's what she said. Okay. Okay. Here we go. That's good. Let's turn this down a smidgen. A little night driving. Let's turn it up a little bit. Here we go. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Time for a squirrel dance party. It's been a while since we've done this one. So excited to be here with you guys. Look at this little lady on the screen. Doesn't she look fun? She looks like a wait. Sorry. As I say that, I'm like, hang on. I'm like, hear the words coming out of your own mouth. Doesn't she look fun though? Because hold on. If she does look fun to you guys,
I usually love more fun.
In her own words. Anyway, yeah. So put the music. My goal is to have enough Wendi quotes so I can just constantly quote Wendi all the time to herself. So I just finished an emergency lesson. I have a student who's auditioning for Peabody on Monday. For people who don't know what a Peabody is, it's one of the top music conservatories in the world. This same student is auditioning for all of the top conservatories, and also all of the top Ivy League schools. But this particular audition at Peabody is the first in-person audition because a lot of them are like rich video these days, like you mail it in. And some of you guys might actually have a reference point to appreciate this. Kit Smiths, if you're listening, I know you will, because the audition choices, it's basically like a recital. So you know, for this particular audition, there's a couple of things that you're required to pick things that fit into certain categories. Like you need a concerto with a cadenza. You need 2 movements of Bach. You need a Paganini Caprice, etc., right? But then there's other things. It's like you can choose whatever you want, right? But you have to have a certain number of things, and then they're going to hear probably 10 minutes of it, right? And you don't know where they're going to start and what they're going to hear. So this particular student is playing. I'm going to have to refer to my list here. There's so much of it. The Bach G minor sonata, the first movement and last movement. So that's the Adagio and the Presto. Paganini Caprice number 16. Barber Violin Concerto first movement. Mozart Concerto number 5, and you have to do Mozart Concerto. That's why that's there. Mozart Concerto number 5 with the big cadenza. Izai Violin Sonata number 2 in A minor. That's the second movement, the Melancholia, and then I feel like I'm forgetting something, but that's a lot of music. A lot of music. So yeah, we are. It's like, you know, it's like game time. So as a teacher, it's like a huge deal, you know. So anywho, we got Denise in the house. Denise, my friend, have you watched? Do you know who's on the screen? Does this lady look familiar to you? Some references to the rapping. What sound? You mean the music? So you know who that is. Excellent. Wonderful. Anyone who hasn't seen it yet, go to the Discord and go to the Adelson thread and enjoy all the Wendi memes that I've been working on, and so has my good friend DSN. We've been going hard in the paint, as they say in sports ball. with the Wendi memes. This is an original. The other ones are like the most interesting man in the world themed. They're all good. And here's the thing, guys. And for anyone who hasn't heard this part, okay, let me pause the night driving. So we're gonna have, you know, I always have these visions for these different music videos, right? So the Wendi song's been a long time coming. You know, everyone knows it's Wendi, that song. So it's gonna be the Wendi song, and it's gonna be timed with the Wendi memes going across the screen. There's already so many. I'm sure there'll be more. There's gonna be all the different Wendi memes. So it'll be like do 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 do, and it'll have like shit like this on the screen, and then it's gonna be overlaid with comments from Glenn, and it is. I can already picture it in my head, like the final product. I know you guys can't see it. I can see it, and it is going to be the best thing I've ever done in my lifetime. So, who's Mrs. Peterson? Oh, Heather. Oh, Heather. Oh, Heather. Y'all. Yeah. Is that George? I'm dying. What's funny about this, though, is the Wendi song is like, everyone knows it's Wendi. So the question could be like, wait, is that George? And then the response is like, everyone knows it's Wendi. And then it's like, except Twiz. But welcome everybody. Oh my God, blunt for straw. Something happened earlier today that got me thinking about this. I forget what it was though. I was like, where is Nightbot when I need him? Oh, Glenda. Right. Glenda. That's another good one. We haven't even done Glenda. We've got Wenda and Glendy. I'm just scrolling up in the shitty chat here. Oh my God. Donna's been trying again to get out of jail. She tried again like today, failed. Good job. Good job, Donna. Oh my God, that's so funny. Look at her face. So anyway, yes. So that's what I was planning on having to start earlier. And then again, like I said, I had emergency lesson. Because when the children, well, they're not all children, you know, they're some of these students I have, right, guys, I start them when they're children and then they become adults. And in my mind, it's just like having a kid, right? In my mind, it's like they're always a child, like, but they're not a child. Anyway, you know, when the children need help, I come running. You guys are funny. So, okay, first things first. We're going to start with a good old Runkle Clip because, you know, just, I don't know what, probably 2 live streams a week. We start out with a Runkle Clip because I fucking love the shit out of Runkle. Y'all know. So, okay, so let's set this up. This is short, but this is from last night. And I was listening to this like this morning. I was like watering my orchids. And I was like, oh my God. So how many times have y'all heard me tell a story about me and Karen Reed? The trial. Like y'all all heard it, right? So back when the trial happened the first time, you know, and I popped on for like, literally, it was called emergency recaps for a reason. I was not planning on covering it. I popped on for that first emergency recap. I'm sure I told the story then. I've told it many, many, many times because most people they were invested. They were previously following it, blah, blah. I avoided it on purpose, like the plague. And, you know, that all changed when my phone put it on, or like, I guess it was my phone. I didn't choose to listen to opening statements. They just came on in the background and I didn't hear Lolly. When it came on, it was Mr. Yannetti, right? And that changed everything for me. And this is why when I heard this from Runkle, I was like, hey, wait a second, Runkle. Hey, wait a second. What? Okay, so here we go.
The opening line to her first trial from her counsel, Yannetti, he stood up and he said, Karen Reed was framed. It was one hell of an opening because the balls on that man to stand up and his opening is Karen Reed was framed. Now, at that point, I was not planning on covering Karen Reed. I was just looking at the Karen Reed trial and I was like,
so already at this point, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Do we have like the exact same story? Like origin story for this trial? Do we have the same origin story?
I was literally just watching it on, like, I had a day of doing paperwork shit. And so that's it. I was just doing paperwork stuff.
You had it on in the background.
And so I was just watching it on Emily's stream. I was just like, I'm going to listen to Emily while I do paperwork. And then they come in with the opening of Karen Reed was framed. And I went, what? And at that point, I was like, it took me like another 20 minutes to set up like a stream where I was like, we're doing recaps. I am going to cover this one because they hooked me on this. Mr.
So that's what I did as well. Although I recaps weren't enough, but I ended up covering it live almost, well, not every day, but a lot of days. I ended up covering the trial live and doing recaps every day. It was insane. So now it's going to get into the second thing. This is just something really funny about Lolly.
Hank Brennan is a vastly better lawyer than the prosecutor on the first trial, which was Adam Lally. Adam Lally could, like, he could be used as a weapon. Like, if the U.S. declares war on Canada, they might decide to drop Adam Lally into, like, Ottawa to bore people to death. And, like, Canada has no defense against that weapon. Canada would fall to the Adam Lally boredom bomb.
Beautiful. The other funny thing that happened recently, too, on a live stream with Runkle, like from, I don't know, a couple days ago or whatever, I thought this was fucking brilliant. I'm meaning to tell you all this. So Mr. Alessi, dude, Runkle had the best idea ever. He said, how amazing would it be if this time around, Mr. Alessi does the opening statements, okay? And he gets up there to do the opening statements, and he starts out by saying, Karen Reed was framed. I was like, please, that, now that I have that in my head, has to happen. Has to happen. No other option. Has to happen. That would be the most little epic thing that's ever happened. So, okay, next up, we got you guys with your inside jokes. That reminds me, I have to do something here for Twiz. Give me a second, though. Okay, next up. Now we got a little clip. Now we're back on the Wendi train here. Everyone knows it's Wendi. There she is. So this is a little clip about Trescott and the so-called proverbial shortcut. And it's going to have her interrogation, and then it's going to have a small little segment recently from Court TV featuring Joel Waldman. Shout out to Joel. Shout out to STS. And also shout out to Stephen Webster. He's going to be there as well. Y'all have seen him. We watched his testimony from Charlie's trial already. He was one of Dan Markel's really close friends, and also he was Dan Markel's divorce attorney. And so, but they're going to be talking about Wendi showing up at the crime scene the day of the murder. And the Court TV correspondent is actually going to be there and like showing the neighborhood. And this is going to be really helpful because they poke a lot of holes in her BS. And we're going to be hearing about this in her testimony as well today, too. So.
It's around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party.
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to. I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose?
I'm
driving down Trescott.
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right. So
I don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic.
He's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Monroe, Thomasville.
Okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce. But yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just a shortcut I always took.
And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive, it must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked off for a while.
So this, when I was doing the timestamps, I noticed her mention this. I'd never noticed this part before, but I thought it was so interesting because she references it being blocked off again. Check it out. It's like she's trying to support her own stupid story.
It's just a shortcut I always took.
And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive, it must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked off for a while.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough. I mean, a lot of people use that as like a drive-through.
No one does, Wendi. No one. Why can't I? Hold on. I don't know why I can't edit this command. For Nightbot.
It's about Wendi. Where was Wendi on the day of the murder? She's taking this drive. There's a TV repairman. Need to fill in some of the details here. And joining me, host of the Survivor podcast, Joel Waldman, and a man who served as trial counsel for Dan Markel in his divorce proceedings, Stephen Webster, is with us as well. Great to have you both here. Before we get into it, I want to show everyone one more thing. Julia Janae, Court TV anchor, also was down there and took a look at.
Are you talking about Jane? Are you talking about Jane? You've watched the interrogation, right?
What Wendi Adelson may have or could have seen that day.
What did Wendi Adelson see when she almost drove by a crime scene on July 18th of 2014? We're on Trescott Drive, where Dan Markel lived, and on the day that he was murdered, his ex-wife testified that she took this very street on her way to a liquor store before she was notified he'd been killed. Prosecutors allege that if she had no involvement, then the police cars and roadblock and crime scene tape on this street should have raised her alarm.
When you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is that fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route.
We retraced Wendi's route that day.
By the way, y'all, we learned so much from Lewis's fucking interview. That shit was so insane. That was so much fun. Lewis's interview from the last Adelson live stream a couple days ago. But the thing for anyone who missed it about him seeing fucking Wendi, he saw Wendi the day before the murder. She didn't just show up the day of the crime scene. She showed up at Dan's house the day before the murder. And she was not only that, but she was like looking over her shoulder and on the phone with somebody. And they made like eye contact. And it was as if she knew who they were. And to hear him tell that story, it's like, holy fuck. Like, talk about, like, for anyone, and I include freaking Glenn in this, right? For anyone who has any doubt about her prior knowledge, dude, Lewis seals the deal. Lewis seals the deal in numerous ways from the get-go. He knew like nothing about the hit, so to speak, right? But he knew about the lady and her kids. We're doing this for a lady and her kids. I mean, it's great.
Been coming from Centerville Road, a more commercial street, and she left Centerville to pass through Benton Hills on Trescott Drive, a much more residential road with several caution signs. Then it takes us another 2.5 minutes after leaving Centerville Road to get close to Markel's home on Trescott. Wendi testified to something different. She said she barely made it onto Trescott before she saw police.
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville. There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there.
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement vehicle.
This is around where that police roadblock would have been, according to the officer on the scene's testimony. Wendi claimed she couldn't see what was happening at Markel's house from her car. It's the one you see there with the brick mailbox.
This is really important. We see this in a lot of cases, right? Where it's like they admit to a certain thing, but then they lie about like everything else. And it doesn't make any fucking sense.
About 2 houses from that speed hump sign.
speed hump, guys.
And the road winds out to where it's more visible to see that mailbox, but you can't make out exactly because of the trees, the actual house building.
Basically, the investigators and the crime scene techs taking their portion. And the crime scene tech vehicles are marked police and have lights on them and stuff.
Would it have
What
been?
he's saying is basically the law enforcement vehicles are all marked. We know that. It's common sense, but they have to, you can't just, they have to say that at trial. And remember what Wendi said? She was like, oh, I saw a car, but I didn't know who it was. Like, bullshit.
Obvious to someone approaching your position in a vehicle that there was activity, law enforcement activity going on at that residence.
It seems likely.
If the roadblock was set up
But-
where Officer Bill Brandon recalled, between 3 and 6 houses away from the scene, it appears emergency vehicles parked along this narrow road would have been visible and obvious to drivers, but the car where Markel was ambushed, it would have been out of sight.
I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Shut
Did
up,
you attempt to
bitch.
call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it.
After Wendi Adelson was turned
You guys
around.
are probably noticing I'm getting more and more fed up with her bullshit as time goes on. And that's saying a lot because I was already fed up like years ago.
At this location, she completed her stop at the store and then went to lunch with friends. It's there that an investigator interrupted that lunch to let her know the tragic news of her ex-husband's shooting.
Hold on. This is important. They interrupted. Wait, where is it? They interrupted her. Where is it? Looking for it. Okay, they interrupted her.
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
Excellent.
I made this drive myself.
You're
I did what Julia did, and it makes zero sense. You combine that with the fact that she claims a TV set was broken and she had to have the Geek squad come over at a certain time, basically exactly when Dan Markel was being murdered. It's all too convenient. And why in the world would she go out of her way and then assume that a quote-unquote tree fell? It just doesn't add up.
And so to go way out of her way, all of her
Hey, Twiz, you want to do Heather's command?
varying accounts about how she went down Trescott or didn't go down Trescott, the fact that she was recorded by the perimeter officer as having pulled up, or at least a minivan that I think she pretty much admits now was her. Yeah, it's all indicative of guilt to me. Honestly, it was my impression that Donna was driving the train as much as anybody. Like, looking back on it now, in retrospect, I do think that Wendi was very savvy, and maybe the most savvy of all. Going back to your prior segment where she threw her brother's name out there just kind of out of the blue.
Sure did.
And gratuitously, in my opinion, to set up a patsy.
Amazing, right? Oh my God, no. Oh my God, don't. It's trying to play me on guitar. I don't know why. It's just YouTube being the thing. So, okay, hang on. Let's pull up. Okay. Okay. So lovely though, right? Setting her up as a patsy. Yes. She was like the mastermind. Love it. Truer words have never been spoken. So, which video? Maybe it has to do with this. See, y'all, I'm out of the loop, and I'm just, I accept it. Okay, so now it is time for Glenda, Glendy, George, you know, the little lady, however you want to call her. And the thing is, remember, part of this too is like there's a lot of stuff that came up in her interrogation that maybe we didn't have context for. But when we heard Lewis's interview, things clicked for me. I was like, oh. For example, the showing up at the house the day before. Remember how Wendi had the whole nonsense about the alarm going off? Remember that? And she talks about it more than once. And I was like, this is so weird. What was the point? She brings it up. It's one of those things where it's like planned. And she goes on and on about how his alarm goes off. And in my mind, I'm like, she's whatever. She's just being stupid. I think part of that, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to have to probably follow up on with this because the stuff that she says in the interrogation that doesn't make sense. There's a reason for it. We just don't know the reason yet. But we got some of those reasons, I think, from Lewis's interview and testimony. So, okay. But this is just the best train wreck of all time right here. So we're going to enjoy that. There she is.
Okay, Ms. Adelson, if you come up to the witness stand, please.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's a lie. Lie number one.
Ms. Kappelman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Oh my God, her stupid face.
My name is Wendi Adelson, WENDI'Adelson.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay.
No, incorrect.
And
incorrect. Did you hear that, Denise?
Isn't it-
Did you hear that, Denise? She's an attorney, people. Listen.
Immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay.
He has derivative use immunity.
And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you
It kills me every time. It kills me every time. It kills me every time. She gets there in the end, but I'll tell you guys this much. She does not take the Trescott shortcut to get to the correct answer here. She takes a long way around.
You just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay.
Oh my God. Literally, this is my favorite thing of all time. It just is.
Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
All right. Was there a time that you lived in Tallahassee?
Yes, I used to live in Tallahassee.
What was the time frame that you lived here?
I was here for about 8 years. I lived here.
She's like, and it was the worst 8 years of my. Y'all know how she hates Tallahassee.
Last year, law school.
She's got to be thinking to herself as she answers this question, how much she fucking hated Tallahassee.
So the academic year.
And the best part is for people like her and her family that talk shit about Tallahassee all the time. It's just so nice when they get arrested and then they are in custody. Guess where? In Tallahassee. And then they have to go to trial. Guess where? In Tallahassee. It's just great.
05, 06. We were in Miami for 06, 07. And then I would have been back 2007 to 2014.
All right. And what brought you back to Tallahassee after you returned to Miami after law school?
Well, I went to Tallahassee to finish law school. And then we went to Miami because Danny had a job opportunity at University of Miami.
Okay.
It didn't come to fruition. He was not hired. And so we came back to Florida State.
She loves telling that story, but of course we don't know why he wasn't hired.
And so your husband had a job opportunity here at Florida State?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what brought you to Tallahassee?
That's what brought us here.
And you also had a job opportunity at Florida State. Is that right?
That's right.
What was that job?
I worked at the FSU Center.
As a janitor? Was it a janitor?
Human rights. And at first I was a staff attorney. I used to represent victims of violent crime, asylum seekers, and victims of human trafficking. And then I taught various classes at FSU Law School. And then I ran something called a medical legal partnership.
And how long did you do that?
I was working at FSU for 7 years.
All right. So basically the whole time you were here in Tallahassee.
When I wasn't a student, I was working for FSU.
All right. When did you meet Dan Markel?
Danny and I we met first online. And we met when I was starting my 2L year of law school.
And by the way, they met through, I forget the name of it. They met through a Jewish dating thing. You know, like those dating things that people do. They met through J-Date. I think is what it's called, J-Date for Jewish people, which of course there's so much irony in that given everything that goes on with Donna. But yeah.
So that would have been 04, fall of 2004.
And when were the two of you married?
We were married in February 2006.
Do you have any children in common?
We have 2 children.
All right, both boys?
Both boys.
All right, during the time that you moved to Tallahassee the second time to work here at Florida State, were you living with Dr. Markel the entire time as a married couple?
I'm sorry, Dr. Markel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Markel, Dan Markel, your husband.
Were we living as a married couple when we returned to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Yes. So by that point, we returned in August, maybe.
It's a great question. Twist is that thing, asking the question, right? I wonder why they liked each other long enough to have 2 kids and then didn't like him anymore. It really seems like, honestly, it really seems to me like it had more to do with Tallahassee than anything. And wanting to be back in Miami with her freaking Donna, her wife / mother, Wenda. You know, like that seems to be, it seems like to me, and let me know what you guys think, but it seems to be more like the whole thing about like hating or okay, not hating Dan, but disliking Dan, or the problems, you know, when you think about over time, right? To me, that kind of seems more like an excuse so that then you can get divorced and then you can try to get custody of the kids and move back to South Florida. That's because that's really, I mean, the whole thing here is the move, right? And the animosity in terms of the divorce revolves entirely around the custody of the children. And the custody of the children is only an issue because she wants to move away.
So we got married in February of 06. We've been married 6 months by then.
And the entire time that you were living as a married couple, was that at the Trescott address that we've seen photos of earlier?
No, we lived first in a rented house. I actually don't remember what neighborhood it was now. It's been a while. But we lived there until we bought our house. So maybe 6 months in the other location. I don't remember exactly how long.
All right. Do you remember what year you moved into the Trescott address?
We moved into the Trescott address. Maybe, I don't remember exactly what year. Probably it would have been 2008 or 2009. It was before my older son was born.
Yeah, it is funny though, right? Because they were together for a while before they had kids. You know what I mean too? It's like, it is, I don't know, maybe there's like an IQ deficiency. Like, I don't know why, I don't know why it would take somebody like, I don't know, years, you know, like 4 years, 6 years, whatever, to figure out they don't like somebody, you know, especially if you're, you know, you're living together, seeing each other every day. I don't know. It's like, it is, you know, of course there's different things with different people. Like sometimes it's like somebody just like, I don't know, like maybe, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, well, the person like, you know, cheated or they did other things. Right. But like, but just to be like, for there to be like no infidelity, no murder until he was murdered. I'm trying to think of things that are like extenuating circumstances, but like for her to just like, you know, now he gets on my nerves and blah, 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 you know, and remember, it was one-sided. Remember, he didn't want a divorce and it wasn't like he also decided he didn't like her anymore. It was just, she wanted to divorce him. And again, oftentimes what you see is like, a lot of times it's like they mutually, you know, decide to part ways, or at least in some cases. But anyway, here it was very one-sided. So yes.
Right. And you were living there he was living there in 2014 when this murder occurred, correct?
He was living there in 2014.
And you were no longer living there.
I stopped living there in 20.
Wait a second. Are you talking about Fievel? Hold on. Thinking back to childhood. The little cartoon mouse dude? Hold on. Fievel? Is how you say it? Is this what you're referencing? I haven't thought about that since I was like a 2-year-old. Oh my God, that's what you're talking about, Heather. You're so right. You're so right. From American Tail, I'm looking it up. You're so right. It is. Is it Fievel or Fievel? That's 100% it. And it's really funny, Heather, because this has been driving me. I keep thinking to myself, she reminds me of a cartoon character, and I couldn't put my finger on it. That's who it is. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh my God. But literally, I've not seen any of the Fievel shit since I was like a baby. So that's why I forgot about it. Holy mackerel. Yes. Also, we've got this too. Hold on. As I make up sayings. Is it Fievel or Fievel? Come on, Nightbot. Come on. You can do it. Here we go. A house is a house. A mouse. A mouse. Makes total sense.
12.
In 2012, was there a separation first before a divorce, or
yes, there was a separation.
when was the separation effective?
September 2012.
And whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
Bam. There you go.
And was part of the reason for the separation differing views on how your children should be raised within the Jewish faith?
I mean, that's certainly part of it, but not really essential.
Because really, it was mostly about the fact that you hated Tallahassee, right, Wendi?
Decision. It was more just our relationship overall. I mean, Danny certainly wasn't. We were on different pages when it came to religion, but I wouldn't say that was.
And that's what I'm specifically inquiring about.
What you met on J-Date.
Was that part of it? So I think your answer is yes, that was part of it.
Sure.
Okay, but you are both Jewish, correct?
Yes.
All right, and both of you did agree to raise the children within the Jewish faith?
We did.
Okay, so what were the differences between the two of you on that front?
Probably in the observance of keeping kosher. So
We're gonna have to
I
make
don't keep kosher, and Danny did, and that became difficult to do in Tallahassee and difficult to do
We're gonna have
with
to do that.
differing beliefs around that.
Can you explain for the jurors what keeping kosher means?
Sure. It's a separation of milk from meat. So you couldn't have a cheeseburger, for example, right? You couldn't have milk with a meat product. And the meat has to be killed in a ritual specific way that's been blessed by a rabbi. And you're not supposed to eat shellfish of any kind, so no seafood. There's a lot more rules, but those are just some high level ones.
All right, and was it very important to your husband that the children be raised on a kosher diet?
It was, yes.
All right, and that was something that was not important to you.
It's not a question of it not being important to me. It just started to supersede other things that are important, like love and trust.
Okay, did that diet seem impractical to you?
At times it was complicated. I mean, there was one particular time I had taken the boys to a picnic for one of my clients for one of her children. And my older son had pizza, and Danny was very, very upset about this. He was maybe 1 at the time, but it was pizza that wasn't kosher. And so,
genuine question: can a 1-year-old eat pizza? I think that's a no, but let me know. I'm gonna pull something up while you guys weigh in on that Pizzagate, because I don't think a 1-year-old can eat pizza. Just, it's just another thing. It's like literally every single thing that she says is bullshit, even if it doesn't matter. There it is. Okay, hold on. Let me get this so I can pull this up for you guys. Because this is crucial. And the other thing too, remember Jeff, we learned from Jeff that he said that, he realized that he considered her to be a pathological liar. I think he also said he realized that she's also a psychopath. But, one of the things about pathological liar, right, is like you can't not lie. You know what I mean? It's like, even if it doesn't matter, you're just going to lie about it anyway. And like this pizza story reminds me of that. Okay, give me just a sec here. Okay, here we go. Unshare, reshare. Okay, this is important. There she is. That's Wendi. There it is. What do you think, Heather? That's it. That's literally it. That is it. And it's so funny. Heather, thank you, because I this whole time it's been driving me crazy. That's what it is. That's literally what it is. Fievel. That's her face. That is her face. Yeah, I don't know what the inside joke. Yep. I've made a bunch of more of these too since
I ate a lunch. Like I had a whole delicious lunch.
We're gonna do it with the sound and not the video. Don't worry, I have both ways. Both ways.
I have that skirt. I'm usually a lot more fun.
The other ones I have are with video. Those are the sound ones I have. I'm gonna incorporate this into the Wendi memes, and it'll also be incorporated into the Wendi music video. So it's gonna be great. We have that to look forward to. Let's watch this one too.
I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now.
We know, dude. I cannot with her.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys, Wendy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening? There's so many. Y'all.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband? They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
I play that one a lot, and here's why. The best day of my life will be in her trial when they play that clip for the jury with her as a defendant. And until then, I have to watch that every day and just, yes, wait for that moment. Oh, God.
This is a really hard job you guys have. Sarah, your job is very hard. I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
It's just so good. It's just so good. It's just so good. I love it so much. Oh, God. Well, all you told me was it was from some video, and that's pretty much it. I don't know anything about the context of it. Heather. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Denise. One of the Idaho creators, I'm sure I don't know who they are anyway, had an Idaho. Gotcha. Like Idaho, Idaho, that type of thing. Great question from Twiz. How many morticians do you have to know to have a prettiest one? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That reminds me. I also, Heather, I need to make the clip of where she makes a new friend going on a walk. Like, what are you, 12? You made a new friend going on. I need to clip that one. I don't have that one yet. But let's watch the mortician one again, because brilliant question from Twiz here. I mean,
I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like, I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now.
We know. Dude, I cannot with her.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Wendy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening? With the Fievel, it's just sending me. I don't even know. I just literally, I could all day. I could just pull up the Wendi quotes and look at this mouse picture, and I would be content for the rest of my fucking life. So hard that I'm like working up a sweat, even though it's freezing. Sweat. I don't even sweat when I go running. That's how hard I'm laughing, you guys. Oh my God. OnlyFans. Okay, right. Yes, I figured that's what you meant. Okay, gotcha. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have to try to get it together so I don't pass out of laughter. Okay, we'll come back to the mouse, but now we're going to go back to the mouse on the stand. A house is a house, a mouse as well. Everyone knows it's Wendi / George Anthony.
that became challenging.
All right. So this was something that sort of came up as an issue during the course of the marriage.
It did.
All right.
Oh, right.
And other
we're back. So where we left off was her saying the 1-year-old child could eat pizza, which I don't believe.
Things as well. I don't mean to suggest that it was based solely on the children's diets, but that was something that is going to come up later, and I wanted to make sure the jurors understood what was meant by kosher diet. All right. Did you move out of the marital home when you separated?
I did.
And where did you go to live when you left the marital
Whenever
home?
I hear a marital home, I forever will have like flashbacks. And when I say flashbacks, I mean on a PTSD half kidding level with Sarah Boone. Do you guys remember how many times she fucking said marital home? And it was just weird every time.
I did. I rented a house and I went to that house.
Was that at the Aqua Ridge residence?
Yes, it was.
Just 3303 Aqua Ridge sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and that location is here in Leon County, right?
It is.
Okay, as well as the Trescott residence.
They're both in Leon
County.
She's about how far apart are those two residences?
She's so Fievel.
I think it used to take about 15, 20 minutes to drive, depending on traffic.
How long after you moved out of the home did you file for divorce?
I actually don't remember the answer to that. I'm assuming I would have filed for divorce right away.
Within a month, sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
Well, I'm show you assumptions, Wendi. I'm objecting to you. You should be objecting to yourself for speculation.
Exhibit 59 and ask you to take a look at the exhibit.
Y'all, this is the best part. For anyone who hasn't seen it, look at that pause. This is the best part. Get ready for this. Get ready for the binder. And speaking of blunt force trauma, we need the commands in the chat for this, guys. This is it. Blunt force trauma. Y'all see that? Y'all see that?
I think you had an opportunity to look at this exhibit previously a little bit, right?
I don't have any memory of that.
Okay.
I don't have any memory of that, she says.
It's the first time I remember. It's
All right,
very big.
Take a look.
She's like, I don't know what this is. Well, whatever could it be?
Kind of just thumb through it. Like everything, don't expect you to familiarize yourself with every page.
It's
My question is, Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer
Well, that
this
was
question.
She had a question. What was your
it's
question?
just it looks like it's about 800 pages long. So you
Anyone have a guess what it is?
want me to
I want you to look through it as much as is needed to answer the following question. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay.
Oh my God, the way she tries to protect who in their fucking right mind or wrong mind, who on this planet? Look, dude, how often in life, hold on, fucking spinning wheel, why do you ruin this glorious moment? Oh my God. Hold on, let me remove it from this thing and then, okay. Because here's the thing. How often in life are you presented with, hold on. How often in life are you presented with a binder the likes of this? That could, you could, I mean, talk like,
And ask you to take a look at
the okay. It strains credulity, does it not? That even without context, somebody places this shit in front of you right here. Look at her face. Look at her face. She knows what it is. She knows what it is. How many, Wendi, hey, Wendi, how many fucking binders do you have that are like this? I don't even know where you purchase a binder this size. I would love to know. I would love to know. I bet that binder with the papers in it weighs about as much as I weigh. Seriously, I don't even know how Georgia is carrying it. That shit is insane. And to look, not to mention, you know that what it is going to say on the front page, not to mention how many things are 800 pages. Like in her face, she winces when Georgia, like, look at her stupid face. She winces when Georgia comes over with it. Yes, Denise. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. He did submit. Dan was smart. He put on the record all of the mental disorders he thinks she has. Literally. Look at her face. She knows what it is. She knows what it is.
But I think you had an opportunity to look at this previously a little bit, right?
I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. So this is the first time you've ever seen this exhibit?
It's the first time I remember. It's
right,
very big.
It's the first time she's ever seen this exhibit. It's also it's very big. That's what she said.
Look and kind of just thumb through it. Like everything, don't expect you to familiarize yourself with every page.
Look at her face. Look at her face.
My question is, Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer this question.
She had a question. What was your question?
It looks like it's about 800 pages long. So you want me to?
I want you to look through it.
You know what's funny? She knew how many pages it was. Did y'all notice she didn't actually flip through it? She knew it was 800 pages. Like, I just now picking up on that. She doesn't actually, like, she didn't flip to the last page. And you know how I know that? Because we would have seen it and we would have fucking heard it. It's so many pages. We would have heard a big clunk if she flipped all the way to the last page to see how many pages it was. She didn't even do that. She knew it was 800 pages.
As much as is needed to answer the following question. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay. Yes. Do you have, I mean, thumb through it a little bit and just see if there's any reason to dispute that that's your complete
file. Yes. I will make a sound clip. Let me, I'm going to go ahead and record that while we're here. That's a great idea. We'll do a sound clip for blunt force, but this is perfect. And maybe we can incorporate Fievel somehow as well. Let me back it up so I can record that though while we're here. Plus we can laugh at her again. Spinning wheel line. I think that YouTube is getting
through it as much as needed to
allergic to her. I have to go back further. It's like I'm allergic to Wendi. Do 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 do. The fucking song, man. It's great. Everyone knows it's Wendi. The gesture, what gesture are you talking about, Heather? Is it a gesture that Wendi makes? Yes. This is okay, YouTube, doing the most. Oh, does she do a hand gesture for that? Okay. So then we can just do the clip. We can do the clip. It'll have the video and the sound. Well, if that is, if YouTube, hold on. Fucking hell.
Very big.
Oh, there it is. Okay, well, let's back up a second now. Fucking hell. You're right. There is a hand gesture, though. There is a hand gesture. Then what's funny is the hand gesture is tiny.
It's the first time I remember. It's very big.
Take a look and kind of just thumb through it.
Perfection. We got it, guys. We got it. Correct. Great. There we go. Now we have it.
Ms. Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer this question.
She had a question. What was your question?
It looks like it's about 800 pages long.
She did not turn a single page.
She looked through it as much as is needed to answer the following question. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay. Thumb through it a little bit and just see if there's any reason to dispute that that's your complete divorce file from the clerk's office. It's certified.
Wonder. I wonder. Let me see something here.
Thank you. All right, so I want you to take a look, if you would, at the petition that is on State's Exhibit 59, pages 1 through 5.
The one right on top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All the pages should be numbered through, so I'm referring to 1 through 5 on the bottom right corner there.
She's so awful.
And that was your petition for divorce, correct?
Yes.
And so this was, would you agree that this was a contentious divorce?
I think it was. I think it was made much more difficult by Danny.
Oh
who didn't want to
my
get divorced.
God,
Sure,
Wendi.
we can call it contentious.
Not what we would classify as an amicable divorce. You hear about those.
No, it would be not an amicable divorce.
All right. And part of what you were,
you guys see, look at what changed there. I changed my avatar. We're gonna do a Wendi themed one here when we're watching Wendi.
Seeking in your divorce in these documents in front of you was permission from the court to move with your children to South Florida. Is that correct?
That was part of the overall divorce proceedings.
All right. And specifically on pages 43 through 50, there's a petition to include a request to be allowed to relocate with minor children. Is that correct?
You guys see Fievel?
Yes.
All right. And why were you seeking to move to South Florida?
I was seeking
because we have to have them on the screen at the same time. So
stable and permanent for the kids and me. Danny never planned on staying in Tallahassee. It was just a question of time before he moved to New York to be with his girlfriend or had dreams of being at Harvard. So Tallahassee was just a temporary stopping point. I wanted a place that was permanent for us.
You know, it was for her.
And why did South Florida seem like a place of permanence to you?
Right. I mean, because we had family support, because I work in immigration, there were a lot of career opportunities for me there.
Are you from South Florida?
I am.
Okay. And when you say family support, what family resided there?
Oh my God.
My mother, father, and
You're murdering family. That's good influence for the children.
Was the relocation to South Florida the most important part of your divorce?
No.
Was it your most non-negotiable term?
No.
Okay. But it was very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Was it very important to your mother?
She was much more looking forward to having her daughter and her grandchildren home. Yeah.
Remember, Donna had the expectation that they were going to move into their house. Donna's the house where Wendi grew up. Like, Donna's expectation was that Wendi would divorce Dan, move back with the two boys, and that the three of them, Wendi and the two boys, would live in the house with Donna. Because it's in the crazy unhinged Donna emails. She's like, I've got their rooms ready to go, blah, blah. There was like, she kind of hinted at it. And I had that thought. And then as you go along in the emails, at one point it gets spelled out, because she's trying to use it as part of the reason it should be persuasive for the judge to let her have custody, for Wendi to have custody, is like they have a place they can come immediately and they have a place to sleep and whatever. It's so, no, Denise, they have not. And that's part of why we are gearing up. Every expectation is it'll happen after Donna, if and when Donna's convicted, but her trial starts in June. So a couple more months, guys, we got to hang in there. We got to I think you guys have another inside joke I don't know about. Oh my God, I'm so out of the loop. Beach, B-E-A-C-H. Is that supposed to be bleach? I don't know. But yes, yeah, Donna's trial starts in June, and the expectation, you know, inside sources, because Joel from STS is like friends with everybody involved in this case, including Georgia, who we're hearing right now, the lead prosecutor, and the entire DA's office, and all the like the AGs in Florida. They're all friends, and he has like firsthand knowledge from Georgia Kappelman. Like that's their plan, and that makes sense because that follows the same scheme they've been doing for how long now? Oh, 11 fucking years. Follows the same scheme of how they go up. I call it the Adelson family food chain. They go up the food chain, so it'll make it you know. You know, it's grueling to wait. However, I appreciate that they are taking their time to build these really solid cases that result in not just a conviction, but the right person being convicted, the right person being held accountable, solid case, thorough. Yeah.
If you would take a look for me at page 46, paragraph E, just read that to yourself and let me know when you've had an opportunity to read that.
Is Supernatural a TV show?
I read the first paragraph by E. Do you want me to read the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Freaking Fievel. No offense to Fievel. I feel bad for Fievel. I mean, really, comparing him to Wendi, but it is her spirit cartoon character for sure. Okay, well now, dude, I just said this. See, now I've got to do. Okay, well, you know, I have all these things, right? You guys can probably figure out where I'm going with this. Some of you guys read my mind. Sometimes I feel like, you know, we got the different ones. Do-dee-dee-dee-dee. Do-do-do. You know, so now I'm like, well, now I need a Wendi wearing her stupid dress, because this dress is like one of the running jokes, because she wore this dress for like every trial, like 4 trials in a row or some shit. And then she realized people were making fun of her. And so the first time she wore a different dress, mind you, this is over years and years and years. First time she wore any dress besides this stupid dress was at Charlie's trial, which was in 2023. So, but I'm thinking, so her and her stupid dress, and then put the Fievel. So Fievel's head, Wendi's dress, and that's her hybrid animal.
And in this paragraph, Ms. Adelson, are you alleging that Mr. Markel has created a hostile work environment for you at the Florida State University College of Law?
He did during a period of time.
All right, and was disparaging you to your colleagues. And
you guys can probably picture it.
Beginning on 79, the document beginning on 79.
Fievel. Poor Fievel. Sorry to feel really sorry.
And the question is this Mr. Markel's 23-page response to your motion to relocate?
You're asking me, is this
his response to your motion to relocate?
Yes, it looks like it.
All right, and it's quite verbose. Would you agree with that?
I imagine it is. At some point, Danny fired or alienated all of his attorneys and started doing his own legal work. So
fair to say he was adamantly opposed.
Denise, look at the face of an insane person on the screen right here. By the way, I'm gonna have to just real quick, because you guys know I'm doing the Wendi memes. I'm just gonna have to pull this down so I can take a screenshot, because this is a good one for a Wendi meme. This is the face of someone who might kill you and then eat your body afterwards. If you see someone with this face, run away, run away. Run far, far away. But Denise, did you hear? Like, some of this shit is so insane. Like, let's listen again to the insanity here. Okay.
Beginning on 79. And the question is this Mr. Markel's 23-page response to your motion to relocate?
You're asking me, is this
his response to your motion to relocate?
This part.
Yes, it looks like it.
All right, that's quite verbose. Would you agree with that?
I imagine it is. At some point, Danny fired or alienated all of his attorneys and started doing his own legal work. So
fair to say he was adamantly opposed
to
taking his kids to South Florida.
Yes, he shared all of that here which is different than the conversations we had. But that's what he filed. What he filed is what the judge sanctioned him for.
All
Yes.
right. And in that filing, I'm specifically referencing to page 82.
There's so much in that one exchange. There's just so much. There's so much. One could take like 2 hours and break that down right there. Just that much. Like, it blows my mind. There's so much. What's the word I'm looking for? Subterfuge? There's probably more than one. I'm sure there's more than one correct word for what I'm looking for, but there's like so much, not gaslighting, but like in that realm. It's like, I don't know. I'll think of it when I'm not trying to think of it.
Where Markel states that the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents.
The sole
My
reason.
understanding is you don't agree. That's why you wanted to move.
Well, there you go. Hey, Twiz, there's the answer to your question. I was saying it, but here you go on the record, on the fucking record, in a legal filing. Remember when I said, I don't think it was so much that she figured out she didn't like Dan. I think, honestly, she used it as an excuse so she could move. Check it out.
Where Markel states that the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. My understanding is you don't agree. That's why you wanted to move.
It wasn't the sole reason why I wanted to move.
But you do agree it was a reason.
Though.
It was absolutely a reason. I wanted to create some stability for my kids and having family around.
Get them
helps have a
closer
more
to the
stable environment.
murderers.
Is it fair to say that your mother, Donna Adelson, was following these divorce proceedings pretty closely?
It's so
She
good.
was definitely being a little bit over involved. Yeah.
She was pretty invested in your personal life. Is that fair to say?
She is one of those moms, yes.
All right. And we've talked about your mom, Donna Adelson. Who's your father?
What is my father's name? Harvey Adelson.
And where do Donna and Harvey live currently?
They live in Miami.
All right. And are you still very close with your parents?
I am.
All right. And do you still live in close proximity to your parents?
I live about a 15-minute drive away.
Of course you.
And where
So,
did
yeah,
they
I
live
mean,
at the time that
but
Dan
to
Martel was killed?
To take the kids. If she just wanted to go by herself, that's one thing. But she wanted to take the kids and see if he was a deadbeat dad and was like, I don't give a fuck, then sure, yeah. They could have stayed legally married. She could have left with the kids. But he was a very, 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 his kids were his life. He loved those kids more than anything. So, you can't just abscond with the children, even if, like, if he would have taken legal action against her. I mean, that happened anyway, right? But yeah, I mean, the only way to be able to leave and take the kids, it's like the two things: her leave with the kids and go to Tallahassee, 8 hours away. Was the thing. And the other thing I'll say is this: remember, Donna has a whole thing about this. I guarantee you, part of the reason Rob's going to testify at Donna's trial, mark my words, guys, this is a squirrely crystal ball. I promise you guys, it's so clear. I've listened to all of those jail phone calls. There's like, I don't know, some crazy number of hours, right? I've listened to them all multiple times over. I've read all the Donna emails multiple times over. And those two things give you a big insight into the psychology and the family inner workings. And and I guarantee you, because remember, what we know so far about Rob is part of the reason that he's estranged, and by estranged, I mean he on purpose estranged the family, not the other way around. It has to do with Donna has some weirdness about having control over the children and not wanting them to get married. Because what we know is it had something to do with like his first wife. And because of Donna's influence / meddling, whatever, got divorced to please Donna, and then realized that was crazy, and then said, fuck you, Donna, and then went and remarried her. Okay. We know that Charlie's never been married. Okay. And Wendy's only been married once, and it was to Dan. And remember, Donna had this vision of Wendi moving back into her house with the kids. And I know a family that has a similar thing with this, where they don't want the grown kids to ever get married. And they want the grown kids to basically all stay at home. Like it's I don't know the word for it. It's an odd thing. It's not a common thing, but I know a family like this. And there's like this expectation that it's like there's a control factor to it. I don't know. There's a lot going on psychologically. Okay. And so anyway, I think that was a big factor. Like, in other words, I think that's a big factor of like Donna wanting to remember at their wedding, you know, Wendi's and Dan's wedding, Donna on purpose didn't have, and actually it comes up in Wendi's cross, but she on purpose didn't get the kosher food, right? Donna and Harvey, right? They were in charge of the food and they had agreed and they were supposed to have like the kosher food or whatever. And then on purpose, without telling anybody or any of Dan's family, you know, didn't do that so that they would get there and then be forced to eat food that didn't align with their religious beliefs. And that's like really important to them, and did that on purpose. And I think there's some people that say that she was hoping that they would just call it off in mid-wedding or something. Like, that's insane. It's like ever since from the very beginning, Donna wanted to like break up the marriage, but she's happy to have grandkids, right? And Charlie is another great example, because remember, Charlie's a father. Charlie has a son but he's never been married. It's a son out of wedlock or what have you, you know? So like Donna wants the grandkids, but she does not want her kids getting married. That's amazing, Heather. That's amazing. There's a way you can do a command for that. But see, I think you have to get Stream Elements to do that. I'm not going to cheat on Nightbot by incorporating another thing, another mod, because Nightbot's my only mod. Charlie's the goat. That's correct, Heather. Yes, with Rob. He divorced and then went no contact to the family and then remarried. Yep, that's correct with Rob. Yep. He, in order to remarry his first wife after divorcing, he had to cut all contact with the family. Yep. Charlie has a son and he loves his son, believe it or not. I mean, it's really heartbreaking. The jail phone calls are really interesting with Charlie and Donna. I think that they are, yeah, you know, but we've covered a lot of that. And it's, you know, I tell you what, you get a different idea of who Charlie is as a person. Like when those came out after his conviction, and this was like, remember, there was only a week, right, between Charlie being convicted and Donna being arrested at the airport. And the jail phone calls came out right after that. And it was like, that gave for me anyway, gave me so much insight into the family dynamics, but also Charlie as a person. And it became really clear to me that he was eaten alive by Wendi and Donna, without question. It's disturbing. It's really disturbing and upsetting. But he really loves his son. Roman. And it's sad. Oh, they know. Yeah. And Denise, the famous snippet, right? Well, I've got a clip for it. Hold on. Let's watch the famous little snippet here. Denise, you're going to love this. Talk about, so Dan Rashbaum. Okay. Let me just pull this up, because you're going to, when you hear them say the word Dan on the phone call, remember it's confusing because there's more than one Dan, right? There's the victim, Dan Markel. In the clip we're about to watch here, it's short, but we're going to watch this quick little clip. And the Dan that is being referenced here is not Dan Markel, the victim. It's Dan Rashbaum, who was the attorney for everyone in the family at the same time. You heard me correctly. And represented Charlie at his trial. And I'm going to go ahead and say first trial, because I'm sure Charlie will be getting a retrial due to Dan Rashbaum's fuckery. So let me see. Where is it? Okay. So let me just pull this to full screen. Okay. So yeah. So remember, so let's just set the stage here. So Charlie's convicted. Let me see. All right. Check it out. This is the day he's convicted. Like, he gets convicted, gets put in a cell, calls Donna. And they speak on the phone for like 8 or 10 hours a day, every day for a week. Why does it stop after a week? Oh, because Donna and Harvey are trying to flee to Vietnam, and Donna's arrested in the airport. We watched that video. It's amazing. And so at which point they can't talk on the phone anymore. What? Wait, Donna's the mom. Wait, is this another joke? It's George. Okay. So this starts out with Donna talking to Harvey. Now remember that because the connection's shitty, sometimes they lose Charlie. So you'll hear Donna talking to Harvey, the husband, right? And not talking to Charlie. So it starts out with Charlie's lost his connection, but Donna's still talking, okay, to Harvey. Because Charlie does not know that they're planning on leaving for Vietnam.
Going to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or...
Okay, hang on. Are you listening, Denise, especially? I don't know if we'll make it out in time. And Dan said, remember, that's the attorney, you might. Let's listen again.
To Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen.
Literally what happened. Oh, wait, let me pull the file down. You'll get, hold on, because the foreshadowing is otherworldly here, guys. It's otherworldly.
You might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen.
Literally what happens. Literally what happens. They're about to get, I call it the wormy, I don't know the actual name, the thing where it connects to the plane. They're about to get on that thing. I mean, incredible.
It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try.
That's Harvey in the background. By the way, Harvey never talks. Harvey doesn't do anything. You very rarely hear him. That was him in the background saying something to Donna. Okay.
I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. Yep.
Okay. Now it's 2 days later. Now Charlie's on the line.
The other thing I hope to God is that they have in-person contact.
I hope so.
Now remember, at this point in time, remember, Donna and Harvey did not go to his trial. He's just been convicted, sentenced to life in prison. He's in solitary confinement because that's, protocol. And unbeknownst to him, Donna and Harvey are packing their bags and making plans to leave to Vietnam because it's a non-extradition country. Okay. Hi, Victor.
I asked one guard of that last night. He said, I don't know. The UFC changed a lot of stuff after COVID. It also cut down all the contraband that was coming in. But I don't think it's humane to not have people get contact with.
No, it's not. And I don't know. I've done a little research. I can't find anything yet. So
what's been happening here? He's been asking Donna, when will I get to see you and Dad in person? That's all he wants. That's all he wants is for it to be able to see his he wants to have a visit. Remember, where Donna's at right now during this phone call, unbeknownst to Charlie, she's got plane tickets booked for a couple days from this point, and their plan is to leave the country to never return again, and to literally and to never see, and Charlie doesn't know. And so listen to the way she manipulates and tries to promise him that he'll get to have his little visit someday, like a little carrot, that he'll get to have a visit. And she knows full well that's never going to happen.
You have to just wait and see where you are and what the story is. Evidently, it's a little different in different places. So I don't know.
You have to around to get contact with it?
I'm sorry, some places, but I don't. I mean, I'm not on the computer now. I don't know, but you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know.
She doesn't want to answer the question.
Yeah. It's just, I got to tell you, thanks for staying on the phone so long.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
Thanks for staying on the phone. It's good to have you guys.
So, we're always busy here.
This floors me every time. We're always going to be here, except in 4 days when you think you're going to be in Vietnam for the rest of your lives. It's fucked.
I love you. This is just a disaster, and we'll get through this.
Yeah, this will all be over soon. I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
So fucking sad.
So the things that we want is for him to, we'll talk about in more detail later.
Okay, this is the hot mic moment. What this is the infamous hot mic moment. This is how they end up arresting Donna. So what happens is, again, the call gets dropped on Charlie's end. Donna thinks that the jail phone call, which is recorded, she thinks it has disconnected, and she's got her phone on speakerphone. The way I picture this is the phone's like on the kitchen counter, okay, on speakerphone. She thinks it has disconnected the call. What's happened is Charlie's got disconnected, but the call is still going. It's still recording, okay? So she's talking to Harvey again, and it's recording everything. Here we go.
So I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are, they will then just stop.
What do you even? Well, and when she's saying we'll have to tell her, she's saying tell Wendi. They're going to tell Wendi they're leaving the country, but they're not planning on telling Charlie or anybody else. But the best part about the phone too, right? We have to tell her we're leaving the country, and then they're not recording my phone, literally. Y'all, all of the jail calls are full of moments like this. This is just a 2-minute and 21-second little. I had this ready to go for this exact reason, because this is like the key things. But there's so much in these phone calls. It's insane. And I couldn't agree more. Yeah, they did use him like a tool. Yeah, it really shows you a completely different, you know, it's sad. It's just, I know, y'all. So some of you guys hadn't heard this before. Amazing. I love that you guys are seeing this for the first time. Isn't it amazing? This case is so unique. I mean, again, starting out with the foreshadowing of Dan says, you know, again, hers and Charlie's attorney, or former, you know, Dan says we might not make it, you know, but we need to try to go as soon as we can, and then we might get stopped on the airport, but at the airport, but it's worth a try. It's like, oh my God. So yes, okay. All right, back to Fievel. Sorry, there she is. Oh, Tonka's here. Hi. Happy to see you again. Yeah. Everyone knows it's Wendi.
They lived in Coral Springs, Florida.
And were you close with your mom back around the time that you were living in Tallahassee?
I was.
And did she have a close relationship with your children as well?
She did.
Are your parents employed?
Right now, they are both retired.
What about back in 2014?
In 2014, they were both employed.
How were they employed then?
Then my father had a dental practice, and my mom was managing his practice.
What's the name of the dental?
Y'all, for anyone who missed it, dude, Lewis, that was the most fun, wasn't it, watching Lewis? When Lewis Rivera in his interview that we watched last time was like, they're like asking about Katie, right? And he's like, yeah. And with the moment when he said, yeah, and he goes, she was fucking the dentist. Or that dentist. I don't remember if he says the dentist or that dentist, but he doesn't know Charlie's name. He calls him the dentist. He's like, yeah, she was fucking the dentist. I died. It's just so good.
Dental practice.
Dr. Harvey Adelson, BBS.
All right. Does Adelson Institute ring a bell as well?
Yes.
She got the name wrong.
And do you know whether the practice there was successful, meaning lucrative?
At one point it was, and
what about between 2013 and 2016?
No.
Was it lucrative at that time?
Sorry, not anymore. Why? Because everybody's in jail. They can't do teeth anymore because jail.
Between 2013 and 2016, it was definitely, the business was doing better than it did after that point when the social media barrage happened.
Referring to this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. But previous to the murder, the Adelson Institute was earning approximately $2 million in profit each year.
I have no idea what it was earning. I haven't the slightest idea, but
do you know whether your parents had other investments other than?
I'm telling y'all, every single fucking thing she's saying is a lie. Now remember, though Wendi was confused initially about what her derivative use immunity is, I'm not confused. And I'll go ahead and just let y'all know. Actually, I'm going to leave it on the terrible pause on purpose. While they can't like bring up any of these statements to impeach her when they arrest her and she goes to trial, y'all, that day, we're going to have like a Squirrel Crew meet up and go to that fucking trial. Like it's going to be it's just going to, can't wait. Squirrel Crew shows up in full force, right? Field trip to Florida, for real. But anyway, so they can't bring up anything she says here in these other multiple trials to impeach her. However, should she take the stand, right? And she gets asked these same questions and she just literally everything is a lie, at the trial, then they can impeach her, not with her prior statements, but they can impeach her basically. Like, in other words, all of this is provably false. From the very beginning, where she pretends she doesn't recognize her divorce file. You know what I mean? It's just, and I don't think she would take the stand. And I'm probably, I know I'm thinking, I'm getting ahead, right? I'm already thinking about this. I don't think she would take the stand, but you never know. We thought the same thing about Alex Murdaugh, and he took the stand. And as you guys know, my hope, not from a legal perspective, I would say to them being Donna and Wendi, don't take the stand. But from a personal perspective, I hope they take the stand so they can get roasted. Anywho.
Their work at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
You don't know if they own any properties?
I know now that
Harvey, no, I know. I mean, nobody seems to really think Harvey was involved, and it's clear from even just looking at all the PCAs and everything that they're not coming for Harvey, and I think that's correct. The thing is remember, you got the family, right? Wendi and Donna run the show. They tell everybody what to do, and by everybody, you've got three men. You've got Harvey, and then you've got Charlie, and you used to have Rob, right? And as we know, Rob got the fuck out of there. And so the thing is that like they didn't need Harvey for anything, right? We've already heard, it comes out in the testimony that Donna was in control of like the finances, and Donna wrote all the checks from the dental practice, even though she wasn't a dentist, and all this and that. And so it's like they didn't need him. Now they needed Charlie so that they could get to Katie and get to a hitman, right? So, but Harvey didn't serve any purpose. You know what I mean? So they didn't need to use him. That's kind of my take on it. You barely hear a peep from him. It's easy to forget he even exists. Sadly, like I feel bad for him. And like, remember how she treated him too when she got arrested in the airport, and she's like, but my husband, he can't find his way home. It's like, what the actual fuck? And then there's that moment where she's like, get him out of the airport. I think she realizes he could have fucking left. He could have gone to Vietnam without her. And it didn't even occur to him. And that doesn't surprise me, which is sad, because she's got him so brainwashed. It's like she's just in charge, It's like he's a kid. Again, going back to that same thing, wanting the adult children to like stay kids and stay living at home and never get married. There's a weird thing going on with Donna. So Harvey doesn't seem to have, and if anything, the lack of culpability for Harvey, I think, just comes down to the fact that they didn't need his help, right? Had they been able to, had they thought they could have gained something from him, they would have involved him, and then he would have more culpability. That's sort of my take on it. Right? I know. Oh my God, Fievel. Yes, I remember that song, Heather. Oh my God. Somewhere out there. What's the next part? That's the only part I remember. Yes, from which one is that? Is that Fievel Goes West? Oh my God, the Fievel. These memories are coming back to me. Oh my God, I used to love those movies. Yep, they're running it all correct. Rob is smart, also correct. He's a doctor in New York. That's right. He just made money for them to spend. Yeah, that's right, Denise. Yep, he was just for all accounts, he's a dentist. He seems like a nice guy, and they just ate him alive, just like they ate Charlie alive, Sorry, like she gets arrested and all of a sudden he has amnesia. Yeah, yep. I know. It's just. I'm dying. Yep. Oh my God.
Own properties, but I didn't then.
Okay, and do you know now that they owned properties then?
I actually don't know when they acquired the properties, so I don't know.
All right, was your divorce impacting your family financially? So this is prior to the murder and the
It was certainly impacting me financially, but I don't think it was impacting the rest of my family.
All right. How many lawyers did you have in your divorce?
I had one, and then Danny accused her of ethical violations and stealing money, and so I had to hire a new attorney. I think he had 3 or 4.
Oh my God.
No, I was talking about you. So you had 2.
I had one, and then I had to get another. Yes.
All right. And who paid for those 2 attorneys?
I did.
Also a lie. Now here's the thing about that one. Just another example, right? Like I said, that even though they can't use her prior statements from the other trials against her, they don't need to. I personally have the ability. I could fucking impeach her right now. I have the evidence to do it because it's in the Donna emails. She's lying. She did not pay for those attorneys. It's in the Donna emails. Donna paid for all the divorce attorneys for Wendi. So, but Twiz, yes. What if they give Donna? I mean, this is $1 million question right here because this family is so fascinating, right? Poor Charlie. Charlie could have and probably should have, by all accounts, and this would be the normal thing, right? This would be the normal thing. The normal thing would be to throw the other people under the bus, right, and cut a deal. And he didn't. And they just ate him alive. Remember the Adelson family food chain? He's at the bottom, okay? And in the jail phone calls, it's fucking sad as fuck because you can hear it dawning on him in little moments that when we covered them, I pointed them out. There's like little moments where it's starting to click for Charlie that they were using him. But then he can't fully go there. And it's really sad. It's really sad. He's like almost really naive about it. And it's heartbreaking, honestly, because it's like, it didn't even occur to him that they would do that they didn't have his best interest at heart, you know? And because the normal strategy would have been to do that. Right. So that all that to say that now we've got Donna, and I've thought long and hard about this because I thought, you know what? At any point in time, right, Charlie could always come out and, you know, not that it would benefit him in terms of his case, but he could you just never know, right? People can walk their statements back. They can say, especially because his entire strategy at trial was provided from Dan Rashbaum, who was also representing Donna, right? The layers and layers and layers of issues there. So as he's going through the appellate process, and he is, by the way, the best appellate counsel in all of Florida, if not the greater area, Charles Upperman, he, I think, is probably realizing that not only was his family not looking out for him and were they using him, but also so was the attorney, his old attorney. And so anyway, but having said that, it's a long way to June, right? You never know. And here's the thing. I would be less surprised if Donna ratted out one of her kids or both of her kids, because Charlie clearly is very loyal, sadly, to his own detriment, right? But Donna, totally see it. It could totally happen. Could totally happen. It is a 100% a possibility. And she is trying every way she can to get out on bond. It's not going to happen. But again, all of those actions, you know, I don't know, man. It's a serious question because you can close her mouth. I think that's a no. It'll be really interesting to see what happens. The emails were during the divorce. Yeah, during the divorce, while they're going through the divorce and the custody issues. So yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. It's just, you know, and it could be on the eve of trial, right? Sometimes that happens on the eve of trial. It could be Donna's like, I don't want to die in here, you know? I mean, I don't know what type of deal. I mean, she's so, at this point, she's aged so much in custody. I don't know. I don't know that there's any way around it. Like, I don't think they're going to just let her walk. You know what I mean? However, having said that, they offered that to Katie, you know, go home. So I don't know. I mean, let's think of it, right? If you're the state, would that be worth it? Would it be worth it? I think it might be worth it, to be honest with you, because of this. Donna's old. Donna's not going to, I mean, she's going to be manipulating and gaslighting no matter where she is, but is she going to engage in another murder for hire scheme? Probably not. She doesn't have much time left to live. You know, if she were younger, that would be a different story. So when you think about it, if you're the state, right? And let's just say for the sake of the example or like the hypothetical that like, okay, would you offer Donna, okay, you can go home now. Like what they offered to Katie. Would you offer that to Donna? You can go home now, give us Wendi. I would say do it. I would say do it. I think it's worth it. I think it's fucking worth it. Even though they may not that they need that to get to Wendi, but I think for me, this is just for me like on a personal level, because think of how like for Wendi to know her mom betrayed her like that, like Wendi deserves that to happen is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I think this is Katie's retrial from 2022. Too bad I know, right? 1943. That is really funny. Yeah, this is Katie McBannon's retrial. And Charlie was arrested a month before this trial. Which is really crazy, right? To think about. So Wendi's here testifying. Her brother's been arrested a month prior, right? And this is the second trial of the trials. Wait. Plea deal. Yeah, this particular trial is the second trial of all the trials. Charlie's was the third. Donna's will be the fourth. I guarantee Charlie will get a retrial. That would be the fifth. So my guess is probably 6 trials in all, unless something happens like Donna throws Wendi under the bus and she doesn't end up going to trial, something like that, right? But potentially there could be 6 trials total, I think, in this case. Criminally speaking. I mean, that's just in terms of the criminal trials. So you're very welcome. Yeah, it's been going on since
Did your mom retire from the dental practice during the time of your divorce to facilitate her spending more time with the children?
No, she didn't retire from the dental practice. She did help me during the divorce and help me with the kids. They were very small, but she didn't retire. She just worked for my dad. So it was okay if she took a leave of absence here.
She has to say that because Donna signed the checks that they used to pay the hitmen.
There.
All right. Did you discuss your marital problems and the resulting legal issues with your mother?
I'm sure I did.
Remember, they signed.
Is it fair to say your mother is a controlling person?
Dude, she's going to lie about this. Remember, the checks that they used to pay the hitmen, they used cash, but they also used checks, came from the dental practice. So there's a whole other issue. Remember when I said, like, whole other issue, right, Denise? Using the business funds from the dental practice to pay for the hitmen. And again, this is what I'm saying. It wasn't Harvey that signed the checks, even though he's the dentist. It was his dental practice. It was Donna signing the checks, of course, right? Konechna in Russian, Poderski. So Donna was signing the checks from the dental practice, and that was part of how they paid for the hit.
I think my mom is and was very invested in my life. I don't think of her as a controlling person.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't even see
Is it
that.
fair to say around the time of your divorce that your mom did not like Dan Markel?
I think that's fair to say. I think she was very disappointed by the way he treated me.
In fact, she despised him, didn't she?
I can't speak to how my mom felt or whether she despised him.
Lies. You can. It's in the emails, and they're gonna get the emails I keep referencing. Don't worry, George has got it unlocked. She's gonna bring up the emails because literally this is so stupid. Wendi, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because you know what's gonna happen. This is her asking for punishment. I mean, not in like a BDSM way. I mean, how are you this dumb? And she learns her lesson because at Charlie's trial, her testimony is very different. She concedes all of these things. She doesn't fight them like she does here. That's why this one's even better. I think this trial is even better. She's had less practice at this. And so because everything she's saying is provably false.
I think she was very disappointed.
She sent you some emails to indicate her feelings about Dan Markel around that time, didn't she?
She did.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 63.
Here come the emails. Here they go. Oh my God. That binder though. Where do you buy a binder that size, people? That's right. Hitmen business expense tech. Right. Just put it in.
Do you want me to read it?
No, ma'am. Just take a look at those and tell me if you can authenticate them as emails that were sent to you from your mother.
I can authenticate them.
All right. So the DonnaHarvey@gmail.com is your parents'
These
shared
emails.
email address. Is
These
that correct?
emails,
Yes.
though.
Okay. But these emails were coming from your mother based on the context. Is that right? Not your dad.
I imagine they probably represented both of their feelings. They've been married 51 years, so sometimes my mom speaks for my dad.
One of the only true things she will ever say on the witness stand, right there. Although you can remove the probably and replace it with definitely, but literally, she's even admitting that, right? Like, I wasn't kidding when I was saying this is what I think is going on with the family dynamic. If Wendy's even admitting it, you know it's 10 times worse than that, right? In terms of Donna walking all over is not even the right thing. Plowing over, demolishing, flattening, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Steamrolling. That's what I'm looking. Steamrolling. All to poor Harvey, right?
Okay. All right. So there's one, I believe it's on top there, dated May 3rd, 2013. Was that about 3 months before your divorce was finalized?
My memory is that our divorce was finalized in June 2013. So wouldn't that just be 1 month before?
I had July 31st. So
okay,
whatever is your memories.
So okay, this was May and our divorce was finalized in July then.
All right, that's one of those things. I don't know what's happening here, but we need to remember this moment because there's some reason why she's trying to change the timeline of the divorce. I don't know yet what it is. Because, listen again, like, this is a weird one. This is one of those things, like I said, we don't know everything yet.
My memory is that our divorce was finalized in June 2013. So wouldn't that just be 1 month before?
I had July 31st. So
okay,
whatever is your memories.
So okay, this was May and our divorce was finalized in July then.
I mean, that's something that she knows there's going to be a date on the record of when the divorce is finalized. So the fact that she tries to suggest June, and then she concedes that fact is interesting. Did I email Donna and Harvey? I didn't email them. Maybe are you referencing because I keep saying emails? The emails, these are the famous Donna emails. These are emails that Donna sent to Wendi that came out. Gotta love Florida for being the sunshine state with this shit, right? So what happens again in 2023, November 2023, Charlie is convicted. A week later, Donna's arrested. Maybe a week after that, the jail phone calls come out. And then maybe 2 weeks after that, the Donna emails get released. So it's like all this, right? So the Donna emails are emails that Donna sent to Wendi. They are unhinged as fuck. And we covered them on, I guess probably at the beginning of January, we covered them. So they're emails that Donna sent to Wendi that had been used already in these trials, but they hadn't been released yet publicly until November of 2023. I mean, right? Thank you, Heather. Yes, there's not a single chance that she does not know the exact dates. Yep. Oh, I see what you're saying, Twiz. Right. And isn't it funny too, because it's Donna's email? Isn't it funny that Donna had to include Harvey's name in the email just to, it's just poor Harvey. Yeah, that's a good point though. I wonder what happens if you send an email there. They probably have it, whatever. Oh my God. Are you saying if she emailed George Anthony? That's a funny thought. Wow. Huh. You guys know what shipping is? Right? Dude, this is fun. You guys know what shipping is? I did not know what shipping was. Shout out to Kit Smits. Kit Smits taught me, Kit Smits and Fender. Shout out to Fender also. They taught me what shipping is. Kit Smits is in Portland. Fender is in India. And OG Scroll Crew friends. And they taught me what shipping is. Do you guys know? The thing here is it gets so confusing when you consider that website that said that Wendi and Donna are married. And then when you've got Twiz's theory, the running joke that George is Casey's and Kaylee's father. It's like it starts to get really complicated figuring out where all the incest is. Where do you draw the it's just okay. You don't know what shipping is. Interesting. See, because I'm always out of the loop. So okay. So shipping. So the way this came up was we were joking about Elaine from the Debbie Heard trial, and Lolly. So remember, before Lolly, there was Elaine. Now, the thing about Elaine is that Elaine was always saying, "What if anything?" Okay, she was always saying, "What if anything?" And there's her head. Sure, that's her spirit animal. And so she was always saying, "What if any?" And it was like she was just really obnoxious or whatever. She was Amber Heard's attorney. And so there's a lot of running jokes about Elaine. Fucking hilarious. Well, then the world hadn't met Lolly yet, and we didn't know what we were in for and that it could get worse. And it got much, 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 much worse. And Lolly just, like that Runkle Clip said, right? As you can see, she's being chased by the Lolly bird there. And so I think we were probably covering Karen Reed at some point. Anyway, we had the idea of like Elaine and Lolly. Like it started out with like, what if Elaine and Lolly met each other? And then it became like, what if Elaine and Lolly were married? And then it became like, what if Elaine and Lolly were like, having sex and like all this other stuff. Like the conversation just went all over the place, And so then then it's like thinking about like, what if this and that, right? And then that's when Fender and Kitsmits were like saying shipping. And I'm like, what are they talking about? Mailing something, And then they explained it. I think it's a term that comes from like, what is it? Fake fan fiction or whatever, I think is where it originated from. But basically the shipping is like, how to explain this? It's probably on like one of those, Urban Dictionary things maybe. But like, it's basically like imaginary thinking of like people's, I guess, I don't know if it's specifically it's sex life only, or if it could also be just like picturing. I really don't know. Maybe I should look it up. It's like, in other words, my understanding of it is from the context of literally specific to imagining people's like imaginary, like to be funny, right? Like if they were like a couple. Okay. Shipping, not UPS. Hold on. Let's see here. Okay. So according to Urban Dictionary, it's a term used to describe fan fiction. There we go. That pairs characters that were previously created. There it is. Okay. So these aren't characters. These are real humans, but same thing. So Lolly and Elaine, right? Shipping. So that is why this was created here as part of this whole shipping thing, because we have, and the other funny thing, right, is both of them, their hybrid spirit animals are birds. The Lolly bird, right? And then Elaine being the ostrich. So there they are. So that's shipping. Now you know. Oh my God, that's really fucking funny. So now we're shipping George and Donna. That's what we're shipping now. Now we're shipping George and Donna. That's where I was going with all this, because I could totally see it. Could you guys see it? I could see it. So genetically, this might work. Yes. Yes. Correct. Could happen. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We go with the fiction, but still possible, right? It's like semi. Oh my God. So shipping George and Donna. That is the dangerous thought though. Like this on the screen, this one would be annoying as fuck. Like if this kills you, like the shipping of like Elaine and the Lollybird kills you, you die of being annoyed. However, with like George and Donna, God only fucking knows what the two of them would get into. Yeah. Dangerous.
Just want to talk a little bit about the emails that are in front of you there.
The emails.
So on that first email dated May 3rd, 2013, page 1 of 5, in the second real paragraph, does your mother indicate that the most important
Objection.
part of your divorce is
Objection. Hold
relocation?
on a second, Ms. Kappelman.
I don't believe this item is in evidence, Your Honor.
The items have not been admitted into evidence at this point, Ms. Kappelman.
Correct.
All right, so I don't want you reading from them if they haven't been admitted into evidence.
All right, Ms. Adelson, did your mother indicate to you that to her the most important part of your divorce is relocation?
Objection. That's sustained.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to approach.
Sidebar. Sidebar.
So of course, what's going on here is these emails are technically hearsay, right? So certain rules as it pertains to, refreshing recollection, so that you're not, that's why she's not admitting them into evidence because of hearsay. Dude, right? Thank you. Donna and George, the level of gaslighting would blow this reality into 100,000 dimensional decks of cards. And the backs look exactly the same. And all the backs, yes. That is so accurate. Can I save this? That is well said, Heather. Yep. It would be terrifying, right? It would be like we're in a black hole, like a black wormhole. Like, the black holes and the wormholes is like a combo of the two. That's what it's terrifying, actually. It's a terrifying prospect. Look at her stupid face. Somewhere out there. You remember how Fievel's voice when he sings that is so cute, though? The little mouse voice. So cute. Yep. That's it. 52 card black hole
All
pickup.
right, Ms. Adelson, what was the most important part of your divorce to your mother?
You're asking in reference to the email or not in reference to the email?
Not in
Wendi.
Reference to the email. So just in general, for her, it was probably for me to be safe and be
safe
in a stable situation with the boys.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the email?
Wendi. Georgia could have ran with the safe part first and been like, hang on, are you saying that your husband, former husband, the victim in this case, was ever physically abusive to you? She would have to say no to that. But anyway.
Emails in front of you, State's Exhibit, which are marked as State's Exhibit 63.
If I look at it, she's saying
Hold
here.
on a second. Just review it, okay?
If you'd read to yourself about the first half of that second real paragraph.
Just review it to yourself, and then Ms. Kappelman will ask you another question.
She's not reading it. She's trying to think of what she's going to do as a strategy. I guarantee you. She's not actually reading it.
Okay. All right. Does that refresh your recollection about what your mother felt was the most important non-negotiable term of your divorce?
It does.
Okay. And what was that?
That was relocation.
Ah, look, see?
And did your mother...
Now, what's going to happen is like in Charlie's trial, when she gets asked the same question, she's going to be like relocation, right? Because it's like, this doesn't have to be so hard.
I think you said she was very unhappy with him. Did you agree that she despised him?
I can't speak to whether my mom despised.
You can. It's in the emails. She did say that.
Him or didn't. She was
very,
very disappointed.
I never
with the way
that
she
word,
treated me.
really, but
Okay. Did you ever call him names?
on you guys.
I don't remember her calling him names.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails for that?
I'm happy to.
Okay, if you'll take a look at page 1, about halfway down, just read those few sentences there, and then I will draw your attention to page 2 when you're ready. Actually, you know what? For refreshing purposes, I'm going to approach with my copy.
Fucking hell.
I'm just going to kind of draw your attention to the items highlighted in green. If you'll just look at those to yourself and then flip through and look for those items highlighted.
Oops.
Okay. Do you want me to do the whole thing?
No, go through and just to yourself look at the items.
It's a lot to expect from hearsay.
Oh, I heard the word hearsay. Whee! Defense counsel with a hot mic. What's crazy is that when you can't just be like, he's a man that I was divorcing. Of course, my mother went. I know. Right? For real.
Did your mom ever refer to your husband as an asshole?
Here we go.
Yes. A bully? Yes. A zealot?
A religious zealot. Yes.
This comes from
A
the
jackass?
Yes.
A religious extremist?
Yes.
What about Gibbers? She calls him Gibbers?
Yeah, Gibbers is not a bad name.
Lies.
It was a silly name that I came up with during a period of time when I felt incredibly terrorized by Danny.
Oh, for fuck's
And so
sake,
it was
Wendi.
a word that I would use to kind of make him seem less scary.
Is it fair to say
Oh my
that
God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
it was a derogatory term?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but you came up with it directly in relation to him terrorizing you.
I did. It was a way to take this theme out of a situation I found scary. I wouldn't say it was derogatory. I just think it was.
And when you say scary, are you alleging physical abuse?
I'm not alleging physical abuse.
There, thank you, Georgia. Y'all, remember like 2 minutes ago when I said that she could have followed up on the safety thing? Oh, she's doing it now. Wow. Wow. Wow.
What types of things did your mother suggest that you could do to try to coerce or acquire the ability to relocate your kids to Miami?
Bribe.
She suggested that I could change the religion.
Of who?
Of my children.
And why would that affect the relocation effort?
Because religion was so important to Danny that would be a real hot button thing.
Torture.
Okay. And did she ever suggest that you could bribe your husband to allow the relocation?
She did.
And how much money did she suggest that she and the family would be willing to put up for such a bribe?
So I just saw the bribe reference, but I didn't see the amount. If you want to show me.
I will refresh you on that.
Wendi, you know how much it is. It's an easy number to remember. It's a round number that has 6 figures or 7 figures rather. Like, this is so stupid. Wendi, how hard is it to remember? $1 million.
Just a moment to
It's
find
the
it
easiest
myself.
number to remember of all time. Oh my God, her stupid fucking face.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, I'm just imagining what it would be like to be the attorney, to be Georgia, or to be me. I'm just imagining what it would be like to cross-examine Wendi, like when she's the defendant, like if she takes a stand, cross-examining her. Like, oh my God. Can I stop everything, go to law school, become an attorney, and get that position in time for her trial? Probably not. I would do it if it was a guarantee I could cross-examine her.
Probably going to put up to bribe Dan Martel to let you move to Miami.
They said that they would go as high as $1 million, which would be $333,000 each.
And who are the each?
My mom, my dad, and Charlie.
Oh, is Denise going to bed? I missed it.
So Charlie, you mentioned he also lived in South Florida. Was he employed at the family dental practice?
He works there sometimes.
And what type of work did he do?
He is a periodontist, so he would sometimes do implants or surgery for people.
You mean who would be her attorney? I mean, I don't want to take I don't want to take George's job, but
did your motion for relocation get granted or denied by the court?
Oh,
so you're not legally permitted to move to Miami?
No.
That's nice of you to say goodnight to Denise just in case. Oh, wait, hold on. Hey, by the way, it looks like there you go, Twiz. Check it out. About the moving thing.
Did your motion for relocation get granted or denied by the court?
It was denied by the court.
So you were not legally permitted to move to Miami?
No.
Dumb face. I wish we could watch Fievel singing somewhere out there, but I wonder if I would probably get a copyright strike. Sucks. Because I don't know that I can imitate the mousy voice to do it justice.
Did you have an alternative? You mentioned previously that there was a hostile work environment at Florida State University as a result
Love you,
of
Denise.
your husband.
Love you.
Or your ex-husband at this point.
Oh, we have a girlfriend, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's awesome. We've got a number of squirrel friends in Australia. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to meet you. Yeah, glad to have you here for sure.
Were you
shout out to Australia?
Was the failure to be able to relocate, did that cause you to remain in that environment?
It did.
For how long?
I don't remember the date that the petition to relocate was denied. If you could show me the binder, I could find the date.
And I'll draw you.
Georgia has to carry the binder over again. I'm dying.
pages 262 and 263.
In the binder.
Here we go. It's binder time, you guys. Oh man. Her 800-page divorce filing.
Okay, so the order was on June. No, that's the date is.
Yes. Yes.
It was June 20th, 2013. So I was still working at the law school through July 2014. So I stayed for one more year.
Okay. And it was subsequent to his death that you were able to.
So Miss Q, I was just we have so much fun here. We have a lot of like jokes. I just wanted to say. So first thing, because some things might be confusing. Normally this is what I have, like, you know, that's me in the red dress there, my violinist. In case you're like, what's the deal with this like random mouse? So the deal with the mouse, not that you asked, but just in case, no squirrel left behind, I will say, right? So this is Fievel, and Fievel was a little cartoon mouse from back in the day, and Heather so appropriately mentioned this, and it's like this is like Wendy's cartoon spirit animal that I couldn't put my finger on in all these years. And then as soon as Heather said Fievel, I was like, that's it. So I changed my avatar to Fievel just earlier tonight on purpose, just so that way you guys can have a visual of Fievel next to her face. I mean, even looking at it right now, it's fucking funny. Like, look at this. I just pause, like, no matter where I pause it, it's going to be funny because you look at the Fievel and then you look at the Wendi, and like, you guys, yeah, that's it. So that's why there's the mouse there. That's Fievel. What is it? MOUSEKEWITZ, I think is his last name.
Find new employment that was in a less hostile work environment. Is that accurate?
Good.
I mean, eventually after his death, I found.
Oh my God. All right. Well, yeah. So you're in the right place. Look at this. Look at the girth of that binder. Yup. Brilliant.
Took a while. Okay.
Yes.
How long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed? Ex-husband, sorry.
Stayed a couple of days. And then after I had asked the police for protection at the funeral or in my home and they refused, I decided to just go for a couple of days and spend a few days away from Tallahassee. And then this case hit CNN and hit the media. And I
don't mean to interrupt you, but the question was, how long did you
objection non-responsive
stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Kappelman. I stayed for a few days.
Thank you. All right. So how did your mom take the news that you were not going to be able to relocate?
She was very upset.
I'm such a child with this. I'm literally like pointing at my computer screen and laughing there. Like, just this entire thing is so good. This is so good.
All right. So how did your mom take the news that you were not going to be able to relocate?
She was very upset.
You think? Upset enough to murder? Yeah. Right? We're going to hear some of this on the record.
Moment, please.
It comes out on cross. Dan was very smart. He put on the record all of the things that Wendi did. And Jeff brings it up a little bit sometimes, I think, during his testimony, but I believe it comes out on cross with this. I think maybe some of it also comes out in Charlie's trial, but I feel like overall, by the by, as they say, more comes out in this trial in general in regards to Wendi's insanity. Yeah. And the thing is that, like, my thought too is like that when the divorce took a turn and became especially contentious is because I think what happened was Dan went ahead and put on the record all of Wendi's, like, he aired out her dirty laundry. I mean, both Dan and Jeff said that she was like basically an alcoholic, that she drank, like, I'll quote Jeff here, she drank her dinner most days. Like, crazy, right? That flew. I was like, what? I mean, she acts like she doesn't even know what alcohol is. You know, it's wild. I mean, like that, the list of her issues is like, I mean, beyond what we can even tell, right? There's like more than even that. And like, so Dan he put that on the record in this divorce filing when he aired out, so to speak, her dirty laundry and all of her issues and all this stuff. And he put it there. And I think what happened was when Wendi saw that, and then she knows it's on the fucking record, and then she went apeshit, so to speak, as they say. I think that's a big factor. Oh, good. That's awesome. You're familiar. Cool. Good. Excellent. Right. I know.
I want to talk a little bit about the litigation that continued after your divorce was final. Was there a motion?
The way in her interrogation, she spells it out. She goes Bulleit, and then she says Bulleit, and she like pronounces it every way except the correct way. And her final version is Bulleit. You've got to be kidding me.
To enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court filed by you?
Yes.
Right. And a few months later, did he respond with a counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement's final provisions, alleging some violations that he said you made on the marital settlement agreement?
Yes.
And these filings are pretty venomous. Is that a fair characterization?
Not on my part.
Well, on both your parts, right?
LOL, Wendi. Okay. Good one.
And he accuses you of various things, lying about your financial affidavit and things like that. Would you agree?
He does make those accusations.
Well, and I think now we're getting into what I was literally just saying.
They were completely baseless, but yes.
Yep.
And
yep. Come on, Georgia. Come on. Make her say it. Make her admit it.
Oh, did in the pleadings, is the tennis racket mentioned as something to fight over? And I can draw your attention to that page in line.
The tennis racket.
I imagine it could have been. You can draw my attention if you like, and I can confirm.
But no reason to argue about the fact that a tennis racket is mentioned specifically in your divorce documents.
I mean, that sounds like some of the nonsense that we argued over, sure.
Okay.
And
painful in so many ways. Yeah. I know.
Was there a motion? I want to draw your attention specifically to this motion. It's on page 441 of that document in front of you. Exhibit 59. This motion was filed by Dan Markel on March 26th of 2014, so shortly before his death.
I see it.
Okay, what was that motion?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Sanctions!
In that motion, did he allege that you were violating the marital settlement agreement in a variety of ways?
Yes, it looks like he did.
Including failing to facilitate communication between he and the boys, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, things like that.
Yes, that looks right.
All right. And was he, as part of this motion, seeking to enjoin you from allowing your mother to have time with the children that was unsupervised by another adult?
I am not seeing that right now, but I can continue reading through it.
Take your time.
Can you? You had a hard enough time spelling Bulleit.
Actually,
reading Bulleit, rather.
Is this a question that you need refreshing on? Did your husband make these allegations? You don't have an independent recollection of that?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay.
I made a lot of allegations that weren't true, so I need to look through to figure out which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and read all 800 pages, Wendi, just to be so you can...
Okay, I see it. I see what you're referencing.
All right, so in that filing, Dan Markel alleges that your mother is disparaging him to the children, correct?
That is correct.
And he was seeking a court order saying she couldn't have contact with the kids unless there was another adult present, correct?
I see that here. I don't think I took it seriously at the time, so it didn't really lodge in my memory.
Did your mom take it seriously?
No.
Was it ever ruled on?
I don't know.
You don't know?
If it were, it should be here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it?
I know Denise is probably asleep by now, but like this. Oh, Wendi, it's only your entire divorce filing, all 800 pages of it. You're only an attorney. What type of fucking question is this?
Did your mom take it seriously?
No.
Was it ever ruled on?
I don't know. If it were, it should be here, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it here?
No, it's not. It was scheduled to be ruled on in August of 2014, right?
I don't know. I don't know when it was scheduled for. I do know that nobody took it very seriously.
She doesn't know anything apparently.
Okay, so your mom wasn't worried about that motion being granted. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your brother. You can just to close that binder and leave it in front of
I
you.
will say, I have literally cracked my ribs laughing before, so I appreciate that. But safety first, people.
How old is your brother, Charlie Adelson?
He is 45.
Is he your older or younger brother?
I have two older brothers, so he is one of the two older brothers.
Are you closer to one more than the other?
Yes.
Which one are you closer to?
Charlie.
And has that always been the case, or just since this case?
No, it's not since this case. I think when we were kids, I was probably closest to my oldest brother, and then
Rob.
And after getting to be an adult myself around my 20s, I was probably closer to my middle brother.
Not because you guys became adults, but because Rob disowned you, bitch. Sorry. I really never liked this. It's really only with Wendi. Wendi just, to me, she's just on another level. And I just, it's really funny. Anyway, okay.
Around the time of 2013 and 2014, were you closer to Charlie at that time?
I would say so.
All right. And are you aware of any connection at any time between your brother Charlie and any gang members?
No.
Did your brother use drugs?
Yes.
He did, yeah.
What type of drugs did he use?
Marijuana.
Okay. What else?
I don't know of anything else.
Okay. And do you know where he got the drugs from that he used?
I don't.
Okay. Was he a recreational marijuana user or was he a drug dealer?
I would say he was a recreational marijuana user.
Okay. Was this something he did every day or just occasionally?
I don't know how often. I don't know if it was every day, but I do know the pain of the last few years has led him to do some self-medicating.
Okay, but
this whole thing.
I'm really speaking of the time frame. I should have clarified 2013 to 2014.
I don't know if he was using any drugs during that time.
I mean, this is exactly right. Twiz is right. How does this go with Katie's like Wendi's on trial? Exactly. That's why this is amazing. Yes, absolutely. 100%. You know, but I'm not mad at it. Like, this is amazing. You know, like that's why it's so good. I mean, and again, even when it's like Charlie's trial, it's a similar thing, but they really, it's more narrowed. Like, this is just great. This is my favorite thing. Like, honestly, almost tied. Like, I would say in terms of my favorite testimony in a trial ever, it's like nothing will ever be Alex Murdaugh. But this is like almost tied with that. Maybe tied with that. Maybe. Well, it's like a close second. Really close.
But you became aware of it subsequent to the incidents that we're here about today?
That's right.
Okay. Were you aware that your brother, I think you testified he sometimes worked at the Adelson Institute. What did you mean by that? Where else does he work?
So he is a periodontist and he has kind of a traveling practice of sorts. So he would work in various doctors' offices throughout Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach.
And that's
counties.
true. While they can't use her statements from these trials, you know, against her, they can use it with other witnesses, right? It's still, believe it or not, like, I know this is going to sound crazy. Her words from the witness stand count as evidence, right? The jury can decide how credible they want to find her. They can believe all of it or none of it. You guys know how that goes, right? They can give it however much weight they want. And so, but that I'm saying that in addition to now these statements are on the record. And again, even though they can't be used against her, they can be used and are used, right? With the other people, the other numerous defendants.
And so sometimes he would work from my dad's practice, but sometimes he would work from different offices. I don't know how often he worked at which one. I just know he worked at various offices.
All right. So I asked you, I'm sorry to change topics on you so much, but previously we were talking about your two brothers. Is your other brother, not Charlie, but your other brother, is he located here in Florida?
He is not.
All right. Back in 2014, was he living in another state?
He lived in Gainesville for a while. I'm trying to remember in 2014 if he was in Gainesville. I don't think so. I think he was in another state.
Yeah, I think
so
he was
in another state throughout the incidents we're here about today.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. All right, now back to what we were talking about with your brother Charlie's practice. So he travels around to different dentist offices and performs a specific service, like on a contract basis.
Which is really
all right.
odd. Have you guys ever heard of a traveling periodontist? I have not. It's odd to me. The whole thing about this is odd.
And are you aware that he does that type of work or offers a discount for that type of work if his customers pay in cash?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of your brother carrying large amounts of cash?
He did sometimes carry more cash than I would, but not like big sums of cash. No.
Did you observe the cash that he carried to be stapled together in packs?
No, I never saw staples.
Has your brother ever been married?
No.
How would you describe the kind of lifestyle your brother was enjoying back around the time of these incidents, 2013, 2014?
I think he lived a bachelor lifestyle, very different than mine. Would enjoy nice restaurants.
Because you're not a bachelor? What the fuck, Wendi? No one thinks you're a dude in the first place.
Had lots of girlfriends.
Although, Fievel.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
A lot of girlfriends.
You say not a lot of?
A lot of different girlfriends.
Always a different girl.
Yeah. Who is Jerome Obed?
He is a person who used to live with my brother.
Do you know the time frame that he lived with your brother?
I remember I introduced him to his current wife, and that was maybe 2011. So maybe during the period, I don't know how much. I can tell you he was living with them that year, but I don't know for how long before or how long after they lived together. They were friends, though.
I was like, okay, so you can't tell us whether he was living with your brother in the 2013, 2014 timeframe that we're here about.
I don't remember.
Okay. And is Mr. Obed also a doctor, a dentist?
He is a dermatologist.
Dermatology, thank you. All right, and your brother, we were talking about his lifestyle and the girlfriends. Does he also drive fancy cars?
He does.
Oh, by the way, I'm remembering now about, you had a question, Twiz, about the baby mama, Charlie's. I can't remember the name of Charlie's baby mama. I think it starts with a J. But he does talk to her on some of his jail phone calls. And mostly he's calling his mom. I mean, that just goes to show you, right? Mostly he's talking to Donna. But there's a couple phone calls with his baby mama, but I can't remember her name. But it's not June. It's a different J. It's not June. It's not, his baby mama does not testify or hasn't testified yet at any of the trials. And I would imagine if she was going to testify, it would have been at Charlie's trial, right? So I don't even know what she looks like. Jeanette, maybe? Janelle, maybe? Something like that.
Yes. All right. And were you aware of one of his girlfriends by the name of Catherine Magdala?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet that particular girlfriend?
Yes, we met maybe 2 or 3 times.
We had a beach day.
2 or 3 times. Do you recall what the occasions were?
There was one time we had dinner when I was in town, which is what I did every time I'd come to town and have dinner with my brother and a different girl. And then one time I went to the beach for an hour or so.
Yeah, they had their canoodling. Oh my God, happened long before any of this. So that's correct. She doesn't know anything. Yeah. Yeah. So, cause Roman was already, I forget how old he was. I think he was like 6 or 7 maybe when Charlie was making those jail phone calls. So yeah, anyway, it's just, yeah, she doesn't know anything. Yeah. She does. You know what? That's a great point. That's the thing. I think she does have big ears. I do. And you know, that makes sense. The Fievel is just spot on. I'm pulling this down just so we can look at Fievel again. I mean, right? Hopefully she'll pull her hair back. You know, in her interrogation, her hair is like in a ponytail, but you can't really see her ears that well because it's just blurry. But you can tell they're pretty big, right? I mean, she's got them Fievel ears, y'all. She's got the Fievel ears. You know, it's just so true. It's like she's got the Fievel eyes. It's like you can go through all of it, right? She's got the Fievel. Honestly, even the nose. When you look at her nose and then you look at the Fievel nose, wow. Can we get her to wear a red turtleneck sweater with a blue hat next time for when she comes in and testifies? Oh my God, we have to figure out a way to make this. Am I that good? I'm not good at anything related to Photoshop. It's not even Photoshopping. I was just thinking to myself, okay, let me just explain what I'm talking about here. Similarly to Lolly and that's his actual closing argument tie. Can I take the Fievel sweater and the Fievel hat and put them on Wendi? I will try. Let's just say that much. I will try. And I'm also, I know for a fact it's not going to be her. I can definitely do the Fievel head and the Wendi dress, but putting his clothes on her will be more of a challenge.
So, and she and a friend of hers joined us.
Okay. And was there a third time?
I don't actually remember a third time.
All right. So was there anything special about this girlfriend in terms of her relationship with your brother? Did they seem closer or more serious?
It didn't seem serious.
Were you off put by Ms. McDonough for any reason? Did she seem like different from the ordinary trail of women that came through his life?
She seemed perfectly
lies. She was
Did you bond with her in a special way? Did you have a different type of relationship with her than you had with any of his other girls?
And we can just use our imagination and picture her wearing the Fievel outfit. I don't know who those people are, but it's a very, I mean, I don't know. The Fievel outfit is very specific, and it's just.
No, I mean, if anything, I'd say I'd been closer to other girlfriends. I only met her twice.
All right. What about her ex, Sigfredo Garcia? Were you aware of him at all before this case?
No.
Baby daddy.
So you didn't even know she had an ex?
I knew she had an ex because my brother once mentioned that he was dating a girl and she had an ex that seemed a little scary.
All
And
right.
I said, maybe you should stay away from that.
Yeah. And so the ex, did you have specific knowledge about why he was a little scary?
No.
And did Catherine McDonough ever tell you anything that was specifically scary about him?
It was so crazy how Lewis knew who Wendi was, right? And so did Sigfredo. That's why it's wild, because like they didn't seem to really know who Donna was. I don't even think they mentioned Donna, but they knew who Wendi was. And again, that is so significant, right? Because it's like that's their knowledge of what they're doing, and they're making this hit happen, you know. And it's like they don't know about Donna, they know about Wendi, and they're like, this is Wendi's deal, you know. So again, I'm just saying that because I mean, yes, supposedly she maybe didn't really know about them, but they knew about her. That's the thing that matters, right?
No.
Yep.
Were you aware of your brother having any communications with the scary ex-husband?
No, only that my brother seemed a little scared of him, but I don't know that they talked or didn't talk.
So it would be surprising to you to learn that they had a relationship.
Very.
What about your ex-husband, Dan Markel? Did you ever know him to be involved with any type of drug
I
activity?
don't know what that
or
is either.
gangsters,
I don't know what
anything
things
like
are.
that?
No, Danny.
No, I don't know what things are. I don't know what things are. Just assume I don't know what things are.
Consulted on criminal law cases. So I do remember there being a case involving Orthodox rabbis that were engaging in some very violent activity, and that had me concerned. But other than that, no.
Like, what?
Not in his personal life.
No.
Okay. What? Trying to take the deflect, I guess, off of that you hired hit people, Latin kings, and like blaming and now putting like, you know, deflecting and trying to make the Jewish, you know, again, going with this whole thing that was something, you know, making Jewish people look bad. Again, even though you're Jewish yourself, I'm going to have to reshare. It's just, there's so much. There's so much.
Activity or gangsters, anything like that?
No, Danny consulted on criminal law cases. So I do remember there being a case involving Orthodox rabbis that were engaging in some very violent activity, and that had me concerned. But other than that, no.
Okay. Not in his personal life?
No.
Okay. Was your brother Charlie, or is your brother Charlie, protective of you?
He is, yeah.
Did you discuss your marital problems with him back during the time of 2013, 2014?
I did.
I think my house is a rock. That's funny. I mean,
Is it fair to say that in the time frame leading up to the murder of your ex-husband that your brother did not like your ex?
I think it's fair to say. I mean, I also think it's fair to
This
say.
is what I'm saying, though. This is what you guys can see why I was so excited, though, when I knew what shipping was, and you guys didn't. I mean, not like it's just because it's just like I literally know nothing, like any of the stuff. But like, I'm like, yeah, I know this one thing, yay, you know. But yeah. You know, I know all the nerdy music stuff and all the nerdy history stuff and like nerdy scroll stuff and like that type of stuff. But like in terms of like what is, how to say, the more normal stuff, I guess. I don't know. Like things that that normal people are talking about and, you know, whatever. I'm not up on the things.
He wasn't particularly concerned with it. He was leading his own life and not really focused on mine.
But your mom was really focused on yours.
My mom was focused on mine.
And your mom was in the ear of your brother quite a bit, same as she was with you, right?
I don't know about how much she was in his ear or not.
Why?
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill your ex-husband?
He never mentioned hiring a hitman. He told one bad off-color joke where he said,
okay, sorry. Now that you say that, now I know who it is. Okay. I just didn't remember the name, but see, now thank you, Heather. Heather's saying Howard, I don't know if it's pronounced Blom or Bloom, but this Howard fellow wrote a book about, okay. Now I know I remember the thing about the book, and I remember thinking the book was dumb and just, it was going to be like, I remember when that was there, like we heard that was happening, and I was like, huh? It was like, so, it's one of those things, like anyone who's writing a book and it's like so early on, it's going to be completely false because there's no information. There's no information. There's not even enough information now. Anyway, let's just say it this way. The only book that could be worse is Glenn's book about Wendi. Potentially.
He had bought me a TV when I got divorced and said it was a present and made a very bad joke and bad taste, that it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
And was that, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I don't know who Megan Kelly is.
What else were you going to say?
I think that was it.
All right. Was that a joke that your brother made one time or more than one time?
He has a tendency to repeat himself. So everything he says multiple times.
Do you know how many times he said it?
I have no idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Lingo.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present.
I did get a TV.
But see, the other thing is that I don't use social media. So I think that could be part of it too. And we need to hear this bit, but I don't use social media. So I think sometimes it seems like there's things that people become aware of potentially through social media, or like whether it's like figures on social media or just like what trends, or I don't know. But yeah, I don't use social media. So I don't know if maybe that's part of it. That's fucking funny. That's an interesting thought. I mean, So yeah, so it's like a fiction. It's like is it fiction? It sounds like it. Interesting. The unannounced media hearing was, I think it was on the 22nd. No, I think you're right, Tonka, that there was one on the 21st, but then there was one that we saw and it was on the 22nd. Like they came back for reconsideration. Yeah. But I think they'd met the day before, or maybe it was just that they filed. No, maybe it was just that they filed things the day before. But with the hearing we saw with them was the 22nd. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was fiction. Okay. Yeah, sounds like.
Do you know how many times he said it?
I have no idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Yes.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present?
I did get a TV.
Oh, boy.
Was there a time when you went out to dinner with your brother after the murder where you vomited at the table?
Yes.
That happened? Just yes or no?
What would you like to know the context? It did happen.
Okay.
And,
Wendi.
Who was present at that dinner?
Just my brother and me.
Okay. And that was kind of your first time out after this murder had occurred, right?
After it happened, I couldn't eat for several weeks, and then I was completely terrified to leave my house.
Okay. You know what happens if you don't eat for several weeks? I swear to God, spinning wheel. I just, it's that's okay. I see. So I think I'm getting a good picture of what this book is like. Are you talking about Wendi, or are you talking about who the other person? You do. Let me just unshare, reshare.
My brother and me.
Okay. And that was kind of your first time out after this murder had occurred, right?
After it happened, I couldn't eat for several weeks, and then I was completely terrified to leave my house. So this was the first time I tried to leave the house and eat food, and that is how it ended up. I threw up.
at the dinner table.
It's a miracle
In a
she's
restaurant.
alive, guys.
It's very embarrassing.
How long after the murder was that incident?
Probably about a month or so.
Was the dinner intended to be a celebration of the fact that your husband was murdered?
Absolutely not.
Did your brother refer to it as a celebration?
I highly doubt that.
Could that have been one of his jokes that was in bad taste?
He may have been celebrating the fact that I was going to leave the house.
All right. Were you involved in the plot to kill your husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you have knowledge of the plot to kill your husband?
No.
But you suspected that your family was involved?
No, I did not suspect that my family was involved.
Did you mention in your interview with law enforcement that you...
What? I don't even know. What is happening? Is it just like, is it that thing that kids do where it's like everything's opposite day? Is that how she, is that what she's going for here? I don't even. I know. Oh, the spinning wheel. Okay, spinning wheel. Okay.
The plot to kill your husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you have knowledge of the plot to kill your husband?
No.
But you suspected that your family was involved?
No, I did not suspect that my family was involved.
Did you mention in your interview with law enforcement that you suspected that your family could be behind this?
I think I speculated about lots of things during the 6 hours I spent with law enforcement without an attorney present trying to help them solve this murder. Yes, I said all kinds of things.
All right.
Okay, hang on. I've got a clip ready for this. Let's listen. Oh, please don't do the spinning wheel because I really want to play this clip with this.
Without an attorney present trying to help them solve this murder. Yes, I said all kinds of
Please,
things.
I want to hear this entire sentence without. Okay. I don't know how to do it where I can back it up. Hold on. Back it up further.
The house.
Okay.
All right. Were you involved in the plot to kill your husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you have knowledge of the plot to kill your husband?
No.
But you suspected that your family was involved?
No, I did not suspect that my family was involved.
Did you mention in your interview with law enforcement that you suspected that your family could be behind this?
I think I speculated about lots of things during the 6 hours I spent with law enforcement without an attorney present trying to help them solve this murder. Yes, I said all kinds of things.
All right. And one of the things you said was that your family very much disliked him and that you thought it was possible that someone had done this on your behalf, unbeknownst to you.
I did say I thought someone might have done this on my behalf. Yes.
And who did your brother know that had connections that could get something like that done?
I have no idea.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I have met Catherine Magbanua twice, as I mentioned.
She was your brother Charlie's girlfriend at the time of this murder, wasn't she?
I believe
Objection
so.
has been
There
answered.
may have been other girlfriends at the time.
Didn't they ask her about what are you referencing there, Twiz? Okay, so the thing I was thinking about is actually later. I've got a clip ready. There's a part where she says something about how she signed all her rights away, and I have a clip ready to go from her interrogation because I'm just going to impeach her myself with that. But so that we have that to look forward to. But what are you referencing here? Twiz, are you saying that didn't they ask her about her family being involved? Because if that's what you're referencing, they didn't even ask her. She offered that up. She implicates her family over and over and over and over and over and over again. Even when she calls them, she says to the victim advocate, like 5 times probably, like, wow, that's such a relief. That they were surprised. She was like, wow, they shouted surprise. That's a good thing. Things like that, right? Like, wow, like I thought maybe they were involved, but no, they wouldn't do it. I mean, she just offers that up with no question pending, multiple times over. So I mean, if that's what you're, I mean, I don't even think they asked her. I think they might have said, the closest they might have said is like, would someone do this on your behalf? But the thing about Wendi is Wendi offers up her brother and her family unprompted over and over and over again. So they didn't really have to ask. You know what I mean? Right. She spontaneously utters things about her brother. Yep. Yeah, I will take yes. The family did it for $1 million. Thanks. Yeah, the $1 million, brilliant, because I don't know if that was intentional, but the $1 million also aligns with the bribe, so that's keeps everything coming full circle with that, right? The $1 million bribe as well. So yeah, the part towards the end of the interview after she talks to her, after she calls her parents. Well, I say parents. She calls her mom. She talks to Donna, right? Of course. And you can hear Donna's squawking so loud, you can hear her. You can hear Donna through the phone. It's not even on speakerphone. And then when Wendi hangs up, she just like multiple times after that makes comments to the victim's advocate, no question pending. And you know, it's. I remember, I think it was just you and I, Heather, left it when we got towards the end of that interrogation on the bonus viewing. But I remember because I was counting. I had a ticker going. I was counting how many times Wendi incriminates different people. And it was right up until the very end. Actually, I'll show you guys. I've got the ticker right here. I saved it. I saved it. Wendi implicates herself 24 times. So of all the people she implicates herself 24 times, which was not, I didn't fully appreciate it till I started counting it because it's hard to recognize she does, like, that's so much. But anyway, but right up until the very end of that interrogation, it's like, I remember it's like, it got like to 19 and I'm like, oh my God, surely that's the last one. And then it was like another, and then another and another. It was just like mind blowing. I don't know anything about these rumors, Tonka. I'm sure that doesn't surprise you. You started only looking into which one, this one or Idaho? Good one, Twiz. Oh, this one. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. It's wild. This is a really good one. You know, the crime family of the century, as we say. Gotcha. It's good time too, right? Because you got more trials to come. So, yeah, but I don't know anything about the rumors. Again, I'm sure that doesn't surprise anybody.
Wait a second. Okay, now answer the question.
Specifically at the time of the murder, Catherine McVanel was your brother's girlfriend at that time, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And can you identify her? You mentioned you've been to the beach with her on one occasion and dinner on another occasion. You see her in the courtroom.
I do.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting over here. She has on a striped blouse and a blazer.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. You mentioned that your brother Charlie had a lot of girlfriends. Did you meet all of his girlfriends?
I highly doubt I met all of them, but I met a lot of them.
All right. And specifically in reference to this defendant, did you talk to her on the phone ever, separate from your brother?
I have no memory of ever doing that. I don't think so.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had become girlfriends or had an independent relationship with her. You only saw her secondary to visiting your brother twice, on 2 occasions. I'll show you State's Exhibit 35.
Yes. So I just have to say, playing me the picture. Y'all know I'm not. We had a different live stream where we were talking about pearls. I'm not a pearl wearer, nor am I a heel wearer because I fall over. I prefer boots, but also this scenario we're about to see here in a sec.
35.
This binder. Look. George is getting surprised carrying that back.
Yes, I do. That was the second time we got together. It looks like the 3 of us at the beach.
Okay. Here we
So
go.
it's me, Katie, and one of her friends.
Do you remember the friend's name?
I do not.
If I said it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I wouldn't.
Okay. And do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't. My best guess is 2013 or 2014.
Okay. 1 moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
See, George thinks that's a bullshit answer too. I mean, of course it is. She knows when that picture was taken. But we're going to see the picture.
Do you recall going to Miami for Father's Day in June,
not yet.
right before Dan Markel was murdered?
I don't have a strong memory of it, but it sounds like
Oh, she's trying to help Wendi place the date of when this picture was taken by asking another question. We will see the picture in a second. I just have to say, so has anybody here seen the movie The Birdcage? Because if no, then the things I will say probably won't make sense. But the other thing that I always think about with like the heels and the falling down, falling over, is there's a very one of my favorite scenes from that movie. Awesome. Okay, Agador Spartacus, and he's like, I'm already just thinking about it. He doesn't wear any shoes, right? And so they, he's asked like why he's not wearing any shoes, and then he's like, I can't do an imitation of this, but he's like, he's Guatemalan, right? So he's like, I cannot wear shoes in the house because when they wear shoes, I fall down. And then they make him put the shoes on, and then he just falls the fuck over. Heather, you will die. If you haven't seen this, you've got to see this scene. I mean, I wonder if I can find it and pull it up. Anyway, him just falling, starting to walk with shoes in the house and falling flat on his face. It is. That movie is fucking amazing. Robin Williams, Nathan Lane. Also, side note, that was the very first R movie I ever saw. I mean, these days I don't think it would be rated R, but back in the day it was. Anyway, I was in 4th grade, and my best friend, her parents had it on VHS, and it was the first R movie I ever saw. I'm sure I didn't understand most of what the humor was at the time, but it's still one of my favorite fucking movies of all time. Yeah. Oh my God. That's another thing that we could do through the Discord. I know I have that somewhere. Again, I think I have it on DVD, but I have no way to play a DVD, but I'm sure I have that on like a digital, like, a hard drive. I was telling Twiz, like, my computer does not even have a disk drive. I mean, I think that's probably pretty common for things like, I have no way to play a CD or DVD. So like, anyway. But I think I've got all these external hard drives because at one point I tried to like digitize, if that's the right word, everything. But anywho, all that to say, I know I have the Birdcage. So we could watch it. That would be really fucking fun. Dude, the in-laws. And the part, by the way, I can probably quote this entire movie verbatim. But another thing I like to quote, it's like riding a psychotic horse into a burning stable. That's another good one. And then the little Greek boys, that's another good one. And then with the shrimps, but you forgot the shrimps. Oh my God, there's just so much. And then I love Agador, Spartacus. He prefers to be called by both his first and last name. Again, I can quote this. Some of this isn't going to make sense if you've never seen the movie, but for those of you guys who've seen it, you're going to be like, oh my God. What about when the Schnecken beckons? Y'all, I can do the whole movie. I swear. I love that movie. It is a must watch. Yep. So whenever I tell that story, like in my mind, I'm also thinking about the whole, like, when they wear shoes in the house, I fall down. So I'm fine wearing shoes in the house. Like, I just can't, it's the heels. I fall down, but yes. Dude, I freaking love that movie. And I love Robin Williams. Also, shout out to Robin Williams, wherever you are.
Like something I might have done to visit my dad.
Okay. Did you previously testify in reference to this same photograph or a similar photograph?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And did you testify at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
We'll return to it, Judge.
All right, that's sustained.
All right. And did you have any contact with this defendant since the murder in any kind of way, any communication?
No.
Did you have any
That's a
contact
great
with
point,
her in
Heather.
any way on
That's a
the
great
day of
point.
the murder?
No.
That's a great point. That's a great point. It would be contagious,
Do you
right?
remember what girlfriends came after Catherine Magdanois as far as your brother's girlfriends?
In order?
Just do your best.
I do. I mean, I feel nervous about saying their names out loud just to.
Why don't we just use first names then?
I'm just remembering another funny story. So probably the most recent time I've worn heels was a long ass time ago. When was this? This would have been 2016? 2017? 2017. my brother's wedding. And I was like, I can't remember if it was like bridesmaid or maid of honor, but like for my sister-in-law, because like, so I was like I had one of those roles, right? But also providing all of the music for the ceremony, obviously violin, right? But also they kind of decided instead of like trying to hire a DJ or whatever for like the reception, and I may have kind of somewhat volunteered myself for this position, I was going to be the DJ. I don't DJ. I don't know. I mean, but basically putting together the playlist for the entire reception and like making that whole thing happen with the songs in a specific order and all that, and incorporating people's requests because people wanted different things. Oh, also I was the wedding planner. I'm not joking when I tell you guys that was probably single-handedly the most stressful day of my life. I'm not even exaggerating. I have never been so stressed out. I don't think ever. Like so because literally like every type of responsibility, and it's like, so that their wedding, doesn't just become an epic failure, you know what I mean? And so this wedding was at Leatherwood, which is close to Boone, where I live, right? So it's like a horsey place, which is awesome. We love the horses, right? And it's out in the mountains. So like, so one thing, right? Like the internet's going to be difficult. So that's one thing. Like the internet is spotty, cell service is spotty. Beautiful scene, right? Beautiful location. And it was going to be outside. And like, as a violinist, an outdoor wedding is a whole thing. Like normally for weddings, when I used to do a lot of weddings, I had contracts that lengthy contracts that people had to sign. But of course, I'm not going to like make my brother and my sister-in-law like sign this shit, right? I'm going to, and so basically it was freezing fucking cold because it was springtime in Boone, right? Freezing cold. And in the mountains of North Carolina, the wind is a whole thing. It was so windy, which I was used to living there. Okay. So cold, windy. So cold, bad for violin. Windy, bad. Speaking of windy, bad for sheet music. You guys, I'm telling you. So, but because here's the thing. If I had just been all of the jobs that I've listed, but minus the bridesmaid or whatever maid of honor role, I would have been wearing my combat boots or boots of some kind, like my usual, right? But because I was in the wedding party, you have to wear a uniform. You guys know how that is, right? You have to wear the thing. They make you wear a certain dress. I didn't say make. I'm not saying anything bad about my sister. It's just you have to have a certain dress, and you have to have a certain type of a shoe, and you have to look like a girl. I mean, you have to look like the other girls. So not only did I have to do all this stuff at once, but I had to do it in, you guessed it, heels. Now, having had enough experience playing weddings outdoors in the Boone area, me wearing my boots, right? I've been doing this for years. It's always muddy. These outdoor weddings, it's grass, it's mud. And so I can tell you, I'd seen this time and time again from the other people who wear heels, like in the wedding party, that they have this whole thing where they have the heels. And what happens is they go walking and then their heels, just like if they're stilettos, they just like sink into the grass, and it's a whole thing. Sometimes the heels break off. Other times they fall down. Other times they just don't even realize it, but then they show up there on the thingy with the wedding party, and they've got like chunks of grass and mud all over their shoes. So it's a whole thing. So I knew that was going to be a problem, but I had to wear a heel and it couldn't wear a boot. Okay. So I wore shoes that are like, what do you call it? Like wedges. Like they're a heel, but there's a flat bottom, because I'm like, then you at least you increase the surface area. It's like physics. You increase the surface area so you don't sink in. If you imagine a pointy thing versus a flat thing, right? Blunt force trauma versus a stab wound. Okay, so so I had wedge. So not terribly. In other words, that's a better situation, right? But still. And the dress that I had, see, I'm 5'4", so I have this problem where like I'm too small for the clothes. And so, so the dress that I had was like 2 feet too long or some bullshit, because they make it too long anyway. And then they expect you to wear like fucking 6-inch heels or whatever. So that's why they make these dresses so long. So this I'm face palming and shaking my head. Okay. So all of the challenge. So okay. So we get to the venue. And so the night before, okay. I put a lot of work into this ahead of time to make a rehearsal happen. Okay. For this group. I'm not a wedding planner. But they didn't have one. So I put a lot of work into how to like take it to make this rehearsal happen and how we're going to do it based on literally just trying to think it through. So we get there, it's the night before the wedding, and literally everybody's drinking, they're having fun, which is great. But I was not in the fun mindset. I was in, you guys, get your shit together mindset, because I've got to make this happen and I don't have a magic fucking wand. I should have gone with snowshoe for real, right? And so they're all like, it's like herding cats. I literally was like standing up on top of furniture, like a table in this room we were in. It was like a lodge. I was like standing up on top of the table. Everybody like, hello, like waving my arms. Like I needed a mega, like people, this isn't, they seem to think it was a party, a get together. I'm like, this is a rehearsal, guys. And it was at this moment that I was like, oh boy. I don't even think I slept that night. A, out of stress, but B, I was working. I was still trying to work on stuff. I was still trying to figure out how the logistics of all this. Oh, Frodo was the ring bearer, by the way. That was the good thing. Because I had to figure out how to make myself be in like 50 places at once without time traveling or cloning. And so, okay, so then fast forward to the wedding the next day. Again, it's freezing cold. It's windy as fuck. And normally if I was like hired to play at a wedding, I would be at that point there playing music for when the guests arrive, right? Normally that's what you do. You play the music for when the guests arrive. Normally you're there early, right? So you get set up and then you play the music as the guests arrive. Well, why couldn't I do that? Oh, because I had to do all the other things. And so they're arriving. I'm supposed to be playing the music. But meanwhile, I'm like, wait, where is so-and-so? And where is so? I'm trying to find everybody's MIA, right? I don't know where my brother is. I don't know where my sister-in-law is. I don't know where the groomsmen are. And I'm trying to wrangle all this shit. And meanwhile, I'm wearing the heels and the long dress. So literally the wedding was supposed to have already started. Okay. The wedding was supposed to have already started. I'm freaking the fuck out. I don't know. The guests are arriving. There's no music being played. I don't know where anybody in the wedding party is. And I'm standing there freaking out. And somebody comes over to me and they're like, Chelsea, Hazel's my sister-in-law. Hazel needs you. It's an emergency. I'm not kidding. This is the best part of the story. It's an emergency. And at that point, even though I was in the middle of oh, by the way, there was no internet, right? My whole playlist for the reception relied upon internet. It was a Spotify playlist. I needed internet. There was no internet. Literally, it was like the whole world was crashing and burning. And then I get this message, Hazel needs you. And I'm like, stop everything. Hazel needs me. I go help Hazel. Now, Hazel was far, far, far away because this is this outdoor area. It was quite a trek. It was not close. It was, I don't know, it might have been half a mile or maybe even a little bit less, but it was a trek. Okay. So I literally pick up my long ass dress that's too long and I start sprinting in these fucking heels. And they were open toed because you're supposed to wear stupid sandals, right? They're open toed. And you guys, I pick up the dress. I'm like, I'm not going to trip over the dress. I'm not going to sink into the grass. I'm going to run in these shoes. I'm sprinting so fast that there was a stick that I didn't see, a pointy ass stick on the ground. And what happened was it got caught somehow under one of my toes and it literally stabbed through my foot. I didn't fall over, but I got stabbed through my foot and I was bleeding literally all over the place, literally gushing blood all over these shoes. And I was so focused on getting to Hazel, I kept running. And I didn't even notice it until I got there to the place where she was at. She was like where all the girls were. So this is all the girls, all the other brides, the brides people, right? They were together in this room. And what they were doing was they were doing shots. So I show up and I'm like, didn't even notice I'm soaked in blood. Didn't even notice. And I'm like, where's Hazel? Where's Hazel? Where's Hazel? And then whoever answered the door looks at me and they're like, what happened to you? And I was like, I don't even know. I got stabbed by something. And then at some point I saw a piece of bark and I figured it was a stick. I didn't even care. I was like, where's Hazel? Is Hazel okay? And I get in there and Hazel goes, here, we've got a shot for you. You guys. She wanted me to be there partying with the other brides people. I'm supposed to be playing the music while the people enter. I'm also supposed to be wrangling all the people that are supposed to be showing up to be in line, and there's an order to things. And I'm supposed to also be having the music ready to go for the reception, but there's no internet. And I'm also supposed to be getting Piglet ready in his tuxedo because he's the ring bearer. There's other things. This is just what I recall. There were other things. I didn't even have words. I literally didn't even have words. I just looked at her like with a slow blink. Like, I don't even know. I was like, are you okay? And she's like, yeah, we just wanted you to have the shot. I was like, all right, sprinted on out of there, with my foot, sprinted on back. And then, so fast forward to the ceremony. And it's freezing cold. So that's not a good mix because then your fingers go numb. But anyway, the wind. Let's get to the wind. So the wind is so bad that you might imagine, sheet music blowing off of a stand. The wind is so bad that it goes beyond that. So I've got I'm playing the ceremony. I've got the music on the stand. The wind is so bad, it blows the entire stand away. The stand goes flying. The stand gets blown away. The music stand is gone. The sheet music is gone. But you can't just stop playing. You have to just keep playing. So you just keep playing. I had to play the songs and then somehow also go back up and stand with the wedding party. And then at some point, they also wanted me to hold the bouquet or whatever, but I was also holding my violin. I've never been, that was literally, it was such a traumatic day. I'm forgetting some of the events. I'm not even joking. That's a very, what's the right word? Like summarized version. And then they had for the reception, they had like, all you can drink, or it was supposed to be like all you can, like margarita, like type thing. They had like margaritas, right? Where it was like, there was like fuck tons of margaritas ready to go. So by the time I finally figured out the internet and got the music going for the reception, got my violin put away, took my violin back to the lodgy place where I was staying, because that was like a drive. Because you can't just leave the violin in the cold. So I took the violin back, got the violin settled, got the Piglet settled, came back. The music's playing. Everybody's having a great time. The vibe was on point. The vibe was on point for that reception. It really was on point. It was a beautiful wedding. It really it worked out. Everybody else thought it worked out. And so then I finally, everybody's like, come on. Finally, I'm like, all right, actually, I don't think I have any more tasks. I can come and sit down. I come to sit down and I'm like, all right, let me get one of those margaritas. It was all gone. They had like all I wanted was like, can I please just have a margarita? Like they had drank it all. It was gone. They're like, oh wait, it's gone. It's all gone. Oh God. Anyway. I do what? Or sat on the cake. I don't know if they had a cake, to be honest. They probably went with something cooler than that. Like they probably went with like for example, then couples do their like first couples dance. Their first couples dance as a couple was to the theme song from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So, and when they did their couples dance, it was with the dog. It was the two of them with their dog. So this was like, a cool, like cooler vibe. I don't know if cool is the right word, but like, So I don't think there was cake. There would have been something else for a dessert, you know. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I have a ton of experience. I started playing weddings in freaking middle school. I'm not even probably over 1,000 weddings. I mean, it wasn't the problem wasn't playing the wedding. Like that was it was the bridesmaid plus the wedding planner plus having to wear that stupid outfit plus also doing the DJing for the reception. It was like all of the other things, right? If it was just the violin thing, it would have been fine. Cool kid stuff. I get you, right? Yeah. So we had like, you know, cool music. It was like modern music, right? It wasn't like most weddings that I played were not, they're more like, what's the way to say, traditional. This was not a traditional wedding, which was fun. But having said that, I've had some weddings where I've had people, because they'll request, I've had people request hip hop or rap songs. So I'll arrange for violin, like I'll arrange those songs. I've had people request Beatles medleys, you know, all kinds of stuff. So there are exceptions. The coolest wedding I ever played though was a Quaker wedding. Y'all, this is a cool story. So this Quaker wedding. All right. So back in college, when I was a freshman and a sophomore, I had a red mohawk. And so we had a viola professor, Dr. Kuntz, who got asked to play a wedding. And they said to him, can you bring your best violinist, you know, and so he was like, well, that would be Chelsea. But like, he pretty much told them, he was like, you know, like, she's like an awesome violinist, you know, but just so you know, like she might show up with like a red mohawk and combat boots. And so this particular couple was like, we love that. Yes. And so this was an older couple and they were, this was my favorite wedding I've ever done. And so they were getting married off the grid in the middle of fucking nowhere, off the grid. Outside, people were encouraged to bring their pets. And literally they said, we love the combat boots. We wouldn't want her anything else. Like, yes. And you had to park somewhere. And then there was a hike. There was a trek to even get there. It was like in the middle of a mountain in the woods, in the woods on a mountain somewhere. So you had to, so me and Dr. Kuntz, you know, we show up and like, they're like, you can wear whatever you want. They're like, it's casual. People can wear jeans. Like people, this was a really cool wedding. Okay. And so it's just, you know, they had the right mindset here. And so anyway, so we're hiking, we've got our instruments, we're hiking up, right? And luckily, again, we had the contracts. The weather was in the right temperature. Like you don't want it too hot, too cold, no rain, no wind. It was good weather. Anyway, and so we hike up there and it was really, really, really cool. It was just really, you know, I guess hippie kind of, but like, you know, like flowers, and it was just really cool. Everybody had their dogs. And instead of like the stupid white chairs, it was like quilts and like picnic blankets, kind of like a music festival vibe on the grass, you know. It was super cool. But here's what I loved about it. So they did this thing. Apparently this is a Quaker tradition. And they had this thing where they had all of their friends and family write down, like, what was it? Like a wish that they had for the couple. Something like that, like either words of wisdom or like a wish that they would have for the couple. And everybody wrote it. They had like little pieces of paper. Everybody wrote their thing down. It was like whatever you wanted to be, like a quote about love or whatever, wishes. But you know how there's people who will like have generic bullshit. This is not that wedding, right? This is not that wedding. This is like people took their time and put their heart and soul into every word they wrote for this couple. It was beautiful. And so then they put them all in like a jar and then they passed it around. So everybody read somebody else's, okay, out loud. And then they had this little tree. It was like a little sapling. And all the pieces of paper had like a loopy thing on it, right? So what happened was everybody would pick out and read some, and you didn't sign your name. They were anonymous, right? But the point was they read the saying or the quote, whatever, what the wish for the couple. And they came in, they would hang it on the tree, the branch of the tree. And they did this with all of and so everything. And the idea is that when they get back to their home, they're going to plant that tree. And then like they can, and I guess the idea is like, I guess I'm trying to think of what would happen. I guess it was like the type of tree that you could grow indoors for a time, because the point was they would leave those sayings on it you know, the words that were written, so that whenever they were struggling or in certain times of, you know, difficult times, you know, as a married couple, they can watch that tree. They'll have the tree's growing, and then they can go back and they can look at all these words that people wrote to them. It was beautiful. It was really, really cool. They grow the wishes. That's it. Exactly. Yep. And then instead of like biblical shit or like prayers, they just had like, I guess it wasn't a moment of silence, but essentially it was like, they didn't call it that because that's like for a funeral, right? It was like, but it was that idea, but they had a different name for it. I can't remember, but this is in the Quaker tradition. And it was like, it's like a moment of meditation where everyone's just quiet and you just literally, everyone's like on that same vibe. You know what I mean? Like it was really fucking cool. And you could just feel the love. You could just feel the love. It was neat. So yeah. So anywho. I did say Quaker. Amish is different. Quaker. So I should specify. Quaker is like there's a lot of, I don't know if they're like North Carolina. So like in Greensboro, right, where I live now, there's like a lot of Quaker churches. It's like a whole thing. And they're really cool. Like when everything was happening, like for example, the Quaker churches are the ones that are flying the rainbow flags and like Black Lives Matter. And, you know, they're really different. You know, they're just they're not like other religions, I will say, from my experience. And so there's a lot of Quaker churches. Like Greensboro seems like it was founded by Quakers, to be honest with you. But apparently in Boone, you know, I mean, there's fewer churches. It's a smaller area, but like, yeah, this couple was, you know, Quaker. It really seems to be less about religion and more about like, I don't know. They're like, it's got like the hippie vibes and like the welcoming vibes. And like, they call themselves like the friends. It's like they're friends. Like instead of brethren, maybe, I don't know. It's really, so it's different than Amish though. They're not, Amish is like, you're not, you know, my understanding is like, they're not using certain technologies and shit. I understand getting them confused though. I would have gotten it confused up until I had more interaction with Quaker people, you know, and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, they're different. But you know, it's easy to get, because there's like Amish, and then there's what's the other one? Like, that I always get confused too. That's kind of similar. Anyway. But yeah, so that's a little tangent there about the weddings and the heels. And you know, all this kind of stemming from Agador Spartacus, right? And all that because when we get to this beach picture, I was going to make a comment that will make sense too. Mennonite, thank you for reading my mind. I love it when y'all read my mind. Thank you for that. It makes my life so much easier. Mennonite. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, I really don't know the difference between Amish and Mennonite. And by the way, y'all are talking about Ashley Jennings, so we got at the end of the day. That handwriting, a font. All right.
For Whitney.
Whole tangent.
Okay.
Complete. Mission complete.
After Whitney.
And was Whitney a serious girlfriend?
I think Whitney was a fairly serious girlfriend.
All right. And what about after her?
I'm blanking after Whitney.
Do you remember June?
Yes. Yes, June.
June and Chinda.
Okay. And can you give me the basic time frame for Whitney?
I just really remember how old my boys were, but I don't know how long she was in his life for. So maybe like 2014 to 2015 or 16, and then June after that. Then I think on and off for a couple of years, and then he was together with the mother of his son, and that was probably 2017, 2018.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection to look at some text messages so you could give me exact dates of when these women were in your brother's life. Sure.
I think we lost Twiz. Twiz, did we lose Twiz? Did we lose Tonka? Twiz, if you're listening, did you eat all your yogurt? Oh my God, this freaking, maybe it's her. I mean, she's just, that would make sense, right? Like she's cursed the YouTube and now the spinning wheel is just, funny too, speaking of full circle. We've got a spinning circle, Little Fievel. He's so cute.
So help me understand though, this is a message between.
Help me understand.
Just take a minute and.
Reading is hard, isn't it?
I'm using this to figure out who he was dating when.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're just gonna take a look at it and tell me if it refreshes your recollection.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
You're free to look at things. We like,
Right. So it looks like he was with her.
Eyeballs.
He was with Whitney in 2014, 2015.
Okay.
But
the specific date?
I mean, it just means that they're in touch with each other. It doesn't mean that they're dating.
Okay. And when were they in touch?
It looks like he's telling me Whitney is trying to get back together with him in
Objection,
May.
Your Honor. At this point, the witness is just testifying off the documents,
All right.
which we've only seen for a few seconds.
I'm going to sustain that. Okay, I don't want you reading from the documents. What you need to do is take a look at them.
And she
If it
should know
refreshes
not
your
to do that,
recollection as to what the information that is being asked, then testify to that. If you're just having to read from that
What?
document
Jeez,
and
that
you don't
doesn't make
recall
sense.
independently, then your answer is that you don't recall. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is the same as it
And
was. I
what
said
type of fucking person can go to law school and be so bad at this stuff?
2014, 2015, and it looks like there's conversation around that time.
I mean,
So
I know this stuff, and I did not go
it
to
doesn't
law school.
independently
Yes, anyway.
refresh.
Okay, let's take a look at a couple more and see if they're more helpful.
Yeah, it's
The same.
the same. 2014.
So I still think all this is to lay the foundation for getting this picture in because she doesn't remember the date, or says she doesn't. Well, that's cool.
All right. So 2014, 2015 for both of those women.
Wait, both of those, it's the same woman, it's Whitney.
Oh, I was also asking about June.
Oh, I didn't see June in those text messages.
Okay. When was he dating June?
It's a guess, but I think it was around the same time, maybe 2015, 2016.
Okay. So is it your recollection that it went Magdanoa, then
Howard
Whitney, then
Tuesday?
June?
As far as people that I met.
In the third tower. I mean, I know she says the third tower, but like,
I'm going to show you what I've marked as states
are
36.
towers.
Do you recognize state 36?
I think I've seen this picture before.
And do you recognize the people in the picture?
I do.
Oh, here we go with the picture.
In the picture?
It looks like them back in the day. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't.
All right. Who was in the photo?
It's my brother and Katie.
Your brother Charlie?
My brother Charlie.
Oh, it's them too. Okay.
And
It'll
Katie
be
the defendant in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is it fair to say this photo was taken during the time that they were dating?
It definitely looks like it.
And what was that time frame?
I don't know the time frame of when they were dating.
Okay. Were they dating at the time of this murder? We've already
I believe so.
established that. Okay. And is this how they appeared around that time? Is it accurate in their appearance?
It seems so.
And I
Nobody has any,
think-
like, you know,
Here's what I think the importance of this is. I'm just thinking about this is because, again, like what Twiz was saying, this really is kind of like Wendy's trial. Great. I'm all for it. Because we know that with the timeline of Charlie and Katie, right? He was dating her pretty much only just so he could get the hitman, right? So that if she only met Katie twice and it was while they were dating, like, in other words, it establishes that the window, the only times that she would have been the only times that she would have met Katie, the twice that she met Katie, right, would have been also overlapping with this, at least this was already being talked about, you know, that it was in the works, right? Because that's why Charlie dated her. And so this places, I think this kind of goes to like knowledge, right? Knowledge and involvement. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining that right in my head or in my mouth, out of my mouth. Yeah.
Weird facial hair or doctor. I don't know. It looks like I imagine they looked at that time.
Okay, and you saw them at that time, around that time, because you went to the beach. And
I did. Yeah. I mean, it's been 8 years, so they look different.
They look different now? Yeah. Okay, but that's how they look back then.
Probably, yes.
All right, so at this time, I ask to move in evidence space 36.
Any objection? One brief moment, Your Honor.
One brief moment. Is Twist still here?
Give me a stand.
Twist, did you eat your yogurt? Oh, is she going to tuck her hair away from her big ear? Can we see her big ear?
You may. I disagree with that.
Camera. Okay, it's showing this. Oh, there you are. Excellent.
Do you know of any specific gifts that your brother gave this defendant during their relationship?
I don't.
What about after their relationship? After the conclusion of their relationship?
I am not aware of any gifts between them.
Were you aware that she was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I know that she worked at my dad's office for a while, so it would make sense that she was on
Did you
payroll.
eat it all?
And what
then?
duties did she perform there?
I have no idea.
Okay, and when you say she worked there, did she physically went there?
Right.
I really don't know.
And did you ever work at the Adelson Institute?
I did
Okay.
between my master's and my law degree.
All
I did
right. And
filing.
did you see Catherine Magbanua there when you were working there?
No, that was 2003.
I'm just going to say this. I almost would consider using my, I don't use my camera because I don't think there's any point. Like there's nothing you guys can learn from looking at me, right? Like I would rather you guys have more view of the trial or the documents or whatever we're looking at. The reason, and of course I only have the little thingy here in the corner when I'm covering up. In this case, actually, it's funny because this is not actually law and crime, but the reason I think I should cover it up is because it looks so similar that I feel like law and crime, they're notorious for being all like, don't use our court feed, that I just don't want to take any chances. But normally, as you all know, I don't have, the point is like for you guys to see whatever it is that we're doing, and not me. But I will just say that as I'm standing here, I'm making so many faces at Wendi that I'm almost like it could be an exception because, and I don't know. I literally was like, if there's any time where it's like, there could be a reason to use a camera. I'm not saying, I don't know. I was just thinking about it because I'm like, oh shit. Like because my face is saying what I'm thinking and you guys can't see my face. So anyway, I was just making a face. It's what's funny. I'm making faces and I'm like, I don't even know that I've ever made this face before. I'm like using new face muscles. Like the faces that I make at Wendi are new to me. That's my point, I guess. There you go.
How do you know that Ms. Magbanua worked at the Adelson Institute?
How do I know? I'm trying to remember if I knew at the time or I found out later. Probably my brother would have told me that Katie was working.
Oh, you're listening to the East Virginia. That's
all
right. And was that before this murder or since the murder?
I have no idea.
You don't know the time frame she worked there?
I don't know the time frame she worked there, and I don't know why he would have told me. I wasn't very involved with the day-to-day operations of the office or what they did.
Do you know if your brother had any other ex-girlfriends on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
All right, let's go to the day of Dan Markel's murder. What were you doing that day?
I was at home that morning. I was working on a couple of pieces of writing. I was waiting. I remember the Geek Squad was coming to fix
the
my
Geek Squad
television. I think
Was that the same television that your brother had purchased for you as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
It was the television that my brother had bought for me.
All right. And did your mother, Donna Adelson, arrange from Miami for the Geek Squad to come to your home that morning to fix the
I did.
TV? Would it refresh your recollection to review some text messages regarding that issue?
Hold on a second.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment. The witness gave an answer.
Overruled.
So what's funny? I tried to type cracker, like one word, and it blocked, YouTube blocked it. So that's why I had to put a space there. Isn't that wild? It wouldn't let me type cracker. Like, it's a food. Wild.
All right, and I'm looking at the items in yellow, but feel free to review the whole document.
And it let Twiz type it. Oh, cool. Love Trescott's nice. I like the texture of a Trescott.
Yeah, I don't really understand. It's my best recollection that I set up the appointment for them to come. Sometimes this happens now where there's a different number on the account, so they call the wrong account. So they could have called my mom and she would have said, no, call my daughter. They need to confirm with you.
Okay, but your mom does indicate that she is sending the guy.
No, she indicates that she was called by Best Buy. So that means she was called by accident since they were coming to my house.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled in your calendar, fixed TV?
Oh my God.
I thought they were supposed to
You guys remember how she deleted this shit off her calendar?
sometime between 8 and noon. And then they came pretty early, I think 9 or something like that.
Your alibi.
Right. And did you delete, shown on the far right column there, if you
There it
need to
is.
refresh your recollection, but did you delete that appointment to have the TV fixed?
I'm usually kind of OCD about this. So after I have a meeting, I'll delete it if it's done. I use my calendar kind of like a to-do list. So
Now remember, she talks in her interrogation about all the shit she deletes, and it includes text messages and phone calls, which makes no sense. And again, one of the things that sunk in differently was hearing Lewis's interview, because when he saw Wendi the day before, and she was at Dan Markel's house, she was on the phone with somebody. Right? So now that's different.
I'll have the meeting and then I'll delete it.
Okay.
So I must have
now there was someone witnessing her there on the phone, and now we've got problems, right? So I bet she deleted that phone call.
Deleted it once they arrived or sometime later.
Okay. And right before the message that indicates, that's from your mother that we just talked about, Best Buy called.
Okay.
There's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is that
Objection, Your Honor.
message to?
Hold on. What's your objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence.
That's sustained.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
Literally the only person on the planet who would ever. I always delete my messages. Like, if you are literally like some sort of killer assassin, maybe then that would make sense. Like, who always deletes all of their messages? I mean, it's just, I mean, how many people have you killed, Wendi? That's the real question. Right.
Message. Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
I mean,
all right.
Okay, Wendi.
And that message, what were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
But it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
You know she knows. She's just lying.
So did Best Buy show up and repair the TV that morning?
They showed up and they tried to repair the TV.
No.
But there was...
No, they didn't try to repair it. That's not accurate.
I needed to make a call of whether it was worth repairing or whether I should just get a new one because the repair costs I remember being expensive.
And this was, how old was the TV at this point?
I don't know. I don't think it was very old, just a couple of years.
Well, it was given to you as a divorce present
Yeah.
at the time of your divorce, right? In 12?
Right. So it wasn't that the TV was old. I think one of the kids had thrown something at the screen, so it cracked it.
Okay. But the fix was done in 14, or the attempted fix.
The attempted fix was in 14.
This whole
All right. So the repairman did show up that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you did not recall your mom making that appointment, but was it?
You had to actually crack the screen so that she could have an excuse to have the appointment. Like, all this is so crazy how much this was staged and just to create her to have an alibi. And then they came early. And then I noticed when we did the bonus round of her interrogation, I noticed the whole thing with the oatmeal. It was really funny. Where because they come early, right? And then she's like, well, fuck, now I still need an alibi. So she goes on about how long she stirs her oatmeal for. And she's like, you know how long it takes to cook oatmeal? By the way, right now, guys, y'all, we can see her ears really well where I have it paused. So anyone who wants to see the Fievel ears, take a look. We got a good look at them right now. They're very Fievel, aren't they? Wow. So so she makes much ado about this whole thing with the oatmeal. I think I timestamped it as like oatmeal, the backup alibi. But anywho. What if Glenn is an ex-husband? What do you mean? Wendi? I don't know. What does that mean? Heather got the joke. Glenn is an ex-husband of who? But anyone that wants to take a gander at them ears, now is like the nose is spot. Y'all, the nose is spot on too. It's wild. It really is wild.
Usual or typical for your mom to get involved in that type of minutia of your daily life? No, it would be unusual if she did that.
I mean, it would not be unusual for her to try to help me with various things. So
Wendi, you're so
out of the realm of possibility, but I remember distinctly setting it up for that morning of sometime, like when you wait for a repairman to come, they come in the window, they say between 9 and 1. I remember there being
this
a
makes so
window
much
they had sent
sense,
me.
not?
And do you remember the specific window in this case?
I keep thinking it was 8 to 12, but I don't know if that's correct.
Okay, and we're talking about 8 a.m., between 8 a.m. and noon. And you agree that your ex-husband, sorry, I keep doing that, was murdered between 8 a.m. and noon.
I don't know the exact time of when it happened.
Lies.
Really?
Lies.
Between 8 a.m. and noon?
Yes.
George,
I mean,
really?
Yes, but I thought it was closer to 10 or 11.
Okay. But the question was
between
was
8
it
and
between 8
noon.
Yes, it was
Wendi.
between 8 a.m. and noon.
All right. And did you leave your residence at all that day after you got the TV or the TV man came?
After the TV repairman came, I did a little bit more work from home. I talked to a couple of friends.
Don't forget about your oatmeal.
And then I made plans to have lunch with 2 friends that I frequently saw on Fridays.
That's another thing that's intriguing because she had a whole delicious lunch, as we know. Hang on. She had a whole, because she made this oatmeal. Okay, hold on. So she had a whole delicious lunch.
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
But she made this fucking oatmeal that took forever, according to her. Like, it couldn't have been that. It couldn't have been that like far before the lunch. Like, what? It would have had to have been like 10 or 11 or something. So like, I don't know. I'm just like, how are you like eating this stupid oatmeal and then going and having a whole delicious lunch like right after? Anyway. What did you mean by this? With Twiz on the screen here, that Glenn being an ex-husband.
And we made kind of a last minute plan to have lunch. And then I had a few errands to run before I met them.
So a last minute plan. In her interrogation, she says that, but she also contradicts herself and says, we would get together and have lunch every Friday. And then she walks that back and says it's last minute when she realized, anyway.
So I did that. I picked up gas. I picked up something I needed for a party that night. And then I went to meet my friends.
Super glue.
All right. And do you know what time you left the residence that day?
I don't. I guess it's somewhere around noon.
And then went and ran your errands. On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
Oh, no. Ex-husband of Wendi. That's
on the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right. So you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
All right. And when you encountered a roadblock,
here we go.
What did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off. And so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime, there's always trees falling and rainstorms. So
all
it's pretty
over.
normal.
Right.
No.
And you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at previously your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband, Dan Markel, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay. So you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right. But who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
They did.
Okay. And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Because the other thing is this, so Glenn, we don't even know. Glenn could still be Wendi, but Glenn could also marry Wendi because we were like, well, maybe Glenn just like has a crush on Wendi. But also now you have to think about this because Wendy's also married to Donna. So now things are getting more, and Donna, and then there's Donna and George. So now we've got Glenn, Wendi and Donna and George. So if you follow that whole chain, in a way, it's almost like Glenn is now, what's the word? There's a word for that. It's almost like Glenn, it puts Glenn in proximity to George. What's the word? Anywho. I know. No, that's the thing is like,
and were you on the phone when you encountered the roadblock?
Good.
If you remember? Do you remember who you were speaking to?
I do.
Who was that? You don't have to say the name, but just what type of person was that?
He was a friend. I hadn't caught up with him a long time. He'd moved to England. So I was probably a little distracted, talking and catching up with an old friend.
And when you at the time that you encountered the roadblock or shortly thereafter, did you call the daycare?
No.
Did you call Dan Markell?
No.
Did you do anything to reach out to any of the players that we've talked about in this case?
No.
Did you communicate to anyone that there was a roadblock?
I didn't. I would have had no reason to do that.
Her stupid face.
Was Dan Markell scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I believe so.
Where was he going?
He was going to New York.
And that's where he had a girlfriend?
That's where his girlfriend lived.
Do you know how the killers knew that Dan Markell was planning to leave town the next day?
No idea.
You didn't relay that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at the time?
Because according to her, it was the shortcut. That's why it's so fucking funny because it's literally not a shortcut. But that was the whole the Trescott, the shortcut on Trescott. Although also in her interrogation, she also says that she would sometimes drive by there as a way of coping with the divorce, but that if it made her too sad, she wouldn't go that way, even though it's also a shortcut. So
I really don't know. I have it now. I don't know if I had it 8 years ago.
Did you communicate with anyone on WhatsApp or similar technology to relay any information about the murder of your husband?
Absolutely not.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had WhatsApp at the time?
I have no idea.
Did you communicate with him through WhatsApp?
If I had WhatsApp on my phone, then maybe I did. I know I had friends who lived around the world. At that time, WhatsApp was more of a technology used to talk to people internationally. So I know the friend I was talking to was in England. If I had WhatsApp, I would have used it to call him.
Did you know that WhatsApp, the communications are encrypted?
How much you want to bet? Didn't she say she was catching up with an old friend? How much you want to bet she fucking called that dude? Just how she uses everybody. How much you want to bet she called that dude just so she could say, have an excuse for why she had WhatsApp on her phone? That just now dawned on me because that is true. Like when you've got people in other countries, WhatsApp is also Telegram because it's like you don't get charged for other country text phone calls and stuff. I was just thinking because she said it and she says it in her interrogation as well. She mentions this dude who she calls and she's like, yeah, I hadn't talked to him in years and we just were going to catch up or whatever. And it's like, it just now dawned on me how odd that is. Right. And she calls this person as she's leaving the house. How much you want to bet she did all this just so she could now say she had an excuse for WhatsApp? I bet you that's what it is.
Retrieved by law enforcement. Were you aware of that?
I think they can be retrieved by law enforcement, but it's one of the end-to-end encryption services.
All right. And so you can't tell the jury whether you communicated through WhatsApp at all on the day of the murder.
I don't remember if I had it 8 years ago.
He was probably like, why are you calling
I have
me?
it now so we could look and figure out if I had it then, but I don't know.
All right. Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua at any time through WhatsApp?
I never communicated with her at all.
What about when y'all were at the beach?
Left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence,
Okay.
I was headed to ABC Liquors.
Here we go.
To get an item that was requested for a Stock the Bar party. I was supposed to go to that Friday night.
Bullshit, Wendi.
What was that item?
I'm sorry?
What was the item?
It was bourbon.
What type of bourbon?
Bulleit bourbon.
Don't you mean Bulleit?
The
And did
invitation
you-
had asked specifically to bring a bottle of Bulleit bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And the bottle of Bulleit bourbon was in your vehicle when law enforcement came to interview you about this case.
Right, when I told law enforcement they could search my vehicle and signed away all my rights, yeah.
Ah! All right, here's the clip I was going to play earlier. This part about her signing away all her rights. She brings this up additional times, but this is what I was waiting for. She's trying to make it seem like she had this horrible, brutal interrogation. She signed away all her rights. Poor thing. Here we go. You guys ready?
Did you ever leave your house before you went to the liquor store and got turned around on Trescott?
No.
Never left?
No. And you know what? If you took my computer, you could probably find records of like what time I saved the document. And I'd be happy to sign a waiver so you could look at my computer.
And 1042 to 1122, you're working on paper.
Once again, it would be good. I'll get you my computer if you want to take a look at the documents.
I just have to validate all this. That's all. So
And you could probably go to my email records, which you should have when you guys did the phone. You did the email records, so you would have of like what time I sent messages.
and so how can we say do you have some way of showing
I
a
can look-
timeline of when
I sent email.
No, when you left the house.
Oh yeah.
So he doesn't even want all whatever bullshit she's offering, right? But she's literally offering it all up and he's even ignoring her. I thought that last part was really funny though, where he's like, so do you have a way to show something? And she's like, what time I sent the emails? And he's like, no, what time you left the house? That was the original question. She's dodging that question and going on and on about her computer and her emails. And like, here you go. Like, now mind you, it's ironic because she's already said at that point in the interrogation that she deletes all this shit all the time. But now she's like, oh, I've got this one. I got that one. So, you think about it. It's like, well, then obviously you've saved certain things that you don't want to delete so that you can then offer them up. Anyway, but the point of that was to show that how much she tried. That's just one example. It happens throughout the whole thing. She wants to offer it up. They're not asking for it. They don't even take it. So this whole thing about I signed away my rights is just complete and utter bullshit. Stupid. She's the worst.
After the murder of Dan Markel, was it your practice to tell people, just acquaintances and peripheral people in your life, that he had been involved in an accident?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether that was something that your brother told people?
I have no idea what my brother told people.
Did you ever hear your brother, Charlie Adelson, tell someone Dan Markel was involved in an accident?
No, I've never heard that. I was just thinking law enforcement told me when they were interviewing me that I wasn't supposed to tell anyone what happened until it was released.
And that was just the day of?
That was the day of.
Okay. Did you or your children benefit financially from your husband's death?
Absolutely not.
Did your husband have a life insurance policy?
He did have a life insurance policy.
And what was the value of that policy?
I don't know what the value of it was at the time. I do know that his sister's a custodian of that life insurance policy, and I pay taxes on that money every year, but we don't receive any of it.
What was the value of it at the time of your husband's death?
It was $1 million.
Not $2 million?
$1 million for each child.
$2 million. All right. And did you believe prior to your husband's murder that you were the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
No, we were divorced. So I was the custodian while we were married. But once we were divorced, I was no longer the custodian.
So you were aware that he had designated someone else to do that job? You didn't inquire through your attorney about challenging the designation of the sister as the custodian of that money?
I wasn't trying to challenge the designation, no.
Do you have access personally to that money?
No.
All right. What about
as far as the Bulleit bourbon, it's really funny because as far as like in the jail phone calls with Charlie and Donna, Charlie lays out beautifully the case against Wendi time and time again. Like I said, it's a shame because he makes basically a compelling, a linear thought, like the most compelling closing argument. Like again, like it's so good. It's like, wow, like he's giving the case against Wendi. And it's really funny because even in the jail phone calls, he says like the one thing that they tried to make fetch happen, as they say, that didn't. So is the Bulleit bourbon, because, and he's saying this as in that's the only thing Wendi has going for her is the fact that she can produce the email from the friend or whatever where they request this particular bourbon that exists. And that came up in his trial. Like in his trial, they had that email where it's like the friend is asking for the Bulleit bourbon. So, but what's funny again is just that even with Charlie, he's like, literally, that's the only thing that she has going for her. But everything else she's toast, you know? So, however, the other thing that's interesting is like the timing, like maybe so, while the Bulleit bourbon apparently was specifically requested, the whole thing about going to the ABC store clearly was like an excuse to try to go and drive by Trescott. So she links, like Wendi herself links this trip to the ABC store with going by Trescott. So again, even though the Bulleit bourbon was like legitimate as per the email, there still is some connection about how she ends up over there and why she takes the long route. She calls it a shortcut and then she goes to the ABC store and, you know, and again, right, she's trying to establish an alibi and then she has the receipt with the timestamp on it and, you know, all this nonsense. So, and meanwhile, she's on the phone. It's just like Alex Murdaugh now that I think about it. When she's making this drive, she's on the phone the entire time. Wow, crazy. She's on the phone the entire time. That's just not dawning on me. She's on the phone the entire time. And then when she's on the way to she's on the phone on the way to Trescott, she's on the phone going to the ABC store. And then she saves the receipt for the ABC store. She doesn't save her receipt from lunch because at that point, she doesn't think she needs to establish an alibi. She receives the receipt from the ABC store. And that's got a timestamp on it. And then she's like, I even had the conversation with the guy. He said I had the blue eyes and you can go talk to him and blah, blah. It's like over the top, right? And then she's on the phone on the way to Mosaic, right? It's just like what Alex Murdaugh did. For some reason, why do people think that if you're driving and on the phone, it makes a difference? It's just somehow that's what people seem to think. But anyway, right. And there's a map in the Discord. If you go to the Adelson thread, thanks to courtesy of DSN, that shows near her house all the other ABC stores and how close they are. And then it shows the route that she took and how far away it is, and it plots where the house is and then the ABC store. If you guys haven't seen that map, you should definitely take a look because it lays it out, and it's even stupider than it seems when you see it. You know, you all know how we love maps over here, right? Sometimes that visual just hammers the point home. So y'all need to see that if you haven't seen it. It was requested, right? Right. And that's true. So that's all of this is true. And that was kind of my point, right? She could have gone and picked that up at any point in time, right? So that's the point. So and I'll tell you this much. This is for a wedding. I will tell you. The way it works with weddings, guys, again, is people send that shit out way in advance. The way it works with weddings is like you get saved the dates for all the key events like a year in advance or 6 months in advance. So this Stock the Bar party, this would have been an RSVP because people spend a lot of money to make this shit happen and they need to have a head count. So there would have been an RSVP for months in advance. So that, again, I agree with what this is saying, which is like, this is where she fails because she's like, yeah, I was buying it because I needed it that night. But also, yes, it's when did that email come in? Right. And I'm sure we can find that out, but like it would have, the invitation and to that party would have been months in advance. And then she waits until that day to get it. And again, I think it's less about the type of drink, but it's the ABC store over by Trescott. I think it's more about to try to have an excuse about why she's fucking over there. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what you mean here, Miss Q. I'm not sure what you mean by that with a reminder email. I guess she saved the email, which is again weird, right? Because she deletes everything, but she saved that email.
401k. Did your ex-husband have a 401k when he died?
I believe he did.
All right. And are you the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
I am. That's how I pay the taxes.
Oh, God.
All right. Did he have a pension?
I don't know.
Social Security benefits?
I don't know if he had Social Security benefits. As survivors, my children receive Social Security benefits.
$4,800 a month, right?
That's right.
Deferred compensation fund?
I don't remember.
$217,000. Does that sound familiar?
I don't remember.
Obviously, she got that money, or Georgia.
What about the IRA? Did you have an IRA?
I really don't know.
$100,000?
It's very possible.
Yeah, all of this means
checking account.
Wendi got all this, or
I assume he had a checking account.
$15,000 in there, right?
Wouldn't go to us, but sure. I imagine he had a checking account.
It wouldn't go to you and the boys? Where
Oh,
did
yeah.
it go?
Funeral expenses?
Yeah, that, and I guess I said this last time, but that's bullshit because that's what the life insurance policy is for. This is dumb. But also we were talking about this, Twiz and I, because like about how eventually they get to how much money Dan had like saved up or whatever. He was like, how did a professor make so much money? But I was saying, I think it's like, what is it, Schwab or some shit? You know, I'm not a stocks person, right? I'm not one of those people that like has stocks. But I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about is like stocks and investments and whatnot, a portfolio, you know, fancy people have, where it's like you put some money in and then it gives birth to more money type of deal.
Okay. All right. And
hopefully that's the goal anyway, I guess.
Obviously you did not have to maintain your divorce lawyer for any purpose after the murder of Dan Markel.
I think at that point,
Oh, I see what you're saying. That makes
something
sense.
else, but no, I didn't.
Good point.
I had to maintain him for a little bit just to close out the case. He had some work to do to finalize things.
All right. And was your mom able to go back to work full time once you moved to South Florida, or did she remain in the status of sort of helping with the kids a lot and working
She helped
part-time?
with the kids a lot, especially while I tried to get back on my feet and find work.
All right.
Again, said she was moving there partially because she thought there was better work.
Have you ever returned to Tallahassee to live after
Birthing
about
hit?
2 days after the death?
I've never come back to live. I came back to give a talk, I think twice. And then I came back for a friend's wedding. I came back for a friend's bar mitzvah. So probably came back 4 or 5 times since.
Right.
But
The question
not
is to reside.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kappelman. I haven't lived here.
I bet that wedding was the
You
same
lived
wedding.
steady in South Florida since that date.
I have lived in South Florida.
Okay. And who has full custody of your 2 boys?
Me.
And does your mom have any issues with having access to your boys, or does she have full access to your kids?
I mean, there's no issues with access. No.
How often would you say your mom sees the kids?
I think it depends on the week, but probably at least once or twice a week.
How old are your boys now?
They're 11 and 12.
How old were they when their dad was killed?
It was 10 days before my older son's birthday, so he was almost 5. And my younger son was 3.5.
Did you change their legal names about a month or so after the murder?
No, not a month or so after the murder, no.
Okay. When was it done? Even sooner than that?
No, absolutely not. When I tried to put my children in school and their faces had been unblurred on CNN and all across social media.
I'm not sorry to interrupt you, but if you'll answer my question is, when were the boys' names changed?
The boys' names were changed after I wrote a letter to Danny's family explaining why I was
Ma'am.
changing their names.
When were their names
About a
changed?
year after.
Okay, and that was when they were legally changed, July 6, 2015?
I don't
Is that
remember
right?
the date, but if you have it, that sounds correct.
Okay, so they were legally changed on that date, but just a month or so after the murder, when you were
She's
enrolling
getting
in
a little bit
schools,
more
when
cranky.
they effectively had their names changed.
That is not true.
And what did you change their names from and to?
I changed their last name from their father's last name to mine.
From Markel to Adelson.
That is
That's
correct.
the same.
And did you also drop the middle name
For so many reasons.
of one of your boys that was a tribute to his paternal side?
It was a tribute to both families.
Did you drop it?
I did. I lost an honor to both families that day, yes.
Do you want the culpable parties in this murder held accountable?
Absolutely.
And even if it involved your own family?
Absolutely.
Do you recall giving an interview with law enforcement on the day that your ex-husband was murdered?
I recall sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours. Yes, I recall.
And did you tell law enforcement
it,
something
Len.
different in that interview about
You
the
loved
culpability of your
there.
family?
You had a blast.
I'm sure while I sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that I said all kinds
You
of things.
had your
All right, and was one of the things you said while you sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that you wanted the culpable parties held accountable unless it was your family.
I don't believe I phrased it like that, and I think you're taking my words out of context, but sure.
But sure?
But sure what?
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take our break
Georgia.
now.
Slay. Georgia. Boss. Oh my God. I love this so much. Hold on. You guys, just amazing.
That, and I think you're taking my words out of context, but sure.
But sure?
But sure what?
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take our break now.
Georgia,
and so it'll be about a 10, 15-minute break. Allow you to stretch your legs, use the facilities. And so the deputy will take you back. Remember, no discussion about the case or any testimony that you've heard.
Now she's
You can leave your pads on your chairs, and we'll be back to continue the testimony in about 15 minutes, okay?
There's your face. There's your face. Okay, we're going to do a swoop because now we're going to get to cross. Now the cross, if memory serves, is even more brutal than the direct, which is hard to even fathom. So let's do just in honor of what just happened. We're going to do.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband? They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Famous last words.
Just wait one moment.
Famous last words.
Yes, sir. I failed to ask this witness one line of questioning I'd like to reopen and inquire.
Oh yeah, she has one last question.
All right, I'll permit that. And then we'll go to cross right after that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Bring the jury. I love that that court reporter's mask, dude. It's just awesome. It's like red sequins. Like yes, ma'am.
Ms. Adelson, did you have an opportunity to review Stakes 99 of disc containing wiretap calls related to this case?
I did.
And as part of
Peter to identify the voices.
asked to listen to those calls and verify whether or not you could authenticate some of the voices on those calls.
So I was asked not to listen to the whole call, but just to listen to a few seconds, enough to be able to identify the people speaking on the calls.
Is that what you did?
That is what I did.
All right. And is Stakes Exhibit 64 a fair and accurate recording of where your initials appear, that representing that you could authenticate the voices on that particular call?
That is correct.
Okay, so for example, the list includes call A on Stakes Exhibit 99, and you've initialed here indicating that the call is from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I'd ask to move into evidence Stakes 64.
They're gonna move
Any objections?
evidence.
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Be
they're gonna
admitted as
cross.
States
That's
Exhibit
all it is.
64.
No other questions.
All right, thank you.
Cross, dude. Y'all ready?
This is all about you. isn't it?
Yes.
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so
Okay.
I don't understand the question.
I just, my favorite thing, and the excuse me of it all.
Thank you. Ms. Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it?
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
There's about 100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people in the courtroom.
Possibly thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage, right?
No.
Dan Markel's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's talk about the marriage. You and Professor Markel, you met when you were in law school. You told that to Miss Capel. It was a whirlwind romance, right? Right?
It was not a whirlwind romance, no.
It led to a wedding, February 26th of 2006. You had a big wedding in Boca Raton, right?
Did we get married on February 26th?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Wendi,
Yes.
stop.
In Boca Raton.
In Boca Raton, Florida.
And it wasn't a small wedding. It was a big wedding.
There were many people in attendance.
All right. And this marriage, it led to
I
two
would love
children, right?
to know how many people, because honestly, I would love to know how many people. I would love to know how many people.
For two boys.
Are you asking me if I have two boys?
Yes.
Yes.
There could be Jewish weddings.
Professor
there could be
Markel, he was a great father, wasn't
He was a very good father, yes.
he? Those boys were his world, right?
As well as his work, yes.
And they adored him too, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Now, this marriage started to fall apart, right?
It did.
But there were problems from the very beginning, weren't there? Right?
Are you asking me, what is the very beginning? The very beginning of when we got married?
Literally at the wedding.
At the
There were
wedding.
problems before we got married.
All right. So at the wedding, and the government asked you about kosher law, right?
About what, I'm sorry?
Keeping kosher,
About keeping kosher, yes.
right?
The government-
And your wedding, at your wedding, was the groom's
Here's
family,
the part
the
I was
Markel family,
referencing.
and they are more strict than your family and friends about keeping kosher.
They do not keep kosher.
Wasn't that one of the problems in your marriage, that Professor Markel was very insistent about keeping kosher.
About his kosher rules, but those are different than his family's.
So you're saying that it wasn't a problem at the wedding, that there were people from the groom's side of the family that were there that strictly keep kosher, that they were told that it was going to be kosher food, but it actually wasn't.
So there was a misunderstanding about whether the food was going to be kosher style or more in adherence with kosher law. There was a miscommunication about that.
So you had people that strictly keep kosher eating non-kosher food, which is a big deal.
That actually is not what happened. You had Danny was upset that it was kosher style and not strictly adhering to kosher law.
Donna was,
he was disappointed.
She did.
So there's problems right from the beginning.
That was a problem at our wedding. Yeah.
Fast forward now to September 10th, 2012. Professor Markel, he's away on a business trip, right?
Yes.
He's in New York City at New York University, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he's doing a presentation.
I don't know what he was doing.
Your husband at the time was in New York to give a presentation. You knew that, right?
I knew he was in New York. I didn't know if he was attending a conference or giving a presentation, but he was in New York for work.
Now, you had not communicated with him for 2 days.
I really don't remember.
You text him at around 2:30 in the afternoon, right? Right before he's about to do the presentation.
I really don't remember.
But you do remember dropping the bomb on him, don't you? Telling him that you wanted a divorce.
So I did not drop a bomb on him. We'd been in therapy for several months beforehand where I told him several times I wanted a divorce.
You say it's not a bomb, but you agree with me that he begged you to reconsider.
He was very upset and yes, wanted me to reconsider, but
in that phone call, he's begging you to reconsider. Please don't leave. Please don't break up our family, right?
He was very upset, yes.
And he was heartbroken. I mean, upset indicates that there was anger. What he was heartbroken, right?
That I decided to divorce him after telling him I would, yes.
Despite being at NYU for a presentation, he rushes home. He gets on the next flight, right?
I honestly don't remember if he got on the next flight, but he did come home quickly.
2:30, he finds out in New York. By 11 p.m., he's walking in the door to your old house at Trescott Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you do know that when he walks in the house, what he finds. You know that, right?
Yes, I left him the papers.
You left the divorce papers on the bed, right?
Yes.
Half the furniture was gone.
Half the furniture was not gone.
A good amount of his stuff was gone.
Nothing of his was gone.
The boys' stuff was gone, right?
Some of the boys' things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had for the boys, but no.
You were gone?
I was gone, yes.
And so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
They are, yep.
Let's stay on topic here. When he walks in the door, the boys are not in the house.
That's
right?
That's so weird.
And you did not tell Professor Markel where you were taking the boys. He may have seen them the next day, but you did not let him know where you were going to be staying with his boys.
With our boys? Yes.
Bitch, please.
So you agree with me that they're also his?
Of course they're his.
And he should be entitled to know where his wife is taking his children.
Absolutely.
That's not all you took, is it?
Excuse me?
You two had a joint checking account at Schwab, right?
Oh, here we
go.
Went into that the Schwab. See, Schwab, I think that's like stocks and shit.
Account before you dropped the bomb, and you took out half of that account, right?
Correct.
Roughly $350,000.
Half, yes.
$350,000.
I don't remember the amount, but yes.
You know that it was in the hundreds of thousands.
I really don't remember the amount, sir.
Is it that insignificant of a sum to you that you don't
I'm not saying
remember?
it's an insignificant sum. I'm saying I can't attest to the amount that was there.
I'm going to tone it down. You were unhappy in the marriage, right?
That's why I got divorced, yes.
And it happens. Marriages fall apart, right?
Yes.
But you complained constantly about it, didn't you?
No, I don't think I complained constantly.
To anyone that would listen?
No, that's not true.
You agree with me that you complained to the one person that would actually do something about it?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markel was and how much you hated him and didn't want to be in a marriage with him.
I definitely talked to my brother about how unhappy I was in my marriage. If that's the question, then yes. Is that the question?
Yes, that is a question. You talked to your brother, Charles Adelson, about how bad your marriage was.
I did, yes.
Let's talk about it. Gavin asked you about Charles Adelson. He's an intelligent guy, right?
He is smart.
Yeah. He's both book smart and street smart, right?
I would say so.
You would say that he's a talker.
He does like to talk.
He's got the gift of gab, so to speak.
I wouldn't say he's the gift of gab, but he does talk.
He knows what to say in the moment.
I wouldn't say that's true either.
You would say, though, that he is. Now, you were asked questions about, drug purchasing and stuff like that. You'd agree with me that he's also street smart.
I mean, I think he has common sense.
And that he lives life to a certain extent on both sides of the track. During the day, he's doing periodontal work, whatever that is, crowns, root canals, whatever that is. He's doing that during the day. At night, he's out with friends, he's buying drugs. He's living life on both sides of the track.
I don't know about that he's out buying drugs.
No. let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question if you used WhatsApp, right? You remember that?
I remember them asking me, yes.
On the day that Professor Markel was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect.
Absolutely.
So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone.
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption.
Correct.
In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors, just in case they don't know, what that means.
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is still a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to send a WhatsApp message to Ms. Kaplan, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markel.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part. Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
Yes.
No.
Ms. Adelson, please answer. Please address me and answer the
It
question.
calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation.
My favorite part.
I mean,
she
I'm
was
supposed
the
to
judge for help.
I'm responsible for coming up
Help
with.
you.
That's the prosecutor's duty, to figure out who's responsible.
Oh my God.
You just said a moment ago that you disagree that hitman killed Professor Markel. That's what you said, right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't hitman, then who? Tell this jury, who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel?
I have no idea.
All right. Let's get into that a little bit. But I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markel is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markel was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
Y'all.
July 18, 2014.
What is y'all's weather right now? Right now we're having ice. Like it's icing. Like it's raining ice. Like literally that is the shittiest possible scenario. Like it's just funny. I just looked at the weather. It's like it's not like ice is on the. It's like it's ice. The precipitation is ice. I mean that's a rarity, right? It's not even a wintry mix. It's ice. It's raining ice. Just makes you think of Jen McCabe and it's raining man. That's dumb. Anyway.
Interviewed, and you make a statement saying, "I knew this would happen." You said that, right?
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well, let's go through your resume. You went to Brandeis University, right?
I did.
You graduated magna cum laude.
I did.
If you could explain to the jury what that means.
It means I studied a lot and got good grades.
All right. It means, and to speak, I'm from the Northeast. My Boston accent may give it away. It means you're wicked smart, right? You got a high GPA, a very high GPA.
I work hard.
You also went and you got a master's degree from the University of Cambridge.
I did.
You were a Gates Scholar.
I was.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top tier law school, tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process, right?
Yes.
You then become a professor at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author. Right.
Now you're just embarrassing me.
She does not want to talk about
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask a question again with everything that we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
Worse.
I'm a smart woman.
There's information about this case.
Look how she answers that. Y'all, she's a little worse. I know. Like I said, you guys hear me in rare form when I'm watching Wendi because I'm not normally like this with people. I have special choice thoughts for her, but this is this line of questioning here, and then finally the part where she has to say she's smart. Our stupid book.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top tier law school, tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process.
So I don't think that's what it is. I mean, it could be, but I think it's because she knows that if he's like, if the question to her, which it is, was, you're smart, right? It's like, why would he be asking that? Because he's going to then follow that up with some reason why the things she's saying don't make sense, right? So she doesn't want to concede that she's smart because you see what I mean? It's a strategy. So he's like, you're smart, right? And she like doesn't want to admit it. So then he has to go through all these things to get her to try to admit she's smart. And then once she admits she's smart, then he's going to follow that up with, then how come XYZ? Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
You then become a professor at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author. Right.
Now you're just embarrassing me.
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask a question again with everything that we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
I am a smart woman.
There's information about this case everywhere. You'd agree with me on that, right?
I've been advised by my lawyer not to read it.
All right. Now, we're not talking about reading stuff. There's podcasts.
Also not to listen.
TV shows.
Also not to watch.
Articles.
Don't read.
And so you've made the decision. Now, you're a lawyer yourself too, right?
I am.
And you made the decision, I'm not going to look at any of this stuff.
Correct.
I don't want to know what happened to the father of my 2 children.
Not I don't want to know what happened.
How can you say you love those boys if you don't care who killed the father that they loved?
Of course I care who killed the father that they loved.
Then why won't you look at the stuff?
I've been advised not to.
Are you afraid that when you look at it, you're going to realize that your brother did this?
I am not afraid of that.
Now, of course, you've, and we won't get into privileged communications, but you've spoken to your lawyer about the case.
How are we not getting into privileged communications? Yes, I've spoken to my lawyer about the case.
You're very intelligent. You have one of the top defense attorneys in the country, former federal prosecutor, John Law, right there in the blue suit, right?
He is my attorney.
You're telling me with all of this at your disposal, your intelligence, his experience, and all this information, that you don't care to find out who it is that killed Professor Markel?
This is not that I don't care to find out. My job is to take care of those boys, and that is what I do. I don't see how it helps take care of them to go reading and watching and soaking up all of the horrible information that's out there.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markel?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
So what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I spoke to the police for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have?
Again, see, now we have another opportunity.
Did you ever leave your house before you went to the liquor store and got turned around on Trescott?
No.
Never left?
No.
Okay.
And you know what? If you took my computer, you could probably find records of like what time I saved the document. And I'd be happy to sign a waiver so you could look at my computer.
And 1042 to 1122, you're working on papers.
Once again, it'll be good. I'll get you my computer if you want to take a look at the documents.
I just have to validate all this. That's all. So,
and you could probably go to my email records, which you should have when you guys did the phone. You did the email records, so you would have of like what time I sent messages.
And so, how can we say do you have some way of showing a timeline of when
I sent email?
No, when you left the house.
Oh yeah.
The center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I spoke to the police for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
You came here because you were subpoenaed and had no choice.
Computer, please.
Right?
He's like, I don't care.
This is not fun. I would not do this by choice.
You've been inconvenienced.
I've not been inconvenienced.
Professor Markel was shot in the head.
I'm not complaining about being here. This is my duty. I'm here.
We'll get back to you complaining about being here. Do you honestly expect this jury to believe that you haven't confronted your brother about all of this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you did confront him?
Yes, I do expect them to believe that I did not confront my brother because I didn't.
Or maybe you don't need to because you know the truth in this case. You already know it. That he went behind your back, right?
Did not happen.
Just like he has done with past boyfriends. He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Ms. Adelson, you understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you're asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back, that he hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So a witness in this case, and I'm not going to get into their testimony, but one of the hitmen, the convicted hitman, implicates you. On July 17, 2014, the day before the murder, the morning before, he says that you were walking on Trescott with the two boys, that you walked down the driveway and into the house.
That never happened.
Right, because Professor Markel, I apologize, Professor Markel, he had the kids. Based on the way that your guy's schedule was, on that day, he would have had the children in the morning, and you're going through such a bad divorce, you wouldn't be at his house, right?
I wouldn't be at his house anyway, but not because we were going through a bad divorce. At that time, things were pretty copacetic.
All right, so we're coming back to maybe you do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question, okay? I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question. Now, the government asked you about a time that you met Miss Magbano. It was actually spring break of March 2014, right?
I believe so.
You went down to Miami. You stayed with your brother, Charles.
I went down to Fort Lauderdale after being in Immokalee and stayed with my brother.
You then went to Miami Beach, to Yardbird, and had dinner outside with your boyfriend at the time, or who you were dating, Jeffrey LaCasse. Catherine McBannel was there, and your brother, Charles Adelson, and you all ate outside, right?
We did.
And that's on Miami Beach, not in Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Now, just for context, Jeffrey LaCasse, he was also an FSU professor, not at the law school, but an FSU professor. Nice guy, right?
I don't think so now.
Oh, he is a nice guy.
Yeah. You deny, I'm assuming, that on July 13, 2014, you told Jeffrey LaCasse that Charles looked into hiring a hitman. You deny that, or you admit that?
I deny that.
And that you told him that Charles looked into hiring a hitman back in September of 2013.
That never happened.
Which would have been months before your brother even met Catherine McBannel.
I don't remember when they met.
Letting you know the topic we're on, we're talking about you being involved. That same week, earlier in the week, you sent an email. We're talking about the week of the murder now, not spring break, the week of the murder, not Yardbird, the week of the murder. You sent an email to Jeffrey LaCasse saying that you wanted to break up, that you needed space, right?
I did.
Sent him a long email, stay away, we're broken up, right?
I did.
You knew that on July 18, 2014, Jeffrey LaCasse was leaving town to go on a trip, right?
I knew he was leaving at some point that week. I don't remember when.
You knew that he was leaving on the same day of the murder at the same exact time as the murder.
I don't think I did.
11 a.m. on July 18, 2014.
I don't think I knew when he was leaving town.
It's a good way to put the blame onto somebody else. You'd agree on that, right? If it happened, it would have been a good way to put the blame on somebody else.
I have no idea when he was going to leave town.
Your interview, July 18, 2014, you said, you know, my brother, he joked about hiring a hitman. Perhaps that was you just planting a seed to divert the attention of law enforcement away from you.
It was not.
Let's jump off topic right now and talk about your boys' names. That in the time after the murder, you changed their last names from Markel to Adelson, right?
A year later, yes.
Why?
I was scared.
Of what?
Of someone coming to attack them.
So it's a year later, you won't look at anything because you don't want to know what's going on in the case. And the thought is, well, they're going to be protected if they have my last name and not Markel, right?
Yes.
Now, years later, arrests are made. It's clear who committed the murder, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera. The Adelson name has been dragged through the mud. Why haven't you continued to protect your boys and change the name back?
I will be changing. I'm not going to change the name back. I don't think that will help. One day I'll change all of our names.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity. right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school. So forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well too.
Very little.
So your understanding though is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them. So you need to have that protection of
I
your
don't
words.
fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit. No.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother, Charles Adelson, arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct.
For first-degree murder.
Correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't. That's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 minutes ago, you said you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I asked you a question. Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago, you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question, you say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
I did?
Yeah.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking up an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Your basic understanding of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correction, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask on that.
If I give you a subpoena, you don't get immunity, right?
Correct.
No. Let's talk about your parents. The government asked you about your mother and father, Donna and Harvey, right? The government could do the same and subpoena them so that this jury can watch them get questioned, not nicely how Ms. Kappelman questioned you, but to be cross-examined by me.
Objection, improper question.
I'm going to sustain that. Ask a different question.
Are your parents here in Tallahassee right now?
No.
Are they back in Miami?
Yes.
Do they have any plans of coming here this week or next?
I don't think so.
No. Your family dynamic. It is your mother and father, Harvey and Donna. There's you, you're the youngest, Charles, and then the oldest, Robert. Right?
Correct.
And he's a doctor up in New York.
Correct.
Now, the government asked you about the relationship, and you're like, we don't talk much. It's actually much deeper than that with Robert, isn't it?
We don't talk
At all.
at all.
And the reason is because your parents were so difficult about the woman that is now his wife.
That is not the reason why we don't talk.
I'm not talking about the reason why you don't talk. Let me clarify the reason why your parents don't talk to him.
That's not the reason why they don't talk to him.
Are you saying to this jury that there wasn't a problem where they outright objected to his marriage of a woman that was not of the Jewish faith?
That was initially what happened. And then there was actually a beautiful reconciliation and they're very happy about the marriage.
Robert and his wife, not your family.
Robert and his wife and our family were very happy about Robert's marriage.
So what happens is that Robert is in love with a woman. Your parents object. He breaks up with her and then dates a Jewish woman, right?
And then they got married and divorced. And then he got back together with the person he wanted to be married to. Yes.
With his true love.
Yes.
But there was a lot of tension in your family because of your family's involvement in the kids' marriages, right?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about your children. The government had asked you, and then the topic of the Jewish faith, keeping kosher. You mentioned a bat mitzvah at one point in time. You're currently planning a bat mitzvah for your oldest, right?
No, that already happened.
Okay, now that is a very, Christopher, I'm obviously not Jewish, but my understanding is that it is a very, very important thing in the Jewish faith.
It's a very important milestone.
And for those that are very conservative in the Jewish faith, those that keep kosher, so to speak, it's even bigger.
I don't know that it's more important to one segment of Judaism over another, but it's an important coming of age ceremony.
It's where a boy becomes a man. Did you invite Dan Markel's parents, the kids' grandparents?
I did.
You invited them?
I invited them, yes.
When was the last time they saw face-to-face their grandchildren?
April 20th,
Of this year?
just now.
And you agree with me that it had been years since 2016, since the last time they had seen them?
The visit stopped when they threatened to put my children in foster care, yes. But up until that point, they did have visits.
You got no problem letting them see your brother Charles, right?
I'm sorry?
You have no problem letting them hang out with your brother Charles, who's now sitting in custody for first-degree murder.
Well, they can't see him now, can they?
No, they can't, but I'll ask the questions. For years, they weren't able to see their grandchildren despite their pleading to you to see them. But you let them, let me finish, but you let them hang out with your murdering brother, right?
The children were permitted to see their grandparents. I cooked for them. We had play dates. They had sleepovers. When the letter surfaced that they were trying to have my children placed in foster care, the visits stopped. My brother never threatened to put my children in foster care, and if he had, the visits would have stopped with him too.
You say you love your boys.
I do say I love my children.
Don't care about the father that they love. What
I
happened?
never said that I don't care about the father that
Then
they
look
loved.
at some of the discovery and help figure it out.
Excuse me?
Then look at some of the evidence and help figure it out so that more lives aren't ruined by this.
I seem to not
Mr.
understand.
Goes, you need to ask a question now. You're making statements now. You need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with Bill. Ms. Adelson, we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No. Well, you tried to say that, but I don't agree.
Ms. Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you. You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here. And if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
Not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were thrown up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
Brief moment. I got nothing further.
Redirect.
So listen, you were asked about the reason why you stopped contact for a period of time between your ex-husband's parents and your children.
Yes.
And you referenced a letter that you characterized as the grandparents threatening to put the children into foster care. Is that an email that was sent from the Markels to my office?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to, in the event that you and the people that care for these children, who at the time were very young, were arrested, that the grandparents wanted to make sure, because they live in Canada, right?
They do.
They wanted to make sure that a specific organization could be contacted to care for the children, so that someone was there to care for them until a relative could get there.
I don't
Right?
remember the bit about a relative getting there.
Okay, well, they weren't just going to leave them in foster care, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But the specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the investigation any more than you are, right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret.
Sure.
Okay. And their concern, would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mother, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
and there's no
the
need for
email
foster care.
contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct, because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay, well, just wanted to clarify the nature of that. In this case, you were asked about, why aren't your parents coming to testify? You, as you mentioned, gave a police interview in this case, right?
Correct.
And consented to the search of your phone, etc. You gave testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
All right, and your parents did not, correct?
They did not give testimony.
They have not testified. They
They've
have
been
not given a
asked to
police...
come testify, but they would if they were asked.
Okay, and have they given any police interviews?
They would have, but the police never contacted them.
The police did contact them, didn't they? And they refused.
No.
Are they represented by counsel?
They are represented by counsel.
And they'll come testify if we want them to.
If they are under state subpoena, just like I was, they would come testify.
All right. And do you know what they would testify to?
They would testify to whatever they know.
And do you know what they know?
I have no idea what they know.
They've never told you?
No.
You've never asked them?
No.
Because you never had any conversations with them about this murder?
I've been advised by my counsel not to.
All right. So nobody, including your brother Charlie, has admitted or denied to you any involvement in the murder one way or the other?
Correct.
Same with your parents?
Correct.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further on it.
You want to subject to recall?
No, sir, she's free to go about her business.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, let's put Ms. Rodriguez back on the stand and complete her cross-examination. At this point, Mr. DeCosta, you prepared for that?
Actually, Your Honor, we're going to waive cross on Ms. Rodriguez. Counsel and I had some conversations. We figured out another way.
Okay, all right. So we've completed the testimony then of Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Has Ms. Rodriguez been informed of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so so just to clarify a couple little things here. So I know it might seem like this is Wendy's trial. So Wendy's not the defendant here. It's Katie's trial. So Wendi has counsel who's sitting in the gallery, but he can't object to any of the lines of questioning because it's not, she's a witness, right? So only the state can object. And so as per the question about whether or not she could be pleading the fifth, she has derivative use immunity. So the statements that she makes here in trial, in all these trials that she's testifying at, they can't be used against her later on whenever she is arrested and stands trial. So yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Yeah, she can't take the fifth because she's been subpoenaed as a witness, and the derivative use immunity is the protection that she has, right? So the Fifth Amendment right applies to the defendant, right? If you're a defendant, like she can't plead the fifth. So that would be protecting against incrimination, right? Like pleading the fifth is so that you're protecting yourself against incrimination, but she's already been given that immunity that her statements can't be used against her, right? So hopefully that makes sense. If she didn't have the immunity, it'd be different because then her statements could be incriminating as in used against her. She has been subpoenaed, so she does have to testify. She's been subpoenaed by the state to testify. So, and this is not, having said that, also this trial is for Katie McBanoa, so it's not her family member. Like the defendant here is not a family member. Now, Charlie, who has trial in 2023, right? She does testify there, and that in that case it is a family member, but here it's not a family member anyway. Because this is Katie's trial. So, okay, so let me pull up here because next we need to jump to where we left off with Luis Rivera on cross exam. So they finished day 2. Well, it's in the middle of his cross exam, and then they're going to pick up with the rest of his cross on day 3. So let me just pull that up. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Do.
And at that time.
And one more thing, Judge, I even took a look at one of the first calls and they are in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish, and neither does anyone else on my team.
So okay.
They're bringing in the jury. Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Rivera.
All right.
Have a seat, it's a new day, so we're going to swear you in again. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Mr. Coast, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, last night when you left here, you went back to the jail, right?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to the jail, it's you, yourself, and your cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's been that way since you were arrested in 2016 on this case, right?
Oh, good. Yeah, it's all good. I totally get it. That's why I'm happy to answer the questions. And I understand it's confusing because there's a lot of people involved in this case. There's a lot of different trials. So yeah, it's all good. Totally good. Hopefully though, that makes sense though, as to why, and then now that we're back, speaking of which, now that we're on to Lewis, he struck a plea deal. So he has to testify as part of his plea deal with the state. So he was, in case anyone's not clear, so he was one of the hitmen, right?
What it means is you're not going through the daily activities that a person on the outside goes through, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to turn off the stove, pick up the kids, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to file your taxes, to go to the doctors, go to the dentist, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been a matter of being in your cell with your thoughts, with your agreement with this office, right?
Yes, sir.
Your sole job since 2016 has to be to remember your testimony in this case.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about guns. The June trip, there was 2 guns, right?
Yes, sir.
Both 38 caliber,
Yes, sir.
38 Smith & Wesson short nose,
Yes, sir.
and a blue steel long nose Taurus.
Yes, sir.
Garcia had the blue steel,
Yes, sir.
you had the short nose.
Yes, sir.
You agree you bought that short nose.
Yes, I did, sir.
You bought it to come up here.
Yes, sir.
And you bought it from a quote, neighborhood from a black boy.
Yes, sir.
That's what you told law enforcement about where you acquired this gun.
Yes, I did.
And again, to make sure it's clear, you acquired this gun after a conversation with Garcia
Yes, sir.
while he was renting the car to come here.
Yes.
And you don't know the name or even really a description of the guy that you got the gun from.
No, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the Latin Kings transfer and distribute guns.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, Ms. Kappelman asked you how many guns were brought for the murder trip, right?
Yes, sir.
And your answer was 2.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. How many guns were brought for the second trip, your second trip, the murder trip?
Can't remember.
Would it help your memory to listen to your statement from October 4th of 2016?
Yes, sir.
If you could put on those headphones for me, please. Oh, yeah.
He said 1 gun was brought on the second trip, but I don't know why it matters either way.
Mr. Rivera, did listening to yourself refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you again, how many guns were brought?
1.
All right, so now we have it. Not what you told the government. When they asked you the question about 2 guns, now it's 1 gun.
Yes, sir. I mean, we all make mistakes. It's been 8 years. Memories, you forget stuff. 8 years, who's gonna remember?
And again, the only thing that you've had to remember over the past 8 years is your testimony.
Yeah, I don't sit down to myself and think about this right here.
Let's talk about the bullets. You bought those, correct?
Yes, sir.
You bought those at a gun store
Yes, sir.
on Biscayne
Yes, I did.
in between 112th and 117th.
Yes, sir.
The guns that we spoke about, there's the blue steel long nose and the short nose, the one that you bought.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the short nose that you bought, that gun was the one that was dumped.
Yes, sir.
And it was dumped, you say, near a bridge
Yes, sir.
by Garcia
Yes, sir.
on the ride home.
Yes, sir.
Now, you claim that you wanted to help them find the murder weapon, right?
Yes, sir.
But in actuality, you never wanted them to find it.
No, I don't know what bridge. So many bridges we passed through. I'm never gonna.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Law enforcement knows the very precise route you took. So it's not a matter of checking all bridges in the state of Florida,
I'm not
correct?
gonna remember the bridge, sir.
That's not my question. Law enforcement knows the precise route that you took home, right?
I guess so.
And they drove you on that precise route.
Yes, sir.
And you never pointed out the alleged bridge that the gun
I
was.
passed through so many bridges, sir. I'm not gonna remember. Just like I told them, I don't remember the bridge.
I'm showing you what's been entered in Defense 6. This was your best attempt. at helping them find the murder weapon in this case, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
drew this.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about the amount of times that you went out looking with them. You haven't been out with them since 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you only went out a couple of times, a couple of days, a couple of hours to look for this gun, right?
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
Maybe one time.
One time you get into a van, they drive around, look at a couple of bridges, and then give up.
I mean, I can't remember.
Isn't the truth that you did what you said you were going to do, which is to put it away and bury that shit somewhere. No one is going to find it but me.
Yes, sir.
You said that, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's what you did with this gun.
No, sir.
The gun was never found, right?
I never dished it nowhere. I never threw it nowhere. That wasn't my job.
You bought the gun.
I bought the gun.
You handled the gun.
Handle it? Like what type of you talking about?
Well, you remember how you told us that time that the guy walked in the hotel room, you picked up both guns and you pointed at them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you touched that gun.
Yes, I did.
And you gave vague information where it was acquired from, and you gave very little information as to where it was disposed of. You did that to protect yourself on both ends, didn't you?
Not at all, sir.
Now, you are aware that if law enforcement were to get that gun, you could be federally prosecuted. You know that.
No, sir.
Do you not know that? Do you not remember?
Me being prosecuted if they find a gun?
Do you not remember knowing that if they had that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce? Do you not remember knowing that?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Okay.
Second deposition, page 279. Lines 1 through 9.
See what Mr. Rivera understands first. You're going to refresh his recollection? Let's see what Mr. Rivera understands first.
She's going to do that as well, Your Honor.
Okay. You may.
To save the trips back and forth.
All right. Mr. Rivera, this young lady is just going to give you some assistance with reviewing this transcript. If you feel comfortable reviewing it yourself and understanding it, then you can review it and understand it, and you just let me know. But if for some reason you don't, she's going to help you or read it to you quietly. Excuse me?
She's gonna have to help me.
Okay, all right. That's what she'll do then. Thank you.
Also,
I got to speak loud. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
And we were talking about why you would hide the origin and the disposal of the gun. And I had asked you about you being federally prosecuted. You were aware and you know that if they have that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce and federally prosecute you on this case.
Yes, and it says that I'm not sure, but yes.
Yes, that you are aware of that. Not sure if they could, but you're aware that it's a possibility.
Yes, not sure if they could, but yes, I'm aware of it.
And that's something that would be a concern because you can't fight the feds.
Yes, sir.
Now that gun, it would be evidence against you, right?
Yes, sir.
That you're the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
You know, it's interesting that you say that. I got one moment here. Sir Rivera, your testimony is you drove up the driveway behind that car, and that Garcia got out, went inside, and shot Professor Markel, right?
Yes, sir.
But you knew that Professor Markel's window was up, right?
Yes, I can see it.
You also knew that he was on the phone when he got shot, right?
I pulled up right behind him. I can see him.
And you also knew, you happen to have the detail, that he raised his arm when he was shot in the face.
I can see that too.
Those are odd details for Sigfredo Garcia to shoot him, to jump back in the car and say, drive. Hey, and by the way, he was on his phone, the window was up, and he raised his arm.
I can see everything, sir. I'm pulled up right behind him.
Let's stay in the driveway and return to the issue from yesterday. When I was asking you questions about your testimony about claiming to see Wendi Adelson walk down that driveway into the house the day before the murder.
Okay.
And I'm going to give this to you for context so you know where I'm going. You remember how I had asked you questions about your exchange with Garcia, how he said she's here to make sure it's getting done, how then he made a phone call to Catherine McBanwa, and he made that before noon on Thursday. Now, I asked you that question you didn't remember. Do you remember now? Was that phone call before noon on Thursday?
I don't remember the time.
Would it help your memory if you were to listen to yourself from your recording on 10/4?
Maybe.
What clip is this, please?
Did that help your memory?
Yeah.
And when was it that you said that this phone call happened?
I said maybe by noon.
All right, you said before 12 noon on Thursday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are your words.
Yes, sir.
So just to make sure that we have the context correct, so it's from yesterday, you have this alleged sighting, this alleged conversation with Garcia, and before you get back to the hotel, before 12 noon, he's on the phone with Katie, finding out what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You made all that up, didn't you?
No, sir.
Now, you were banking on the fact that Garcia, having children with Katie, is always on the phone with her, right?
Yes, sir.
In evidence, we have Catherine McBanwa's cell phone records. And would you be surprised to learn that there is no phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanwa before 12 noon that day?
Would you be surprised if I tell you they had throwaway phones?
So your testimony now is that Catherine McBanwa had a throwaway phone?
They both had throwaway phones.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Okay.
Yeah, burner phones. I mean, that came up in the interrogation.
Mr. Rivera, on October 4th, 2016, you gave the recorded statement, right?
Don't remember.
On November 29th, 2016, you appeared before a grand jury in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
On March 22nd, 2019, you appeared for a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
January 31st, 2018, the year before, a different deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You sat in that chair before back in 2019 on October 1st and October 2nd, correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you have never made that claim before that there was a disposable phone.
Believe I have.
Isn't this you just evolving your story to keep up for the mistakes?
No, sir.
Let's talk about cars. Let's focus now on the June trip. Aren't your words the first time we came up, I never drove the car at all?
I never drove the first car.
I'm showing you what's been entered in as State Exhibit 65. First terms in June, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get a citation for driving that car, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were alone in that car because you were alone on the first trip.
No, sir. Not at all.
So you get a citation, but you weren't driving the car.
Wow, weird.
Okay,
He's trying to
Sigfredo.
say he went by himself?
So Sigfredo was driving, but you get the ticket?
He was with me. I think we had changed. I think we had stopped somewhere.
He's
if I
wants-
remember.
he's trying to
I think we had
suggest
stopped
that
and
he
we
was
just
to the
for that
sun, so
moment, I
wow.
drove a little bit.
Isn't this your testimony evolving again? You make a mistake,
It's
you
the
change
same
it.
answer I gave since day one, man. You're not going to sit here and try to confuse me back and forth.
Mr. Rivera, didn't you just
No.
say 2 minutes ago to this jury, you never drove the first trip?
I can't really remember, but now that you say, yeah, I mean, when I got the ticket, if that was the first car, I guess.
You remember everything she asked you, but not what I present you with, right?
I tell her the same thing I tell you. If I don't remember, I don't remember. If I say yes, yes. Say no, it's no.
You make no mistakes about the alleged claims against Ms. McBanwa, but when presented with evidence showing that you're wrong on details, then, I don't remember.
I'm not wrong, man. Not at all, sir. Everything I say is nothing but the truth.
Let's keep going.
That's right.
You have the June trip, you have the murder trip. Mr. Rivera, how many trips were made for the purpose of this killing? Actually, let's wait on that for a second. We'll come back in a minute. On direct examination, you testified that the purpose of the June trip, this one, where you got the citation being a passenger, that the purpose of the first trip was to scout it out. That was your testimony yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor. Grand jury, page 8, lines 3 through 6. Mr. Rivera, you appeared before a grand jury back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was for the purpose of, this is after you get your deal, it was for the purpose of indicting Ms. McVaniel, right?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't there, right?
We're in the courtroom?
No defense attorneys were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of us were there, right?
Yes.
But you was
Yes.
asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
There's a court reporter taking down your words, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you swore to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kaplan asked you the question. Okay, and what was the purpose of the first trip to Tallahassee? Answer. The purpose of the first trip was to do the murder the first trip. Question, to do the murder? Answer, yeah, but I didn't want to do that.
We were supposed to scope out the place, and if it would have got done, it would have got done that day, but it never happened.
Your testimony years back was the purpose of the June trip when you were alone was to do the murder. That was your testimony, right? To do the murder.
Yes.
But when she asked you yesterday, it's a different answer.
It's been years, man. Can't remember.
When you're in your cell,
I don't think about this. Tell that one more time. I don't say to myself, think about this. So don't ask me that question again. You're repeating yourself over and over.
Mr. Rivera, let's talk about trips. There was the June trip and then the murder trip, right? Those are two of the trips.
Yes,
but I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. How many trips were there to Tallahassee for the purpose of killing Professor Markel?
2 trips. I believe it was 2 trips that I said.
2 trips?
Yes, sir.
Second deposition, page 103, lines 16 through 24.
I'm going to object on this one. Improper impeachment.
Do you need to be more specific on the record?
I think so, Judge.
All right, let's go sidebar.
We go to sidebar. Zoom past the sidebar. Do, 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 do.
Yes, sir.
We sat in a room, Ms. Kawas, Ms. Kappelman, myself, you, and a court reporter, right?
Yes, sir.
You were sworn in before that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a cooperation agreement where you have to give truthful testimony, complete testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And the court reporter took down all of your words.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you, like Sigfredo, you were coked up and drinking the whole trip? You, the whole trip and back out every day. Me, this is the first trip in June, the witness. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip. Every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking.
Oh.
Me, there was a third trip. You, we're going to get to that. There was only 2 trips. You slipped up, didn't you?
Just made a mistake,
No,
I
sir.
guess.
See, your discovery, the reports that you got from their office only talked about 2 trips, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's why your testimony was there was only 2 trips.
There's only been 2 trips.
But when you were asked questions on a different topic, you couldn't keep your story straight. And you said, we, not they, we. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip, every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. Those are your words, right?
Yes.
I wasn't tricking you, right? We asked you a straightforward question about drugs and alcohol, and you said third trip.
2 trips.
Which is inconsistent with the information that you had received in your discovery before you cooperated.
2 trips.
And Mr. Rivera, in all your other prior times, October 4th, January 31st, November of 2019, or I'm sorry, November of 2016, October 1st and 2nd, 2019, no mention ever of a third trip.
I don't remember that 3rd trip.
You would agree with me if you were to change your testimony to slip up,
No, sir.
and it were to be found that there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement with that office.
No, sir.
You don't agree with me that if they were to find out there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of the agreement where you must give the truth and the complete truth?
I only came up twice.
That's not my question. You would agree with me that if you left out a vital fact, a vital trip, that you would be in violation of your agreement.
Yes.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
The thing is this, though. There's no way there was a third trip because these two fools, Louis and Alfredo, they've got them for both of the trips. I mean, you guys know, like, how it's like they may as well have been wearing a big sign like, hey, we're like making this trip to Tallahassee. I mean, they've got them every which way, from the rental car to the hotel to the Sun Pass to the ATM. I mean, it's like, how the hell it doesn't make any sense to be suggesting that there was a third trip. Anyway, I don't really get why. I mean, I guess his strategy is trying to make it seem like Louis did this on his own, but this third trip thing, I don't know. I don't know about it. I don't see the point, really. It's not plausible.
No. You previously sat in that same seat.
The other thing is
and
this,
tried to repair.
it would be even better for the state, right? Like, it would be, if there was a third trip, it would be even better for the state to be like, they took 3 trips, right? I mean, you can just, so.
That mistake, haven't you?
No, sir.
You haven't sat up there before and said, you know what? It was Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony that made a trip. You've never said that before?
Yes, sir. Now you're trying to remember my memory's coming back. Yeah.
Okay.
What's that third trip you're talking about? That he came up with somebody else, not me.
So there is a third trip.
I remember, now that you say it, yeah, I remember saying that, but you're saying that I came up here 3 times. I only came out twice. That third trip was somebody else.
Oh, okay.
You need to say the whole story. You're just saying half of the thing. I said 3, I only came up 3 times. Come on, bro.
I wasn't there. I don't know the truth.
But if it's in that paper, read it out right.
Okay. We.
Interesting.
You understand what we means, right?
Yes.
Not they, we.
Yeah.
Okay. But you then tried to correct that because, again, you'd be in violation of that agreement. It was, no, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony. But that's what we're focusing on right now. That you previously said that there was a third trip, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that because apparently Sigfredo Garcia told you that there was this third trip.
Yes, sir.
You see the stack of paperwork in front of me, right?
I see all that.
You've given sworn testimony 10 times before.
Yes, sir.
The closest that you've gotten to ever mentioning that third trip was the we statement, and then in October of 2019. In your recorded interview, October of 2016, you never mentioned a third trip, right?
I think I did.
Your Honor, Mr. Rivera, your October 4, 2016 statement was roughly 3 hours, correct?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, one brief moment. So it should be in your statement, right?
It should be.
It definitely wasn't in your discovery, right?
I don't know. I can't read, so I never read that discovery.
Yeah, but you had 2 attorneys and they reviewed it with you.
I mean, it's been a long time, sir.
So in the years, let's sidetrack for a moment. In the years, you've had tons of meetings, since your cooperation, tons of meetings with their office, correct?
Yes.
You sat down for hours on end with investigator Jason Newland, their investigator, not Tallahassee Police Department, with Jason Newland reviewing your testimony.
Don't remember you reviewing no testimony, but I don't remember that.
So all the times that there are orders to transport you from jail to their office wasn't for the purpose of reviewing your testimony?
I mean, yeah, we reviewed, but you talking about my discovery and testimony and all that?
No, what I'm talking about is specifically your testimony and specifically whether you ever told Jason Newland about a third trip.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember whether you told Jason Newland, Agent Patrick Sanford, or investigator Craig Isom about a third trip?
I remember telling them.
So you told them about this third trip?
Yeah, I don't think Jason was there.
Okay, so you told Agent Sanford, investigator Isom about this third trip between Sigfredo Garcia and one of your Latin King brothers.
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that if you never mentioned that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement.
Yes, sir.
let's talk about your communication with the outside world when you're in federal custody. Okay. When you were in Coleman, if you could explain to the jury what Coleman is.
Coleman is a federal, as a Coleman 1, it's an active yard. It's a real violent yard. They don't play over there.
So back in 2016, before you're charged in this case, you're in Coleman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that you're able to get access to both legitimate and illegitimate phones while in Coleman, right?
Yeah.
That you were able to have a three-way call with Sigfredo Garcia through one of your brothers.
I never called him on the phone.
I'm sorry?
I never spoke to him on the phone or did a three-way. It was like a text.
Now,
A text service.
now that, and some of that happened through a guy named Leanback, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Leanback is a king,
Yes.
and you would send emails through the system that you have in federal custody to Leanback, and then he would send out texts on your behalf.
Probably sounded like one email, I believe.
All right. Now, in May of 2016, starting in May of 2016, you're able to communicate via this messaging system with Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
Now, during that time, you're also communicating with Jessica Rodriguez, the mother of your children, correct?
Of course.
And you're doing that through email.
Yes, sir.
And her email, correct me if I'm wrong, is siennanegron1020@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's siannanegron1020@gmail.com. Right?
Yes, sir.
And on May 10, 2016, right around the time of the wiretaps, you email her asking for Garcia's cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree or do you deny that then in May 2016, Sigfredo Garcia is receiving text messages from somebody saying this is Tato?
Yes, sir.
And that's you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's you sending those messages.
Yes.
Let's stay on the topic of Garcia. Where Garcia lived. He was living on 186th and Biscayne, correct?
Yes.
There's a period of time that he was living with King Anthony, right? If you remember.
Probably, I think so.
Around the time of 2014.
Yeah.
Now let's stay on the topic of Sigfredo Garcia.
God, why does he do
Talk about
that?
Catherine.
He already said that anyway.
He loved her, right? Still loves her.
He sure did.
Crazy about her.
Yes,
Would do anything for her.
of course.
You have known Sigfredo Garcia your entire life, right?
Yes, sir.
You refer to him as brother.
Yes, sir.
Now, this isn't just something that you guys hang out on the weekends. You very much are together in the same community hanging out.
Yes, sir.
You know everything about each other.
Yes, sir.
You know his reputation in the community.
Yes, sir.
You know that his reaction if somebody were sleeping with Katie, he'd confront them, right?
Of course.
Try to run him over.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that it is in Sigfredo's character that he would find somebody that's sleeping with Katie, right?
Yes, sir.
And hurt them.
Yes, sir.
Meaning, meet them face to face.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk now about the dentist and Catherine. You agree with me that Garcia knew about the relationship.
Yes, sir.
He knew about the relationship with the dentist.
Yes, sir.
He told you that he knew about it.
Yes, sir.
And he also told you he was her boss. The dentist was her boss.
Yes, sir.
And he knew the guy's name.
I mean, I don't know if this helps his client, but it sounds like with what he's saying, the line of questioning, it's like, well, this would be an exception, as in Sigfredo wouldn't beat up this boyfriend that Katie's seeing or whatever because he wants them to work together. And in other words, he would be okay with her, sleeping with the dentist so that they could then, engage in this scheme. But I don't know why that is helpful for him. I don't know.
You would agree with me that Sigfredo Garcia was angry, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was jealous.
Yes, sir.
Now, because of this, because the love of his life was with somebody else, let's back up for a second. Sigfredo Garcia does well with women, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very much a lady.
Yes, sir.
Other thing is that when they interviewed Sigfredo at work, he said he got married and everything, and that wasn't to Katie. And it's just interesting because one of the questions from a few minutes ago, he was like, Sigfredo still is in love with her or whatever, and he was like, yes. I don't know. I mean, unless that was just one of those things where it's like sometimes they say that they're married, but they're not actually married. You know how they call them the wifey, but I don't know. The way he said it in that interview, Sigfredo, I mean, the way he said it, it sounded like married. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe there's some polygamy going on. I mean,
he's got real light green eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
Almost like lime green.
Yes, sir.
Girls flock to him.
Of course.
Charismatic guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Very well spoken, very tough guy, right?
Yes, sir.
But for the first time, he had some competition.
Yes, sir.
Because the guy that he was in competition with had the one thing that he doesn't have, which is finances.
Yes, sir.
Although Sigfredo, being the guy that was very good with women, he was never really financially secure. Right?
Yes, sir.
So because of this, Sigfredo, for the first time, in actual jeopardy of losing Catherine, he was going through a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
He was desperate.
Yes.
He was drinking.
Every day.
He was doing coke, like every day, right?
Every day.
And he was doing it more than usual.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't usual for him to do it every day, but he was off. He was not himself.
Yes, sir.
He was fighting a lot.
Every day.
And this is around the time of 2014 when they're broken up. So between the end of 2013, half of 2014, he's losing it, right?
Yes, sir.
He's violent and erratic.
Yes, sir.
And he actually went so far as to stalking the dentist, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember a specific time where in that truck, right?
Yes, sir.
That black Dodge truck that you guys went to a restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw was Catherine and Annnnnd sitting outside with the guy that she was dating, and he was flipping out.
Yes, sir.
He was furious, right?
Yes.
He actually wanted to take that truck and run over the dinner party that they were with, right?
Yes.
He was so angry, you had to stop him.
Yes, sir.
Now let's make sure that we have the context. Before the murder, they're broken up, right?
Yes, sir.
And then right after the murder, they're back together, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera. Garcia played you, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes.
He confronted Charles.
What you mean confronting Charles?
Like you said was in his nature, that this guy would confront the guy that was in between him and the woman that he loved.
Yeah.
That was his nature to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you said was in his nature.
Yes, sir.
Like he told you he would do.
Yes.
And that confrontation turned into a negotiation between him and Charles Adelson.
Yeah.
Right?
You think they spoke?
I'm not
You told us
following.
that this guy would absolutely confront that other guy, right?
Of course.
And it would be very awkward. What I'm saying is that Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a job, but he never told you it was for. He couldn't tell you, hey, that guy that I just wanted to run over, we're going to do a job for him. Because you as a Latin King boss, you would say, that doesn't make any sense. The government told you Katie was involved, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
I'm not following.
You went along with it
No, sir.
because you can't fight the feds.
No, sir.
So you took it and ran.
No, sir.
What?
You've
I
been
mean,
involved the whole time.
Not
Only when
only,
he speaks to.
dude, this attorney though, I feel like there's so many contradictions. I remember this from last time as well, because wasn't he just a few minutes ago trying to suggest that Lewis did this all on his own? This Sigfredo wasn't there and he made 3 trips and it was all on his own. I mean, that didn't make any sense, but now it seems like he's trying to say that Sigfredo played him and Sigfredo did it all and Lewis wasn't involved and he's just trying to take this deal. I don't know. It's a mess, in my opinion, unfortunately.
I'm sorry?
It's the only girl he speaks to is Katie. Whatever she tells him to do, he jumps and do it. That's his weakness. Her right there.
Nothing.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't see how I don't think he gained any ground at all, honestly. That was a long cross though, considering it started the day before. Very odd. Very, very odd. Now, I will say this. I will say that we will watch Katie takes a stand in her trial. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll make more sense as to like what the heck their theory is, the defense theory, I mean, when she takes a stand. However, this is only day 3 of the trial. So we're hearing this in the same order as the jury. So the jury would be hearing this, and I would imagine they would be likely very much confused as well. And it's going to be quite a while before Katie takes a stand. And that's if indeed whatever it is that they are offering as her defense, if that does tie in whatever the heck he was trying to get with this cross. But wow, I don't know. That was just not good, unfortunately, for Katie. So, okay, but we're on to redirect here. Oh, and I can get rid of Fievel because Wendy's on the stand. Sorry, Fievel. You'll come back whenever we watch Wendi again. There we go.
Mr. Rivera, you were asked if you agreed to the government's facts. Do you remember being asked that?
What's facts?
Did you agree to the government's facts? I think the question is, did you read or have read to you the reports in this case and then just regurgitate whatever was in the reports? Is that what you did?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you cut a deal, what was your understanding of what you had to do?
Yeah, that is what he suggested.
And does cooperate mean regurgitate every single thing that's in the police reports?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, what's in the police reports includes Charlie Adelson being involved in this case. You don't know anything about that, do you?
No, ma'am.
So you're not able to regurgitate that fact, are you?
No, ma'am.
Would you agree that it would be helpful to the state? You know, we're prosecuting Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be helpful if you could say Charlie Adelson did it.
Yes, ma'am.
But you can't do that, can you?
No, ma'am.
Because you don't know that fact, do you?
No, ma'am.
Only person that knows that fact is Catherine McVannon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's who she was dating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did correct us on some things we had wrong, didn't you? And for example, the money drop. You got the money the next morning, not the night of, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
We didn't know about that until you told us, did we?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't know y'all shot a hole in the Prius, did we, until you told us?
Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's be careful of the leading questions, please.
The facts that you agreed to, did we basically get it right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the facts that you agreed to, are those the facts that you personally have knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
Where does Shrimp live?
Miami Beach. I don't know the address, but she's staying in Miami Beach.
Do you remember the map that Mr. Dakota showed you with the little island? Does she live on that island?
Yes.
Out there, okay.
Yeah, that whole thing was really confusing. I don't know what.
That's where you sent somebody to pick up Garcia to come get the money at Jessica's house the morning after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And before you sent somebody to go get Garcia from Shrimp's house, did you have your phone in your possession?
I had two phones, and Anthony has my other phone.
All right. And one of the phones that you had in your possession that morning of the money drop, did you use that phone to talk to Catherine McVannon?
She called me.
And what did she tell you?
She like, we're gonna come get this money.
She had the money and y'all need to come get it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent somebody out to find
Objection, Your
Garcia.
Honor, leading.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Ms. Kaplan, let's be careful of the leading questions, please. Those are leading questions.
You were asked if Garcia was stupid and made mistakes in this case. Do you recall being asked that?
No,
Did he mess up by talking on the phone, using his phone, making
Yes, ma'am.
calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were stupid too, weren't you? I mean, you made some mistakes, didn't you?
both of us stupid.
You're wearing blue partially because you got caught in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you brought a phone to do a murder, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you rent a car in your own name to come do a murder?
Yes.
Posted something on Instagram from Tallahassee while you were here?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not a leading question.
Did you post something?
Yes,
You did?
ma'am.
Okay, so all those are mistakes that ended up helping to get you caught.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and
Shout out to the owl.
you were shown this exhibit, States Demonstrative C.
Objection, I didn't show the witness that exhibit.
Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection outside of the scope of cross.
Overruled.
And you were asked about the phones that you had. I know you don't remember the phone number, it's been too long. But you've seen this exhibit before today, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were asked about these phones and these phone numbers way back when we first started asking you questions about this case,
Yes, ma'am.
years ago, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you authenticated those two phone numbers back at that time when your memory was better as being your phone numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't remember those numbers as you sit here today.
Man, it's been a long time, but
But that's okay. I just want to clarify what the situation is with the phone numbers. You did remember them at one time.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those, you have seen that exhibit before and authenticated those phone numbers as your phone numbers.
Yes, I have, ma'am.
All right. long was the deposition at Coleman Prison?
I can't remember
Who was asking you questions?
the two detectives.
No, I'm talking about at the prison when we did the deposition.
Oh, yeah, I came on. I don't know their names, but the two lawyers.
The two lawyers were asking you questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And that went on for a whole day, right?
Objection, again, leading.
Overruled.
How long did it go on?
I think it was a whole day.
It was a long time.
Long day.
Okay. All right, and you were asked many, many questions. Among them, were you asked about the trips and how much you were drinking on the trips, how much cocaine you were using on the trips? Were those sorts of questions asked of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you always maintained in that deposition and all the other statements that you were in fact using cocaine and alcohol on
Objection,
both trips?
improper bolstering, always maintained.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not in dispute, is it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were asked about this third trip, I asked you about in the police reports, there were some things that you didn't agree with. Do you recall something being in the police reports or you being asked questions about a woman seeing two men behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is your testimony regarding whether that was you behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder scene by this lady?
No, ma'am.
You didn't do it.
No.
You weren't there.
No.
So that if that was Garcia, he had to be with somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any knowledge of when that trip occurred?
No, ma'am.
If that trip even occurred?
No, ma'am.
You weren't here.
No, ma'am.
But if a tall guy and a short guy were behind that home, that wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
And have you always maintained that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've never told anybody that you came here on a third trip?
Like, well,
Have you ever told anybody that you came to Tallahassee on a third trip?
I only came on 2 trips.
All right. And in the deposition taken of you on March 22nd, 2019, you say, and I'm on the bottom of page 109, starting on line 23, question, why would he have gone with Anthony? Answer, because he was one of us. We used to hang out together, and there was some short person that went back there, supposedly in the back of the house, and I ain't never walked back there. And he's short like me. Is King Anthony short?
Yes, ma'am.
Like you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you thought maybe this is the person this
Objection, Your
woman
Honor,
saw.
leading improper impeachment. We've got leading questions and reading transcripts.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, this is redirect. You're asking leading questions. I understand you're moving things along,
Yes, sir.
but you need to clear up your questions and not ask them in a leading form, okay? Or else I'm going to start interrupting you from this point forward.
Yes, sir. And so how did you learn that someone was seen behind the house, some short guy?
I heard it from a detective.
All right. And did you or did you not, or something else, disagree that you were the one that was back there?
I was never back there.
Wasn't you?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you enjoy having to testify against your friends?
No, ma'am.
Would it have been easier for you if your testimony could have been against someone else, a stranger?
Not at all. Nobody.
You think it'd been hard no matter what you had to do?
Yes, ma'am.
But was it particularly hard that you have to testify against your best friend and his wife?
That's hard. It hurts.
Were you loyal to these folks before this all went down?
Yes, ma'am.
When did the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia get back together after the murder? When was the first time they got back together?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving testimony previously that occurred at the Manny Pacquiao fight?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the Manny Pacquiao fight was in May of
Objection, Your Honor.
2015, wasn't it?
Improper refreshment that is just being said in open court to witness.
Overruled.
When was the Manny Pacquiao fight?
I don't remember what day was it. I know it was on a Saturday. And that's the day they got together because I tried to put them, me and Jessica tried to put them together. I went and bought some shirts from her that day.
All right, and so it wasn't until approximately 10 months after the murder that they got together, or was it right after the murder as you were asked on cross-examination?
Objection, Your Honor. Proper refreshment. We can go sidebar.
No, overruled.
Can't remember.
Okay, can you remember that it was definitely the fight, or could it have been sooner?
Probably the fight.
Your recollection it occurred at the fight.
Probably the fight.
Okay, but you just don't remember when the fight was.
Yeah, I don't remember when the fight was.
Okay. All right, let's talk about this supposed confrontation that occurred at a restaurant. You know which one I'm talking about, where you were with Sigfredo Garcia watching Katie with the dentist at the restaurant?
On the truck, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that whole episode, did Sigfredo Garcia ever get out of the car?
Can't remember.
So he might have gone up and confronted the dentist and you just don't remember?
No, he never got off the car in front of him at all.
All right, that's my question.
Okay.
Did the two meet
No, ma'am.
Did they fight?
No, ma'am.
Did they have a verbal argument?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia confront him that night about, hey, you're
No,
sleeping
ma'am.
with my woman?
No.
All right. And is that something he would have told you at that?
Yes.
If he had done that?
Objection, speculation, move your strike.
That is speculation. That's sustained.
What type of relationship did you have with Sigfredo Garcia back then?
We had a great relationship. I was like my brother.
All right. Did he confide in you? Everything he did he tell you everything?
Objection, speculation.
It's overruled.
Did he tell you everything?
Basically everything. Yes, ma'am.
You were together every day, weren't you?
Every day.
All right. And you were there when this incident occurred at the restaurant.
Yes, ma'am.
And that it didn't happen as far as him confronting the dentist.
No, ma'am.
No face to face.
Nope.
No physical.
Nope.
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Overruled.
And what did y'all do after that confrontation? How did you unwind him?
We left. I said, man, we can't. He wanted to run the truck right through the restaurant. So nah, we ain't gonna do that. Not with me in the truck. But we ended up leaving. We just left.
All right. Do you remember what y'all did that night?
No.
Did you hang out together?
Every day we hang out.
Okay. And that night was no exception?
We hung out that night. I don't know where.
Okay. We don't have to know where, but did y'all spend time together and did he recover himself from being upset as he was?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. Nothing further.
All right. Do you want Mr. Rivera retained?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rivera will be retained. Thank you. You'll be escorted back.
Thank you.
Ms. Kappelman, do you have a brief witness that we can take care of? Okay. All right. We're going to take one more witness before our break, and the state may call its next witness. Waldo Nunez, please.
Wow, sorry guys. Somehow I got myself on mute. Okay, I was just talking. All right, so right. So I was saying it's interesting that they are retaining him as a witness. It means the state might call him again. I wonder if potentially that could be in rebuttal. So we'll find out. But what I was saying is that it was interesting. A couple new things that kind of came out. So during Lewis's interview with law enforcement that we watched a couple days ago, I remember there was reference to potentially like running a truck through a restaurant. But I feel like when it came up in his interview, it was like in the context of he was giving examples of Sigfredo being temperamental and doing things that were stupid and dangerous. And it was like, we were kind of laughing about it. And I remember him saying, like, I was like, you're not going to drive through a restaurant with me in it or whatever. Right. But I don't think we really knew what it was, the context of that. But it was interesting because on cross, Katie's defense attorney kind of wanted to use that as like a confrontation must have occurred, which again, that didn't really make sense because it seems like he was trying to offer two conflicting theories. One, that Lewis did the job on his own, and the other was that Sigfredo did the job on his own and betrayed Lewis. So I don't know. But it is interesting though about this whole thing about the restaurant. It sounds like nothing. On redirect, it sounds like nothing, and it sounds like nothing happened, right? It sounds like he was mad and then he didn't do anything, and then they went home and he calmed down or whatever. So I don't really know why the defense attorney was making such a big deal about that. And then the other thing that was also, I thought, interesting was, the third trip thing. So now we got more clarification on redirect that it sounds like there's the potential that Sigfredo had made a trip to Tallahassee without Lewis and maybe brought somebody else. And, at this point, Sigfredo, so Katie's first trial is not on YouTube. I couldn't find it. I think there's only like the sentencing or whatever, but there's not the full trial. But that was when she was being tried jointly with Sigfredo. So in other words, some of that stuff would have come up then, but we don't have a way to watch it. So, but it wouldn't have surprised me though, if that did happen. And the reason I say that is because we know that Charlie was expecting Katie to hire one person, right? And that unbeknownst to Katie, Sigfredo wanted to have an assistant or whatever, right? Because that's why he got Lewis involved. So it would make sense potentially that maybe he really wanted a second person to do this with him for some reason. And he's, maybe went with this other dude initially. And then for whatever reason that, he didn't want to do it with him anymore. And so then he involved, that's when he asked Lewis, right? Again, some of that stuff might have come up in the first trial when Sigfredo was still being tried, and we can't watch that. So, so while it doesn't seem like it's really material to anything at this juncture with Katie, those are just other potential events in terms of the broader scheme of this entire case and all the things that happened, especially as it pertains to the hitman specifically, that we're learning more about. So, yeah. So that finishes his testimony. And then what we will do next time, we'll take a look and see what else we want to watch from the state. I'll see how many more days we have left before they rest their case in chief, because I definitely want to watch Katie take the stand when, of course, that will be during the defense case in chief. And I think the whole trial is only like 7 days or so. So, so we will take a look and see. It might be that the next important thing to watch from this trial will be Katie's testimony. So if that's the case, then that's what we will watch. We will watch next time. So, so that's it. I will get those other Wendi clips put together because we had some other fun ideas with that. So I'll get that taken care of. Hopefully we'll get something coming out of Idaho. I mean, I don't know why some of these documents that we can see that they should be happening. They just haven't posted on the docket yet. So that's kind of, it taken forever, but I have a feeling maybe we'll see something soon. And also we're going to do some more follow-up with the map stuff. I've been working on some other things with that. And as we continue trying to figure out what the heck was going on, 254. Also, I did make some updates to the master list, and I did post that in the Discord for anybody who wants to take a look at that. I'm trying to think if there was something else I was going to say. I know there's been some other updates with Karen Reed, but I know everybody's been covering it. So I don't know. Maybe we'll cover some of those other documents the next time there's a hearing. I think there's going to be one. I'll have to take a look at my notes on that. I think there is one soon. I know they had a lot of dates, scheduled here in the near future, but I'll take a look and see when that next hearing is, and maybe we'll cover some of those documents as we watch the next hearing. So anyway, yeah. And I guess that's probably about it for this one though, guys. But as always, thanks for watching. We love the Squirrel Crew. Y'all are the funniest and the best. Love you guys, and I will see y'all next time.